Chapter 001, All Professional Experience System. Linny, pack up and leave. Manager of the Sunrise Group's sales department, Lily said. I've been sacked? Linny froze for a moment. I'm doing a good job, how can I still be sacked? The company doesn't think you're fit for the job anymore, so they don't need you anymore. Linny was an employee of the Sunrise Group, in the sales department, and hadn't taken a single day off in over half a year since he started working. So dedicated, I thought I would get a promotion and a pay rise. Unexpectedly, today was dismissed. Manager, you've gone too far. Just because I don't give you gifts, I'm dismissed without reason? That's a bit unreasonable. Linny argued. I don't know what to say. Who are you to reason with me? Do you really think you're a dish? I have a meeting later, so hurry up and leave, don't waste my time. Lily waved her hand impatiently and left with the documents in her hand. Linny was the only one left in the office, and now that he was out of a job, even getting enough to eat would be a problem. What the hell? Linny cursed. Fortunately I have a broken charade, go out and have a ding-dong, should not be starved to death. Ding, the all-professional experience system has been activated, a new profession will be opened every week, and completing the system's built-in tasks will result in the ultimate reward, assisting the host to become a global big shot. Experience profession, ding-dang driver. Occupation completion, 0% within a week. Occupation completion of 90% or more will open a new occupation beforehand, and completion of 100% will result in a mysterious gift. Please ask the host to receive the ding-dang driver registration gift pack, 10 million yen dollars. 100% controlling interest in the Gulf Hotel. A Pagani wind god worth 28 million. Crap. Seeing the prompts in his head, Linny's entire being went bad. He was usually a big fan of online novels, so he naturally knew what a system was, and he didn't expect to be met by himself. System, what if the completion level doesn't reach 100% within a week? The host can choose to open a new career, or continue with the current career until the completion level reaches 100%, automatically opening the new career. Through the system's explanation, Linny understood the specific functions. The system had a high degree of freedom, and the initiative was basically in his hands. This was cool. Claiming. Linny didn't hesitate. Ding, 10 million yen coins have been credited to the host's account. The Gulf Hotel needs to be claimed on site by the host. The Pagani wind god was parked in the Sunrise Group's car park, Area C, number 22, and the car keys you could see in the lift room. Just then, on Linny's mobile phone hand, he received a text message. Your savings card account with tail number 4255 at 9:48 on the 27th of April. Income expenditure yen yuan 100000000. 00 yuan, current balance 100000101. 15 yuan, Zhongwon Bank. At the same time, another SMS was sent. Congratulations, you have registered as a ding-dang owner. Exhaling deeply, Linny calmed down. The system was here. What was the point of having this shitty job? Excitement. Ring ring ring. At this time, Linny's mobile phone rang. It was his girlfriend Lu Cece calling. Linny, let's break up, you don't have to come to my birthday party, and don't call me in the future. Lu Cece's cold voice surprised Linny. Are you serious? Of course, I've been with you for so many years, what have you ever bought me? I can't even afford a broken mobile phone, so I don't want to waste my youth on you. Are you sure you won't regret it? Oh, regret? I've been with you for more than half a year, this is what I regret the most. From now on, don't contact. Then, let's get together and part ways. Linny did not say anything else, directly hung up the phone. It seems that not only did the system appear, but other bridges in the novel appeared as well, so break up, the next one is better. Slandering in his mind, Linny stretched his back. All other things were unimportant, let's go look at his sports car first. Making up his mind, Linny ran out of the office like a madman, and the other colleagues outside all shook their heads helplessly. Linny is really poor, good character, is too straight, the New Year's gift, not so many things, hey. Our company's first handsome gone, after work even YY have no object. The old witch hinted at him several times, he did not agree, naturally, cannot keep him. What a pity. When I got to the lift, there was a Buddha Express bag inside. Linny opened it without saying a word, and as expected, inside were the keys to the Pagani's car. Arriving at the underground garage, Linny ran towards Area C, number 22. He was familiar with this location. His own little broken charade was parked in Area C, number 21. What's wrong with it? Why couldn't it start? In front of Linny, there stood a woman in a beige wrap dress, with exquisite makeup, a straight nose, and long slender legs wearing black stockings and high heels. The plump and chiseled figure was so perfect that people couldn't take their eyes off it. General Manager Ji? Seeing the figure in front of him, Linny asked tentatively. Because it was on the side, Linny didn't get a good look at who it was, but he recognized the car. In the entire company, there was only this one Maserati, General Manager Ji. And the person who was called General Manager Ji was named Ji Qingyan, the president of the Sunrise Group. Hearing someone call her name, Ji Qingyan gathered her hair and glanced at Linny. It's Linny from your sales department? President Ji still remembers me? He was just a small, unknown employee, one of those little transparent figures, and as the high and mighty president, he could still remember him. This calls for a surprise. I've seen you once, so I still have some impression. Ji Qingyan would never admit that it was because of Linny's outstanding looks that she had a little impression of him. President Ji, is there a problem with your car? Linny asked. Ji Qingyan nodded, a little anxious. It was fine when I drove it here during the day, and I don't know what happened, but now it's out of order. I'm not good at fixing cars, so if Ji is in a hurry, he can take my car. Ji Qingyan's eyebrows frowned slightly, and finally nodded her head in agreement. I have to go to the construction meeting to meet the leaders there, so I'll trouble you to give me a ride. No problem. Linny smiled and said, my car is in Area C, just follow me there, Mr. Ji. The C section of the car park is for the employees, so you'll have to walk for a while to get there. Good, thanks for your hard work. Ji Qingyan didn't know about Linny's dismissal, but she was still polite. Just then, a person walked out from behind the two and said with a smile, Qingyan, I heard that your car broke down. Where do you want to go? I'll just send you, why bother others? Chapter 002, Beautiful women are only worthy of a landlord. The two turned around and found that the one who spoke was a young man. Dressed in casual formal wear, with a Vacheron Constantin watch on his hand, he was very high profile. To the man in front of him, Linny still had a bit of an impression. He seemed to be the young proprietor of the navigation group, named Li Yunhang. He was even bigger than the Sunrise Group, and had been frantically pursuing Ji Qingyan for more than half a year recently. But Ji Qingyan didn't have any feelings for him, but the other party never died, and he stalked her until today. Why are you here? Ji Qingyan said coldly. I wanted to come here to talk about some things, just happened to catch your car broke down. It just so happens that I just recently bought a more than 2 million Lamborghini Hurricane. If you want to use the car, just take my car. Ji Qingyan's Maserati is not expensive, just over 1 million, twice as bad as Li Yunhan's Lambo. It did have the capital to show off. However, Linny felt that this was quite fishy. How come Ji Qingyan's car just broke down and Li Yunhang came out? I guess he's behind all this. Forget it, my colleague has a car, I'll just take his car. Said Ji Qingyan, giving Linny a look, let's go. Let's go. Mr. Ji, I heard what you guys just said. He's just a small employee of your company, and he's only driving a domestic car, so he can't compete with my Lambo. What's wrong with a domestic car? Ji Qingyan said, I like to sit on the line. Ji Qingyan didn't want to talk to Li Yunhang, and Linny walked to the C area. When they arrived at Area C, both Ji Qingyan and Li Yunhang stood still. They were all attracted to the silver Pagani wind god. Ji Qingyan was a bit puzzled, whose car was this and why was it parked here? If there was a big shot coming, how come he didn't know about it? Gee, this Pagani wind god seems to be more than 28 million, it can't be your new purchase. Li Yunhang is latching on to Ji Qingyan's words. This car is enough to buy 10 Lamborghini Hurricanes. If it is really hers, then it is a bit embarrassing. This car is not mine, you think too much. Li Yunhang came back to the bottom, so it is better to go in the Lambo. How is it faster than his domestic car? I'm not interested in sports cars, I like to ride in domestic cars. Ji Qingyan looked at Linny, where is your car, go now. It's right there. Linny pointed at the Pagani and said. But Ji Qingyan and Li Yunhang both misunderstood, thinking that Linny was referring to the broken charade. After all, Linny was just a small employee, how could he possibly afford to drive such a luxury car? Ha, it's actually a broken Xiaoli. Look at how worn out the car is. It's probably over 10 years old. It's probably not worth as much as one of my tires. Li Yunhang, even tears are laughing out. Gee, in your condition, I guess this life, have never sat in such a broken car. What's wrong with a charade? If you can get around, can your Lambo still fly in the sky? Said Ji Qingyan, stepping on her high heels. She walked towards Lin Yi's small, broken Xiaoli. Let's go, get in the car. Ji Qingyan said as she stood in the passenger seat. Lin Yi didn't say anything and pressed the car key in his pocket. Ding dang. The Pagani's lights came on and the gullwing doors opened automatically, startling both Ji Qingyan and Li Yunhang. Could it be that the owner of the car is here? Mr. Ji, you're in the wrong place. This Pagani is also mine. What did you say? This Pagani is yours? Ji Qingyan said in dismay. He was just a small employee in the sales department. How could he possibly afford to drive such a luxury car? Unlikely, right? It's really mine, otherwise I wouldn't be able to open the door. Lin Yi said with a smile. Walking over to the passenger side of the Pagani, Ji Qingyan was still in a bit of disbelief. She, being the boss, hadn't even driven such a nice car. How did he get on it? Buddy, driving a Hurricane and wanting to pick up our general manager Ji seems to be a bit short of the mark. Lin Yi meaningfully patted Li Yunhan's shoulder, then sat in the main driver. Li Yunhang was dumbfounded and felt a hot pain on his face. You don't have to hit your face like that. Ji Qingyan, didn't you say that you don't like to sit in a sports car? Why did you get into his car? Li Yunhang unwillingly asked. I don't like other people's sports cars, I like to ride in his sports car. With a snap, the car door closed. It was as if he had hit Li Yunhang in the face once again. Inside the car, Lin Yi was a bit nervous. After all, it was the first time he drove a sports car. He was still a bit uncomfortable. It was a good thing that he had watched a lot of test drive videos of sports cars and knew how to drive this thing, otherwise he would have to lose face in front of Ji Qingyan. Lin Yi, aren't you an employee of the sales department? Why are you driving this car? Ji Qingyan's head was full of question marks. She really couldn't figure out what was going on. Hey, I just wanted to experience the life of an ordinary person before I came to work at the company, and I didn't expect to be fired for no reason. Lin Yi sighed, don't pretend. In fact, I'm a rich second generation. The next step is to open Ding Dang, experience the life of ordinary people. Ji Qingyan froze for a second, then laughed. Don't tease me, do you really think I will believe it? No one will believe this honestly, so I won't explain. Alright, hurry up and drive, I have something urgent to do. No problem, don't forget to give a 5-star review afterwards. Lin Yi said. I think you're too deep into the drama. You really think you're a ding-dong car owner? I don't know why I lied to you, but look for yourself. Lin Yi took out his mobile phone. Ji Qingyan took a look, was shocked. Really, ding-dang car owners? Is he really a rich second generation who came to experience life? Isn't that a bit too odd? Are you really the owner of Ding Dang? Of course, Ji, do you want to place an order? You're my first passenger. Ji Qingyan snorted a smile. It seems I'm quite honored. Saying that, Ji Qingyan took out her mobile phone and specifically placed an app for Ding Dang, and under Lin Yi's guidance, she registered her account and placed an order. According to the principle of dispatching orders in the vicinity, Ji Qingyan's order was directly grabbed by Lin Yi. Thus began his journey as a ding-dong driver. Stepping on the accelerator, a monster-like roar sounded, such a powerful wave that Ji Qingyan was a little scared and subconsciously fastened her seatbelt. Lin Yi glanced at Ji Qingyan. What are you looking at? Hurry up and drive. Ji Qingyan said angrily. No problem. Driving on the road, the 28 million Pagani wind god instantly became the focus of the road. I don't know, it's actually a Pagani wind god. It's said to be 28 million. Look at the woman in the passenger seat, she's even prettier than the car. It's true, beautiful women only deserve to be owned by tycoons. Amidst the envy of the crowds, Lin Yi sent Ji Qingyan to her destination. Thank you for bringing me here. Now that Lin Yi wasn't his own employee anymore, he had to be more polite. It's fine, when you go back, if you don't want to take a taxi, remember to find me to place an order. Ding Dang driver is at your service. Can you add a microphone for? Easy contact? Of course. The two of them added each other's messages, and Lin Yi drove off. At this exact moment, the system's beep sounded in Lin Yi's head. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing his first order, rewarding 50,000 points of proficiency. Occupation completion level 5%, rewarding 50 million yen guo coins. Chapter 003, Claiming the Hotel. Holy shit! Seeing the system's reward, Linny was doubly surprised. After completing an order, he was given 50 million yen guo coins. Exciting! On top of the 10 million that was given to him earlier, it totaled 60 million in liquid assets. Apart from that, with the Gulf Hotel on hand, he was considered a rich man himself. Linny stroked his chin. Although the reward for taking the order was tempting, the Gulf Grand Hotel was still waiting for him to claim it. It was just as well that no one was placing an order right now, so he went and claimed the hotel first. The Gulf Hotel was a standard 5-star hotel, and was one of the top few hotels in Shanghai. There were even quite a few celebrities that had come here to hold weddings. The degree of luxury was evident. Once upon a time, when passing by such a place, Linny only dared to look at it from afar, but he didn't expect that now, it would become his own. Life was all about ups and downs. Parking his car, Linny entered the hotel. Just as he stepped into the hotel, he heard a chirping sound. Yunjia, thank you for setting my birthday party here, it's the first time I've been to such a luxurious hotel. What's polite, it's all what I should do. The boy who spoke had an ordinary appearance, but was dressed fashionably, enjoying the envious gazes of others. His name is Yunjia, his family is doing timber business, in Shanghai is considered a small rich. The car he drove was a Mercedes-Benz that cost more than 500,000, many times better than Lingy's old broken charade. Lu Cixi and Yunjia were met at the bar last night. After chatting all night on Weixin, she learnt that his family was quite good, so she dumped Linny and chose to be with Yunjia. And this receiver did not let Lu Cixi down, learnt that today is her birthday, and changed the location of the birthday party to the Gulf Hotel. Numa, people love you to death. Hearing the sound of talking was a bit familiar, Linny inclined his head and realized that the person who was talking was none other than Lu Cixi. Linny was a bit surprised, he didn't expect her to change the location of her birthday party to the Gulf Hotel. But apart from Lu Cixi, there were two other people that looked familiar to Linny. It seemed like they were her girlfriends, whom she had met a few times before. As for the rest of the people, Linny didn't recognize them, they should be friends from the man's side. What's wrong with that? Even though the Bay Hotel is expensive, with my wealth, it's still fine to come here once in a while. My dear, it would have been nice if I could have met you earlier. Lu Cixi said daintily. It doesn't matter, now that you're with me, I'll make you the happiest woman in the world. Cixi, look, isn't that Linny? Hearing her bestie's voice, Lu Cixi looked towards the door. Hurtingly, she realized that the person standing in front of the hotel was really Linny. Linny, what are you doing here? Lu Cixi, who had just been a little birdie, instantly changed her face. She had already told him that the two of them were done, but she even chased after him. What a ghost. This isn't your home, can't I come here? Linny said. Didn't I call you and tell you not to come, why did you still come over? Lu Cixi questioned. The two of us are over, I hope you don't come to pester me, even if you kneel down and beg me, it's impossible between us, you die this one. At this time, Yunjia and his friend walked over and took Lu Cixi in his arms and said playfully. You should be called Linny, Cixi, and I have talked about you, but from now on, Cixi is my person, I hope you won't bother her anymore. Brother Jia, just don't talk nonsense with this loser, it's a complete waste of time. One of Yunjia's friends said. That's true, it really isn't worth it to talk nonsense with him. Yunjia smiled and looked at Lu Cixi and said. Cixi, at least it's your ex-boyfriend, this is something you can deal with yourself, I have friends coming over later, I don't like him getting in the way here. Good, I'll get rid of him. Lu Cixi looked at Linny and said in a serious tone. I know you're upset, so you didn't even go to work and deliberately ran here, wanting me to give you an explanation, so I'll make it clear to you, there's true love between Yunjia and I. No matter what you say, it won't be able to shake our relationship, you'd better just die of this heart and leave quickly. Why should I leave? Linny said, who said I came here to see you? He. Lu Cixi wrapped her hands around her body and laughed coldly. You didn't come here to see me, did you come here to eat? Open your eyes and watch, this is the Gulf Hotel, a place where only the rich can come, and you want to come here to spend money on a broken Shali salesman? You're kidding. Cixi is right. Her best friend picked up the conversation. Linny, although you're handsome in other aspects, you can't compare with Yun Jia. Not only do they have more money than you, but they also have connections and contacts. You'd better give up, don't struggle. Right, people come here to eat. The manager is very facetious to play 95% discount. You have this ability? Another female girlfriend said. 95% off? Linny smiled. Let me see, who has such a big right? Just at this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps came, a dozen men and women in black formal wear, trotting over from not far away. Oh, don't you want to see who has so much power? Now people are coming. Yun Jia said. The man in the lead is the manager of the Gulf Hotel, Wang Tianlong, my father and his acquaintance. It is he who gave me a discount. Brother Jia, let's ignore him. Manager Wang are here. Go over and say hello first. Lu Cece said. Good, after all, they are all dignified characters. Yun Jia tidied up his clothes and walked towards Wang Tianlong. But just as he was about to greet him, Wang Tianlong pushed him away. Get out of my way. Yun Jia and Lu Cece were stunned. When they met just now, they were quite polite. Why are they so brash now? Crossing over Yun Jia and Lu Cece, Wang Tianlong and the others stood in front of Linny and bent their waists to 90 degrees. Mr. Lin, you're here. Chapter 004, Linny will forgive me seeking collections and tickets. Actually calling Lin Chief Lin? Lu Cece was dumbstruck. Was he just a shitty salesman? How could he be the boss of the Gulf Hotel? Every year, Gulf Hotel's revenue is over 100 million. A month's revenue is enough to catch up with what Yun Jia's family earns in a year, and he missed out on such a tycoon. Lu Cece felt that she was a sand sculpture, or a super big one. Looking at the management of the Gulf Hotel, Linny nodded and said indifferently. Let's go, from today onwards, we're considered colleagues. Yes, what? Mr. Lin said. Lin Yi's words left the middle and senior managers of the hotel, all very shaken. The person who had wholly acquired the Gulf Hotel was so young, and so amiable. It's unbelievable. Mr. Lin, let's go to the conference room upstairs first. You're already the hotel owner, we have to report back to you. Okay, let's go. Linny was, right now, also adapting to his status as much as possible. This place was already his own property, so he had to get to know it anyways. Mr. Lin, this way please. Escorted by a group of executives, Linny arrived at the conference room on the 5th floor. Mr. Lin, this is our financial statement, as well as the statistics of our recent expenditures. You can take a look at it. Seeing the huge pile of documents on the table, Linny had somewhat underestimated the management costs of a hotel. Not to mention that he wasn't a professional. Even if he was someone who was well versed in the field, it would take a few days to read them all. I won't read these things, everything will be done according to the previous model. Linny said. Doubtful people, not doubtful people, although I am the new boss, we have not been in contact before, but I see sincerity in your eyes. I believe that you cannot go wrong. After more than a year of sales, Linny was able to speak this kind of language without getting stuck. Lin Yi's words made the middle and senior management of the hotel, each one grateful. Today was the first time they'd met, and they didn't expect the new boss to trust them so much. It was so touching. Thank you for your trust, boss. We'll do our best and die trying to achieve another success. Well, I trust you guys. Dang dang dang. Just as Linny was about to leave, a sharp knock sounded on the door. Come in. Linny said. The one who came in was a female employee of the Gulf Hotel, very anxious. Manager Wang, the guest from 1704 is complaining about us. We can't stop him, so deal with it. Complaints? What's the complaint about? She submitted an application for car rental service to our hotel yesterday, but the Mercedes-Benz she wanted to rent happened to be borrowed by a VIP customer who took advantage of the privilege. We offered to replace the car, but she didn't accept it and insisted on complaining about us. Wang Tianlong didn't say anything. The old boss is here, we have to see what he means first. You guys go and busy yourselves, I will go over and take a look. Linny got up and walked out. Although he didn't quite understand the rules and regulations of the hotel, VIP users did have to enjoy more privileges than ordinary guests. The hotel side seemed to be right as well. Taking the lift to the 17th floor, Linny knocked on the door of room 1704. I'm telling you, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation for this, I'm going to. The door to the room was opened, and when she saw the person standing at the door, Gu Jingshu froze on the spot. Where is this little brother from? He's too handsome. Are you the one who wants to complain about us? Linny said. No, it's fine, it's not that big of a deal, you guys can just arrange another car for me. Gu Jingshu said in a very ladylike manner, looking so good-looking little brother, who can bear to complain ah? She yelled at such a handsome little brother, and her image as a lady was ruined. I have a Pagani on hand, if you don't mind, you can take it and drive it. What did you say? You want to lend me your Pagani? Yes, in terms of class, it should be better than a Mercedes. Forget it, with my financial resources, I can afford to rent a Mercedes-Benz, but I can't afford to rent a car of Pagani's class. I can't afford to rent a car of Pagani's caliber, said Gu Jingshu. Moreover, even if I could afford it, I wouldn't be able to drive it. It's said that supercars are not the same as other cars. Let's do it this way, where do you want to go? I'll drive you there. People are hotel guests, out of this kind of thing, this trip can only be sent free of charge, not counting ding-dang orders. You want to send me there? Gu Jingshu was too surprised to speak. Such a handsome little brother, actually want to drive a Pagani and send himself to the wedding? Did you save the world in your last life? That's not good, it's a bit of a hassle. If you don't want to do it, then forget it. I'll try to get you a Mercedes in the shortest possible time. Linny doesn't have any connections, so borrowing a Mercedes is out of the question. But money makes the devil work, and with 10 million in cash on his card, it's not that hard to get a Mercedes to come over. Gu Jingshu? Are all handsome people so straightforward? I'm just being polite. I'm in a hurry, so I'll ask you to give me a lift. Okay, I'll leave it up to you. Well, little brother, wait for me, I'll go change my clothes. I'll go change my clothes. About 10 minutes later, Gu Jingshu changed her clothes, light blue short skirt slim decent, and then with black high heels, giving people a different feeling instantly. I've changed my clothes, let's go now. Good. At this time, at the entrance of the hotel, it was already noisy. Yunjia, you should go, a moment later Linny will come out, I don't want him to misunderstand. Lu Cece said. What are you saying again? Aren't you all together with me? The moment Linny turned around, I realized that I still love him, so now, I have nothing to do with you. Get lost. Do you really think Linny will look at you? Daydreaming. Cursing, Yunjia took his friend and drove off piece by piece, leaving Lu Cece and her other two girlfriends behind. Cece, you just said that about Linny, can he still turn back? Lu Cece's best friend asked. Yes, even though I did something wrong, between us, there is a foundation of affection, as long as I sincerely apologize to him, he will definitely forgive me. What you said also makes sense. Let's not talk about this first, I reckon he still needs a while to come out, let's not be idle, first give him a rub on the car, I still have to sit in a while. Lu Cece said. I really envy you, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to ride in a Pagani in my life. Don't feel sorry for yourselves, after our relationship is eased, he will probably give me this car to drive, then I will take you for a ride. Thank you in advance. Alright, you all have Kleenex in your bags, right, so start wiping now. Just as Lu Cece and the others were having fun, Linny and Gu Jingshu walked out of the hotel. What are you guys doing? Chapter 005, How do you know I'm not as good as you? Honey, we saw that your car was dirty, so we wanted to wipe it for you. As she spoke, Lu Cece saw Gu Jingshu and asked smilingly. She should be your secretary, right? In the future, I'll just take care of work and life matters for you, so you don't need her. Which ID you see her as my secretary? Did you look at her with your navel? Then what's your relationship? It can't be boyfriend and girlfriend, right? No? Linny said. People are more convex in the front than you, and more curvy in the back than you, do you think I can still look at you? Gu Jingshu was nervous for a while, and even felt a bit disbelieving. It had been less than half an hour since she met her before and after, and she was being corrected so quickly? Happiness comes too suddenly, call people a little cannot believe ah. He was so refined, he shouldn't be a scumbag playing with his feelings. Linny, don't you love me anymore? Have you forgotten all about us? You. Linny sighed. He's handsome and rich, he's destined to be with anyone. If there's nothing else, please make way, I'm leaving. Linny said indifferently. The three of them, Lu Cece, were dumbfounded as they made way. The gullwing doors of the Pagani opened, Linny and Gu Jingshu got in, and took off. Seeing the Pagani's interior, Gu Jingshu's eyes went straight. Supercars were just different, and although a Mercedes-Benz BMW Boxer was considered a good car, it wasn't even on the same level as a Pagani. Mr. Lin, I hope you don't misunderstand, what I just said was just to piss her off. I'm not a casual person, Gu Jingshu explained. I'm just a driver now, some of your situation is not important to me. Gu Jingshu was a little disappointed, but thinking about it, this was normal. She had just met him not long ago, she wasn't familiar with him yet, it was impossible for her to have other thoughts about herself. I apologize to you for what happened just now, I shouldn't have threatened to file a complaint against you guys. It's okay, we're responsible for this. Linny asked while driving, where are you going? The Fairview Hotel. My classmates are having their wedding there. Okay, I know where it is. Linny nodded and said. No wonder he insisted on a Mercedes-Benz, it's because he wanted to look good at the wedding. In front of the Fairview Hotel, there is an arch made of balloons, colorful and beautiful. Jingshu, in the end, what is going on? CR 12 o'clock, the wedding is going to start, how has not yet arrived? A woman with dyed yellow hair said. Jingshu is not the same now, made a rich boyfriend, time is precious, which is like us so idle. A short-haired girl said, a few days ago, her boyfriend bought her a Mercedes-Benz, so it's like flying to the top of the branch as a phoenix. Don't listen to her blow, a few days ago I also saw her squeeze Busset, where the rich boyfriend, just to show off. Not really. Short-haired girl said, we are classmates, not outsiders, she blue is not a little big? Several of our boyfriends, each is a son of a small open, she envy jealous, so this is said, deliberately angry us. If you say that, I'll believe you. Oh my god, look, it's a supercar, a Pagani wind god. Hearing the shouts of the other guests, several women looked up. Happily, they found a silver-colored supercar, slowly driving towards their side. It can't be the wedding that they came to attend, right? The yellow-haired girl said. Impossible, Ying is our classmate, she and her husband are an ordinary family, how could they know a friend who drives a supercar? It is estimated that they are passing by from here. But this car can be really handsome, must not be more than 10 million. There is this possibility. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Linny parked the car in front of the hotel. The gullwing doors opened and Gu Jingshu walked down with her handbag, looking dumbfounded at everyone. Jingshu, you actually came in a supercar. He happened to be free today, so he sent me over. Gu Jingshu pretended to be nervous, and prayed in her heart that Linny wouldn't poke holes in her. Otherwise this panic won't come round. Jingshu, or you are great, even made such a rich boyfriend, truthfully, what used to take him down? Now several women believe, Gu Jingshu did not brag, is really made a rich second-generation boyfriend. Gu Jingshu leaned down and looked at Linny in the car, thank you, drive slowly on the road. Gu Jingshu leaned down and looked at Linny in the car. Linny nodded, then drove off. He took her as a shield once before, this time he helped her out, so it's even. Ring 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 ring. Not long after driving the car out, Linny's mobile phone rang, it was the landlady. Linny's landlord was a middle-aged woman named Wu Jinlan, in her 40s, and her daily job, apart from playing mahjong, was to collect rents for the 3 houses she had on hand. Every time he saw her phone call, Linny had a feeling of trepidation. Because every time she called, she stated that she was behind on her rent. But this time, Linny wasn't afraid, his heart was open. It's just rent. I can afford it. Linny, you're 18 days behind on your rent, when are you going to pay this month's rent? Just as the phone was connected, Wu Jinlan's roar could be heard. Don't worry, I'll send you the money now. Hurry back, I have something to do later. The rent was transferable by WeChat, but Linny wasn't planning on staying there. Even though he doesn't have a house yet, the Gulf Hotel is his own now, so he can move into the hotel, so why suffer in a rented room? It was just time to go back and pack up and leave. The neighborhood that Linny was in was an old building that was close to 30 years old. Apart from the cheap rent, it had almost no advantages. Peaceful neighborhood, Building 4, Unit 3, Room 602. Wu Jinlan and her daughter, eating lunch while watching a hot TV show. Mum, it's just that you owe 10 days of rent, so don't rush Linny. The person who spoke was Wu Jinlan's daughter, Zhang Jingjing, who had graduated from university and had been studying at home to prepare for the political officer exam. Zhang Jingjing's looks are okay, not Ji Qingyan kind of dignified atmosphere type, a little neighborhood feeling. I cannot rush it, in case he runs away one day, the rent will not be lost. No, Linny is not that kind of person, Zhang Jingjing said. Zhang Jingjing said. How do you know he's not that kind of person? I'm telling you, you'd better not treat him like that. I'm telling you, you'd better not think about it, you two are impossible, I won't let you be together. Because Lu Cece disliked Lin Yi's rented house is too shabby, rarely come here. So Wu Jinlan and her daughter didn't know that Lin Yi had a girlfriend and thought he was single. Why not? Not only is Lin Yi handsome, he's also a good worker, so I think he's pretty good. I think he's pretty good. Handsome doesn't mean shit, and it's not good for food. Wu Jinlan said. You're the one who's going to take the political officer exam in the future. When you get to the unit, with your looks, the young man who's chasing after you is definitely better than Lin Yi, so why bother with him as a wage earner? Chapter 006, Shall he not open, change this one begs for votes begs collection. Zhang Jingjing didn't say anything, what the old mum said also makes sense. The property prices in Zhonghai are so expensive, often tens of millions a set. With Lin Yi's salary, I'm afraid it's difficult to buy a house in Zhonghai. And his broken chalet is really a bit of a drop in price. These were all problems, and it seemed like it was better to face reality. Dang dang dang. Hearing a knock on the door, Zhang Jingjing put down her dishes and went to open the door. Brother. Lin, you're here. Linny nodded, where's your mum? I came to drop off the rent. Wu Jinlan followed from behind. It's just rent, you can just transfer the money, why take time off work to go there, it's not worth it. Linny doesn't think much of him in private, but when they meet, Wu Jinlan is quite polite and harmonious on the surface. I didn't take leave, I was fired by the company, and I'll be a free man from now on, said Linny. Linny said. Wu Jinlan's heart thumped. Linny was fired by the company, if he still lived here, what would he pay the rent with in the future? With a drop, Wu Jinlan's Weixin rang and found that Linny had transferred 4,000 yuan to himself. The rent is 2,000 yuan. What are you transferring me 4,000 for? I owe you 18 days rent, so let's make it 2 months. I'll settle the rent, and I won't live here anymore. You're not staying here anymore? When she heard Linny say that, not only did she not feel bad, she was happy. Instead of being upset, she was happy. This way, she would be able to get a richer tenant who wouldn't owe her rent. Well, I don't live here anymore, I came back to pack up my things and I'm leaving. I'm sorry, I've overcharged you by almost 1,000 yuan. Linny was so generous, Wu Jinlan was also polite. We've known each other for a long time, and we still have a little bit of affection. It's okay, I always owed you rent before, I'm sorry too. Jingjing, don't be idle, help your brother Lin with his work. Although she disliked Lin Yi for being poor, Wu Jinlan still thought highly of Lin Yi's character. She doesn't even live here anymore, and she even gave herself an extra 1,000 yuan, so she has to do some surface work and can't show too much indifference. Okay, I'll go change my clothes. Lin Yi has nothing to pack, the most precious thing is the quilt brought out from the orphanage. It wasn't anything valuable, but it had an extraordinary significance to him. Other things could be bought new, but the quilts had to be taken away. Lin Yi held the 2 pairs of quilts, and Wu Jinlan and Zhang Jingjing, with other small things, were ready to help Lin Yi carry them downstairs. The sale is not benevolent, money aside, Wu Jinlan is still a bit humane. Lin Yi, you've been sacked from the company, what are you going to do in the future? When she went downstairs, Wu Jinlan asked. Running ding-dang, I shouldn't starve. Wu Jinlan's mother and daughter glanced at each other, both reading the other's meaning. Mom does have a point. Love must be realistic, if there is no stable income, how to live in the future Mom, look, there is a supercar parked downstairs in our house. Seeing the silver sports car parked downstairs, Zhang Jingjing exclaimed. She is a car illiterate, except for Mercedes-Benz BMW Audi, she doesn't know anything else. But looking at the shape, she knew it was a sports car, and it definitely wasn't cheap. It's really strange, our old and shabby neighborhood, who can drive a sports car over here? Wu Jinlan muttered. Obviously, she also knew that this car wasn't cheap. Lin Yi, where's your car? I don't see it. Wu Jinlan searched for a while, but she didn't see Lin Yi's broken charade. I'm not driving the Xiaoli anymore, I'm replacing it with this one. Linny pressed the car key and the gullwing door of the Pagani opened, startling Wu Jinlan and Zhang Jingjing. What did you say? This is your car? Zhang Jingjing asked, dumbfounded. Just replaced it today. Linny said. This car isn't cheap, is it? It's okay, more than 20 million. Said Linny, putting all his stuff on the passenger side, all relaxed. Linny, when did you become so rich? Aren't you just a wage earner? Working part-time is just experiencing life. Linny joked, no more pretending, I'm a rich second generation. With that, Linny sat down in the driver's seat and took off. Seeing Linny's taillights, Zhang Jingjing's whole body went bad. Mum, wasn't Linny an orphan and said that his parents had died a long time ago, so how did he become a rich second generation? Probably robbed his parents' tomb. You said before that Linny was poor and wouldn't let us be together, but now that he's rich, can't we then? Don't think about those useless things. Wu Jinlan said. Once upon a time it was him who didn't deserve you, now it's you who don't deserve him, it doesn't matter to you, go home and study. Half an hour later, Linny drove his car to the Gulf Hotel and met Wang Tianlong in the lobby. Mr. Lin, the presidential suite has been arranged. On the way back, Linny had already told Wang Tianlong about the matter. I'll be staying at the hotel for a few days in the near future, so when I have time, I'll go buy a house. Linny nodded, help me carry the stuff in the car in, and send some food over there, I've been busy all day, I'm going to be starving. I know, Mr. Lin, I'll go and arrange it. Wang Tianlong was very efficient, in less than half an hour, he had arranged everything. After dinner, Linny took a very enjoyable bath and enjoyed the thrill of being rich. Ring ring ring. The mobile phone placed aside rang, it was a call from Wang Ying, a colleague from the unit. Wang Ying was 4 years older than Linny, and was an unapologetically beautiful young woman. At work, she took great care of Linny, and it was unknown if she had any other agenda. Sister Wang, you're looking for me. Linny said politely. Shall we, once you're gone, the company's colleagues are quite sad to see you go, and would like to have a dinner and get together tonight, as a send-off for you. Thank you, Sister Wang. You guys decide on a place, my treat. Linny said generously. I'll treat you, said Linny generously. I said I'm giving you a farewell, so I can't let you spend money. Wang Ying said, 5:30 p.m., I won't see you at the old place. The so-called old place is not the name of the restaurant, but a restaurant called Yupinju. Departmental dinners are eaten there, and have always been so called. Okay, I know, I'll be there on time. I'll be there on time. Okay, that's it for now, I'll see you there. After hanging up the phone, Linny looked at his watch, there were still more than 2 hours to go, so he could still enjoy himself for a while. Just then, on Linny's mobile phone, a micro message popped up, it was from Ji Qingyan. We're almost done talking, can you come and pick me up? I'm still at the construction club. Of course you can. Linny replied, I'll be there in 30 minutes. The system rewards are given for running orders, and now that I have a job, I naturally have to take it. Start working. Ali gave. Chapter 007, Miracles Happen begging for votes and collections. Getting dressed, Linny walked out of his room and drove to the construction club. When arriving, Ji Qingyan was already waiting at the door. Long time waiting, there was a bit of traffic on the road. It's fine, I just came out as well. After getting into the car, Ji Qingyan gathered her hair, and there was a faint fragrance coming from her. Mr. Ji, would you like to place an order first? What order? What order? Ji Qingyan was still a bit out of sorts. Linny took his mobile phone out, ding-dang order I. Still have to rely on this to support the family, if you do not order, I have no money to earn, in the future we'll have to drink the northwest wind. Really take you no way. Ji Qingyan said with a smile, he is really serious enough. But soon, Ji Qingyan was relieved, owning tens of millions of luxury cars, were able to go to his company as a salesman. Now that he'd been sacked, it seemed understandable that he'd come out to run ding-dang to experience life. Soon, on Lin Yi's mobile phone, he received Ji Qingyan's request to place an order, and took the order at the first opportunity. It was precisely at this moment that the system beep sounded. Successfully received the second order, triggering a system mission to pick up and drop off 2 beauties with 85 points or more, rewarding 10,000 points of proficiency. Mission completion, 1/2. Seeing the mission in his mind, Linny couldn't help but frown. This mission was a bit metaphysical. What kind of beauties could be considered above 85? What if his own aesthetics, and the system's aesthetics deviated? But looking at the quest prompts, Ji Qingyan was, without a doubt, considered a beauty with a score of 85 or above. Because the task was already half completed. Let's not worry about that much first, let's finish the order this time. Mr. Ji, aren't you going back to the company? Seeing the address on the order, which wasn't the Chaoyan group, Linny opened his mouth and asked. It's almost closing time, so I'm not going back. I have a computer at home, so I can still work. Okay then, I'll send you back. By the way, I've always wanted to ask, well, how did you get sacked? On the way, Ji Qingyan asked. There was a problem at work, so I was sacked. With a system of his own, life took a different path. Linny didn't want to worry about those trivial things from the past. Make it seem as if they are behind the back to say bad things about others. Do people still want to atmosphere a little bit, cannot be small-minded. It's not that bad, I saw your sales department's statement the other day, you were the sales champion last month, what could go wrong? Mr. Ji, don't ask, it's always me. Linny said smilingly. Ji Qingyan's eyes rolled, thinking that there might be other hidden agendas in this matter, and that she would have to investigate later. Ring ring ring. At this time, Ji Qingyan's mobile phone rang. Have you asked them all? I'll think of another way, but you also continue to contact on your side, see if you can contact other hotels. Good, that's all for now. Soon after, Ji Qingyan hung up the phone, and Linny saw that her expression wasn't quite right, so he opened his mouth and asked. What happened? The company wants to hold a launch party recently, but after contacting the city's 5-star hotels, none of them could spare the time and venue, they were all fully booked, so I'm worried about how to deal with this. I'm worried about how to handle this. Just push it back a bit. This conference is very important and must not be delayed for too long, otherwise I would not be in such a hurry. We can go to the Gulf Hotel and take a look around, the class should be enough. Linny suggested. Don't joke, the Gulf Hotel is a super 5-star hotel in Shanghai, I'm not afraid to spend money, but I simply can't book it. Ji Qingyan shook her head and said. Linny had taken this matter and thought too simply. His own company was only a little known in the industry, and couldn't be compared to those big companies. With the size and class of the Gulf Hotel, he wouldn't even consider his own small company in his eyes, even if he was the president of the company, it would be useless. That's not necessarily true. Life is full of surprises. Maybe you'll get something unexpected if you go there. You are quite good at talking, then I will listen to you for once, let's turn around now and go to the Gulf Hotel to take a look. Ji Qingyan said with a smile. But I say in front of the ugly words, if you cannot talk down, the single car money I will not pay, count on your head. What if I can negotiate it down? Linny asked with a smile. If I can negotiate, I'll treat you to dinner. How boring would dinner be? Do I look like I'm that bad at meals? You're quite greedy. Ji Qingyan laughed, if it really works out, I'll personally cook you a meal. No way, you know how to cook? No, I don't. Then can you eat what you make? Ji Qingyan gave Linny a blank look, this isn't the point, because it's not even negotiable, so I dare to say anything, and I don't have to do it anyway. Then let's wait and see, maybe a miracle could happen. If a miracle can really happen, not to mention one meal, even 10 meals would be no problem. You haven't even cooked, I don't even want to eat one meal. Why don't you just do an S-squat? S-squat? You don't know that? It's a standard skill for female anchors. Wait, I'll check. Ji Qingyan opened Xianxuan and went to search for it. This movement is a bit. Linny smiled, if you don't agree, the miracle might not happen. Ji Qingyan covered her mouth and laughed, no problem, still the same sentence, not to mention 1, 10 are no problem. Ji Qingyan was confident, she had called before and clearly informed her identity, but their manager still didn't buy it. He also told them that in the last half a month, their schedules were all full, so it was impossible for them to spare time and venues for themselves. So this time, it must have been a fruitless endeavor as well. Anyway, it's also idle, someone to be a free driver for himself, just as a boredom distraction. So as squat or whatever, it didn't matter. Soon, Linny drove his car to the Gulf Hotel. Seeing Linny's car, the welcome guests at the entrance were all stupidly eager to move, but they were stopped by Lin Yi's eyes. If they recognized their identity, this game wouldn't be fun. Parking the car, the two of them arrived in the middle of the hotel. "Hello, I'm looking for your manager, Wang Tianlong." The waitress at the front desk looked at Ji Qingyan and then at her own boss and said politely, "Hello, let's go to the parlor first, I'll go inform manager Wang." "Good, please." Led by the receptionist, the two went to the meeting room. Soon someone brought over coffee and tea. With such a warm attitude, it was Ji Qingyan who would not be able to make it. Having been here once a long time ago, it seemed like there hadn't been this kind of treatment. Soon, Wang Tianlong walked over with great strides and said very enthusiastically, "Good day, General Manager Ji. Chapter 008, isn't it time to honor your promise?" Seeing Wang Tianlong come in, Ji Qingyan got up and shook hands. "Hello Manager Wang, I am Ji Qingyan from the Sunrise Group, I spoke to you on the phone earlier." "Good day, Mr. Ji, please don't be offended if I've missed you." Wang Tianlong was very polite and didn't reveal his relationship with Lin Yi. Because he had just been in, he had received a reminder from Lin Yi to fully cooperate with the request made by Ji Qingyan, and he had to be a bit more enthusiastic himself. There was no way he could delay his boss from picking up a girl. Wang Tianlong's attitude caused Ji Qingyan to mutter in her heart. Previously on the phone, Wang Tianlong was also polite, but always maintained a sense of distance, speaking in an official manner and tone. But this time it was not quite the same, very enthusiastic, even with a little bit of respect. "Manager Wang, hello, I came over this time, mainly want to talk to you about the venue. Our company wants to hold a press conference, want to see the auditorium of the Gulf Hotel, there is no spare time in the near future." Ji Qingyan had already thought of the ending, it would definitely be rejected by Wang Tianlong. As for the miracle that Lin Yi was talking about, it was pressingly impossible for it to happen. After all, he had already come to ask before, and even if he came over personally this time, there couldn't be a turnaround. The scale of the Chaoyang group was there, and his own face wasn't that big. "No problem, what day does Mr. Ji want to use it?" "I will go and arrange it," Wang Tianlong said politely. Ji Qingyan froze, a bit unable to believe Wang Tianlong's words. "What did you say? You can spare the slot now?" Wang Tianlong nodded and said, "Yes, whenever Manager Ji wants to use it, he can spare the time." Ji Qingyan was overjoyed. "Then thank you Manager Wang, I plan to hold the conference 10 days later." "No problem, I'll go and arrange it. Does Mr. Ji have any other requests?" "As long as it's something we can do, we'll try to fulfill it." No, we'll get someone special to do the set, we won't trouble Manager Wang with the rest." Up to now, Ji Qingyan felt a little unbelievable. Before, he was clearly told that there was no time for nearly half a month, and now when he came over, he could pick any time he wanted. What in the world is this situation? Just casually coming to take a chance, not holding any hope at all, but a miracle really happened? It's unbelievable. "Okay, I'll notify the people below to bring out the sky, and won't accept any other bookings." "Thank you, Manager Wang." Ji Qingyan said, "How much is the deposit for our hotel? I will let the finance transfer to you later." No need. Wang Tianlong waved his hand and said, "With Ji's character, there is no need to pay the deposit, it is not necessary, just settle it together afterwards." Ji Qingyan couldn't believe her ears. Is her own face that big? Unlikely, right? But it seems like he didn't hear it wrong. "Are you sure you don't want a deposit?" "Of course you don't need one. It's our honor to serve General Manager Ji. Manager Wang is too polite, it's our honor too." After a few more brief words of politeness, Lin Yi and Ji Qingyan left from the Gulf Hotel. Wang Tianlong sent the two of them out courteously, and kept watching them leave. Wang Tianlong felt that his performance was okay, he didn't seem to have made any mistakes. "Manager Wang, on the 7th of next month, the auditorium has already been booked by Yun Kai Group. If we unilaterally breach the contract, we have to pay 3 times the amount of liquidated damages," the assistant manager said. 3 times is nothing, 10 times will be compensated. Wang Tianlong said, "If we delay the boss to pick up girls, we all have to roll away." From the Gulf Hotel, the two of them got into the car, and Ji Qingyan's excitement hadn't subsided yet. "Lin Yi, you're really a blessing, you've really hit the nail on the head, there's a real turnaround. I told you, if you try more, a miracle may happen." "Well, it's a good thing I believed you." Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to pull this off. Mr. Ji, I think this matter should be put aside for a while. It seems like it's time for you to honor your promise, Linny said. Ji Qingyan was stunned, and her face reddened. Why are you still remembering this? Could it be that General Manager Ji wants to cheat? How can that be? At least I'm the president of the Sunrise Group. How can I not keep my word? Then it's best, honor your promise now, Linny said with a smile. This is not in the carrot. How can I honor my promise? Wait until we get home. I'll wait until I get home. Linny stepped on the accelerator, and the Pagani let out a beastly roar, leaving the other cars on both sides far behind. Ji Qingyan's face was filled with black lines. Just to see herself perform an S-squat, was it necessary to work so hard? According to the address marked on the navigation, it took less than 20 minutes to drive the car to Ji Qingyan's home. Ji Qingyan's home, in Zhonghai's Yunshui Villa. Among all the villas in Zhonghai, Yunshui Villa is not high class, and can only be ranked in the middle position. With Ji Qingyan's value, it makes sense to live here. Seeing the silver-colored Pagani slowly approaching, the security guards at the entrance of the villa area all looked stunned. Although the people who lived in the Yunshui Villa were all rich, most of the cars they drove were multi-million-dollar sports cars. It was the first time I saw a Pagani owner. It's so damn luxurious. Open the door. Because it is a private villa area, if there is no access card, it is not permitted to enter, so Ji Qingyan and the security guard at the door greeted. I know, Mr. Ji. Seeing Ji Qingyan, the security guard opened the door without saying a word and let her in. After seeing Lin Yi's Pagani drive into the villa area, the security guard jogged back to the concierge. Brother Wang, don't go to sleep. The general manager of Villa 8, Ji, has been taken down. It's not so bad, but she's a famously cold CEO, and there's a long queue of people sending flowers, so she's actually been taken down? But it is not. I look at the person driving, long handsome, and driving the car, or Pagani Wind God, seems to be more than 28 million, absolutely super rich second generation. It seems that Ji is not just those who pursue her, the hardware conditions cannot. Hey, beautiful women are really for the tycoon, even a woman like General Manager Ji has been taken down. I feel that life is a grey Driving the car to the 8th villa, Ji Qingyan unbuckled her seatbelt and prepared to get off the car. General Manager Ji, are you forgetting something? Ji Qingyan, who had just regained her composure, her face reddened again, and she was angry and stomped her feet. Oops, I know, 10 S-squats, less for you. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Linny took the mobile phone and said. Already arrived at the place, is it necessary to settle the order money? Chapter 009, People Sitting at Home, Father-in-Law Coming from Heaven. Ji Qingyan was filled with black lines. It's only natural to pay for a taxi, but it's not so much of a concern, right? Although it's quite embarrassing to be a S-squat, but that's the point, right? This small amount of money is not enough for you to fill up your tank, so why do you care so much? A little goes a long way, and I still have to make money to buy a house in Zhonghai. Ji Qingyan was amused. Pagani is on the car, who would believe that you can't afford to buy a house? Said Ji Qingyan as she paid for the car. Linny secretly sighed, but I'm really a poor guy with only 60 million in cash. After getting out of the car, the two of them entered the house one after the other. The villa's area wasn't too big, the top and bottom together, almost 400 square feet, modern and minimalist decoration style, and it was also very clean. There is a faint jasmine fragrance. What would you like to drink? Coffee or tea? Tea, it's more thirst-quenching. Linny wasn't polite. Soon, Ji Qingyan brewed a pot of tea and handed it to Linny. The atmosphere in the room fell into silence, a bit ambiguous. You want to watch it now? Ji Qingyan asked shyly. Well, I have things to do in a while, it's best if I can hurry. Colleagues organized a breakup banquet for themselves, which will start later, and as the protagonist, I can't be late. In advance, I have not done this kind of action. If you do not do well, do not blame me. Don't worry, I can't. Linny said smilingly. Walking over to the coffee table and holding onto the chair, Ji Qingyan recalled the movements from the video. A bit raw, she completed the first S-squat. Although it wasn't very standard, after watching Ji Qingyan's S-squat, Linny felt that those female anchors were weak. Especially Ji Qingyan, who was still wearing a close-fitting wrap skirt in black silk. If she hadn't taken off her high heels, she would have been even more divided. Drinking tea and watching Ji Qingyan do squats, Linny sighed. This is fucking life. What are you guys doing? Just as the second S squat was halfway done, the sound of talking was suddenly heard. Both of them were stunned to see a middle-aged man in a black polo shirt standing in the doorway, looking at them in dismay. Dad, why are you here? The middle-aged man's name was Ji Qingyan, and he was none other than Ji Qingyan's father. Me, shouldn't I be here? Linny almost spat out blood. Your old man really didn't come at the right time. You should be under the car, you shouldn't be here. Dad, don't get me wrong, he's the new yoga instructor I hired, he's teaching me new yoga poses, Ji Qingyan explained. I want to know, which yoga instructor is crossing his legs and drinking tea to instruct his students? Ji Qingyan said. He is a more advanced yoga instructor who is only responsible for verbal instruction, and usually does not do it himself. Ji Qingyan said nervously. Don't fool around, do you think I don't watch the live broadcast? Linny? You actually watch female anchors? Does your wife know about this? Dad, listen to me. Stop it and go to one side, I have something to say to him. Ji Qingyan said, pointing at Linny. Uncle Ji, what do you want to say? Facing Linny, Ji Qingyan's expression eased up a lot. This person was most likely his future aunt, so naturally, he had to be a little more pleasant. Junior, what's your name? Linny. What do you do? Look at Ji Qingyan's posture, there is a tendency to get to the bottom of the matter. I run a ding-dong. Linny answered truthfully. What did you say? You're a pawnbroker? Ji Qingyan stared in disbelief. I'm really a pimp. Linny said helplessly. What's wrong with the world? No one believes the truth anymore? Don't be ridiculous, how can a ding-dong driver chase after my daughter? Ji Qingyan said, unless you're a sports car driver. You are really right, the sports car at the door is mine. You are really a sports car driver? Ji Qingyan was surprised. When he came in, he saw a sports car parked at the door. I thought it was his daughter's newly bought car, but I didn't realize it was her boyfriend's. Although my car is a bit better, I really drive a ding-dong. This is the right thing. Ji Qingyan said smilingly. Can use a sports car to do ding-dong, must also be a not willing to be ordinary rich kid, than those who eat and drink Playboys much better, my daughter to you, I also rest assured. Linny speechless. Just look at your daughter did a squat, how is forced to become your aunt? This is not forced to buy and sell it. Ji Qingyan sat again, her face red. This is really not explainable. Xiaoya, in a few days is my father's 80th birthday day, since the two of you are together, there is no need to hide it, when the two of you go together, but also let the family meet you. It's not a good idea. Linny is a bit resistant, after all, the two have nothing special to do with each other. There is nothing bad, you two are together, such a big thing, you are naturally qualified to participate. Ji Qingyan said irresistibly. Okay, I won't say much else, you two continue, don't let me affect your excitement. With that, Ji Qingyan got up and left, causing Ji Qingyan to look embarrassed. Linny, don't listen to my father's nonsense, Ji Qingyan said in a pretense of composure. Linny nodded and looked at the time on his phone. Mr. Ji, I have some other things to do, so I'll leave first. Leaving? There are still 8 that aren't done. After saying that, Ji Qingyan realized that something was wrong. Isn't it better to not finish this kind of humiliating action? That reminds me. Linny said. The remaining 8, let's owe them first. That's fine. The words were all said and done, and it was impossible to renege on the debt, so Ji Qingyan had no choice but to acquiesce. After seeing Linny off, Ji Qingyan turned back to the villa and dialed her secretary. Secretary Gua, there's a man called Linny in the sales department, send me a copy of his information. After explaining things, Ji Qingyan hung up the phone. She wanted to look into the matter of Linny's dismissal. Leaving Ji Qingyan's house, Linny drove to Yapinju. Being a few minutes late because of Ji Qingyan's appearance wasn't a big deal. I'm really sorry for being late, the road was jammed. When he arrived at the box, he found that everyone from the sales department was there, and Linny said in embarrassment. It's okay, we've all just arrived. The person who spoke was Wang Ying, who had been taking care of Linny for a long time. She was about 30 years old, with long hair, wearing a long green floral dress, and was full of flavor. Come on, shall we sit here? I've reserved a good seat for you. Wang Ying took the dress off the empty seat next to her and gestured for Lin Yi to sit next to her. Chapter 010, Whose car is that downstairs? Thank you, Sister Ing. Lin Yi said with a smile. What's there to thank? Wang Ying said with a smile, inexplicably, you were expelled, and it's not easy to see you in the future. It's all right, not all have contact information, something to give me a call on the line, to ensure that on call. As soon as Lin Yi arrived, he became the talk of the town. But those around him were almost all female colleagues. The remaining male colleagues were sitting on the other side, looking at Lin Yi with smiles on their faces. Lin Yi, you're also too unlucky, with your level, if you stay up for a while, the position of sales director will be yours. Wang Ying said sadly. Her relationship with Lin Yi was relatively good, so if Lin Yi could become the sales director, she would be able to take care of herself in the future. But now, let's not even talk about taking care of him, it's going to be difficult to see him in the future. Sister Wang, you're wrong. Although Lin Yi's performance is good, Dong isn't bad either, so how do you know that Lin Yi will definitely get the sales director position? The person who spoke was called Huang Yue, a colleague of Lin Yi's. The person he called Brother Dong was called Li Jiangdong, and had been the sales champion of the sales department before Lin Yi came to the company. But after Lin Yi came, the position of sales champion changed hands. Despite his anger, he just couldn't do anything about Lin Yi. And this time, he was behind Lin Yi's dismissal. The position of sales director had a hard target, Lin Yi's performance was better than yours, so the director's position was naturally his. Wang Ying said unconvincingly. Even though there weren't too many people in the sales department, it was divided into two factions. The male colleagues were all on Li Jiangdong's side, while Lin Yi and the other female colleagues became another faction, usually only maintaining a superficial harmonious relationship. What's the use of that? Wasn't he fired as usual? Huang Yue said. And I heard that the recognition document will soon come down, Dong will soon be promoted to sales director, I propose that we toast to Dong a cup. Oh, don't be like this. Li Jiangdong said with a smile. Although I will soon be the director of the sales department, the main character today is Lin Yi, so I don't have the heart to take over the lead. It's okay, I'll just toast him later. Huang Yue said smilingly. Then I'll do as I'm told. With that, Li Jiangdong and the others raised their glasses and drank the wine in them. As for the other female colleagues, none of them made any movements. Why do I get the feeling that you guys aren't here to see me off, but rather, you're kind of flaunting your weapons? Lin Yi said. Don't say that, I'm just having a drink, today's main character is still you. Li Jiangdong looked at Lin Yi and said playfully, you're the one who got fired from the company. I'm not sure what to do, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do it. The city of Shanghai is so big, it's not that easy to get around. Brother Dong is right, the city is too dangerous, it's better to be in the countryside. Huang Yue said. What's the point of going back to the countryside? Don't you know Lin Yi's situation? He's an orphan, he doesn't even have a home, so he can't go back anywhere. Li Jiangdong said with a smile, then looked at Lin Yi and said. Lin Yi, if you still want to mix in Shanghai, I have a way out. I am familiar with the property manager of our neighborhood, I can arrange a security job for you, are you interested? Ha ha. The other male colleagues were laughing, all watching Lin Yi's jokes. He was entirely to blame for what happened to him today. He's only been with the company for half a year and he wants to compete with Dong for the position of sales director, so he doesn't even look at his own character. I don't need you to bother about work. Lin Yi said smilingly. By the way, Xiaoyi, I was going to ask you about this too. Wang Ying said. Now that you've been fired from the company, what are your plans for the future? Do you have an idea of what you want to do? In the future, I'll be a pawnbroker, so I should be able to support my family. I'll be able to support my family. Wang Ying and the other female colleagues seemed to be in disbelief. That's a bit of a big leap for you. I can't help it. I'm just trying to make a living. Lin Yi, it's really something, just you're broken Charlie, how can you even register it? Huang Yue said. Seeing you're broken Charlie, I guess all the passengers will give you a bad review, so it might be a bit hard to support your family. It's okay Xiaoyi, in the future we take a taxi, we will call your car, to give you a good show. Wang Ying said in exasperation. Dang dang dang. Just as a few people were talking, the door of the box was knocked. the lobby manager of the hotel walked in. Hello, I would like to ask, that Pagani wind god downstairs, which guests is it? What did you say? Pagani wind god? The people in the room were stunned. That was a supercar, there weren't many of them in the entire Yin country. Thinking of this, a few male colleagues got up and looked out towards the window. There was really a Pagani parked, so damn handsome. Worthy of being the most developed place in the Yin state, the rich people in Shanghai can be really many. Huang Yuwei sighed. This car seems to be more than 20 million. Only those super tycoon can buy such a car. Okay, you don't look at it, you can't afford to buy it again. Said Li Jiangdong looked at the lobby manager and said. We are ordinary white-collar workers, certainly cannot afford to buy that kind of car, you go to other boxes to ask it. Well, I'm sorry to have disturbed your meal. With that, the lobby manager was ready to leave, but Lin Yi's voice rang out at that moment. What happened to the Pagani? It's blocking the other cars, so I'd like to inform the owner to move it. Lin Yi, why are you asking so many questions? They're talking about the Pagani, not your broken charade. Huang Yuwei laughed. The Pagani is mine, why don't I ask? The whole audience was shocked by this remark. What did you say, that Pagani is yours? Why, can't I? Lin Yi took out the car key in his pocket and waved it in front of Huang Yuwei and the others' eyes, almost blinding them. Surprisingly, it really was his car. Seeing Lin Yi so young, the lobby manager was calm. Those who bought this kind of car were usually rich second-generation people who weren't very old. It's just so down to earth that he's so rich and he's still eating with these poor friends. Lin Yi, what's going on? Isn't your car a charade? How come it's still a Pagani? Who says you can only have one car? I can't get another one? The crowd's heads were a bit dizzy. That's a 20 million plus sports car, not a $2 a piece cabbage. Didn't you say you want to run ding dong, are so rich, still run ding dong for what? Li Jiangdong asked. I have nothing to do? Experience life cannot? Chapter 011, Super Reward. When, of course you can, just a little unexpected. Li Jiangdong laughed awkwardly. There are a lot of things you didn't think of, but you'll find out later. Lin Yi didn't pay any attention to Li Jiangdong and looked at the lobby manager with a smile. I'm really sorry, I'm going downstairs to move the car. I'll go downstairs now and move the car. Lin Yi and the lobby manager went downstairs, and the others, wide-eyed, got up in a hurry to see what was going on downstairs. When they came downstairs, they found quite a few people gathered in front of the car to take pictures. Lin Yi walked over and the crowd automatically dispersed, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. My God, to be so handsome and so rich, it's too heavenly. Must have been a gift when he was reincarnated. Lin Yi didn't care about the comments of the people next to him. After moving the car, he poked his head out of the window. You guys go ahead and eat, I have to go beforehand. The main characters have all left, I'm not eating either. Wang Ying said, I am also leaving. Sister Ying is going home? Yes. Then I'll give you a lift. I have nothing to do. Thank you, Xiaoyi. Originally, the two of them had a very good relationship in the company. Now that Lin Yi was driving a supercar, she naturally wanted to try out what it felt like. Getting into Lin Yi's car, the two of them headed off as the crowd watched. Xiaoyi, I really didn't see that you're a rich second generation, and you're still able to experience life incognito, it's so hard. Wang Ying said while taking pictures. The first time I sat in a supercar, I had to take a few photos to remember it. Money is something outside the body, experiencing life is the most important thing. I remember, aren't you an orphan? Where did you get so much money? Heir, inheritance. I see. Wang Ying nodded and said. But you just said that you opened your own ding-dang, really? Wang Ying couldn't believe it. Of course it's true. Lin Yi took his mobile phone out, my registration information is all there, Sister Ying wanna place an order, hold the scene? With the relationship between the two, Lin Yi would never take money from Wang Ying. But the system's mission was to allow himself to pick up and drop off two beauties with 85 points or more. Although Wang Ying was a bit older, her charisma hadn't diminished, otherwise she wouldn't have been named the #1 beautiful young woman in the Chaoyang group. If Wang Ying placed an order, it shouldn't be difficult to complete the task. You have said so, if I don't place an order, I will be taking advantage of you. Wang Ying took the mobile phone and said. Don't be in a hurry, sis will place the order now, you keep an eye on it, so as not to let others snatch it away. No problem, I'm staring here. Soon, the mobile phone prompted, Wang Ying order successful, Linny first time to take the order. But no beep sounded. What's going on here? Could it be that Wang Ying wasn't considered a beauty with a score of 85 or above? She was only 29, she just got married earlier alright. The scan was complete, the passenger's overall score was 84, not meeting the mission requirements. Linny was speechless. Isn't the system a bit too harsh? Can't it give one more point? Where would I find so many high-scoring beauties? Xiaoyi, why are you still staring? Wang Ying asked. Sister Ying, I want to ask you something. Linny asked while driving. What is it? What do you think is the way to enhance a woman's charisma? The system had already said that Wang Ying's overall score was only 84, so it must have been through multiple considerations that the score was given. So it was possible to enhance one's glamour through other means. But whether this kind of cheating would work or not, Linny didn't know, so he can only give it a try. Enhancing a woman's glamour? Wang Ying was a bit puzzled. What kind of strange question was that? I'm just asking casually, if Sister Ying doesn't know, forget it. The so-called enhancement of charisma, isn't it just making yourself attractive, it's a must for every woman. Wang Ying said. How to enhance? Seeing that Wang Ying was so convinced, Linny was a bit curious. Don't be in a hurry, Wang Ying said with a smile. Wang Ying said with a smile, then opened her bag and took out 2 pairs of unopened stockings. One pair was flesh-colored and the other was black. Say it to sister, which one do you think looks good? Cough cough coughing sister, this kind of question, ask me not too good right. What are you afraid of? There are only 2 of us in the car. Wang Ying smiled and said, choose one. The black one is better. Okay, wait. Said, Wang Ying unwrapped the black stockings and slowly sat on their legs. How is it? It feels different. I don't know, it's really different. With the black stockings on, visually, it feels like the legs are a lot longer and more attractive. System, scan it again and see what Wang Ying's comprehensive rating is. A second later, the system mentioned Rael sounded. Scanning complete, the passenger's comprehensive score is 85, meets the mission requirements. Ding, mission complete, reward 100,000 points of proficiency value, 15% career completion, reward, a set of villas in the Kyushu Pavilion. Look for the sales manager to collect it. Holy shit! The name of the Kyushu Pavilion is a famous name in Shanghai. Ever since it was established, it was built with the name of a top-class mansion, and at the time of its completion, it lived up to its name and became the #1 mansion in Shanghai. Even the rich and powerful on the list, in front of the Pavilion of the 9 states, also have to be deterred. It wasn't that they couldn't afford it, but in their opinion, spending hundreds of millions of dollars on such an expensive house was a bit unworthy. To put it bluntly, they weren't rich enough. Linny was a bit unable to hold back the excitement in his heart. He was thinking of buying a house, but he didn't expect the system's reward to come. I'll have to finish this order quickly and go over to take a look in a bit. Wang Ying's heartbeat accelerated a little when she heard Lin Yi's foul mouth. Is it such a big reaction to see yourself in black silk? This thing really is a deadly temptation. Xiaoyi, focus on driving, we'll talk about it when we get home. Wang Ying reminded in embarrassment. No problem. Lin Yi smiled and said, thanks to Ying's sister to support the scene, remember to give 5-star praise. That depends on your service to the spot or not. Wang Ying said with a smile, the young woman's charm was obvious. At the beginning, Wang Ying had some bad thoughts about Lin Yi, and now, these bad thoughts were even stronger. Soon, following the address shown on his mobile phone, Lin Yi sent Wang Ying back home, completing his 3rd order. Do you want to go up and sit for a while? It's still not necessary, it's too intrusive. Lin Yi said politely. What's so disturbing? My husband's on a business trip, and I'm the only one at home. Wang Ying said in a calm manner. Chapter 012, Private Territory. Then it's not possible today either. Lin Yi said. I still have to run orders, I'll go another day. Okay then, bye. Says Lin Yi. After saying hello, Lin Yi drove off. Looking at the time, he realized that it was already more than 7 o'clock. But Lin Yi had been in sales before, so he knew the rules of the trade. Sales centers had a shift system. During the day, the entire staff was on standby, and at night, a small number of sales would be left behind to stay until after 8 p.m. If one drove quickly, there was still time. After about 30 minutes of driving, Linny arrived at the Kyushu Pavilion Villa area. As its name suggested, there were a total of 9 villas in the Jojo Pavilion, each one facing the river and looking out to the sea, magnificent and atmospheric. But because of the different sizes, decoration styles and locations, the prices were also different. But the difference in price is not big, so every building out can be treated as the king of Shanghai. Sitting in the car, looking away from the scenery of the pavilion of Kyushu, Linny was very satisfied. In the future, he would have a place here. But he just didn't know which building the system had given him. After enjoying the view outside, Linny parked his car and pushed the door into the sales hall. Seeing a customer come in, the saleswoman glanced at Linny and her face suddenly changed. "What are you doing here?" Seeing the person who spoke, Linny was also a bit surprised. The saleswoman's name was Zhang Mengyu, and she was Lin Yi's original colleague. When she was in the company, she had madly pursued Linny, and after being righteously rejected, she became the laughingstock of the company and left in anger. "I'm looking for your manager," Linny said with a smile. "This world is so small, I can't believe I met her here." "Oh, our manager is going to meet a big client in a while, he doesn't have time to take care of you," Zhang Mengyu said. "It's you, what are you doing here? Can't be dismissed to apply for a job here? I just got fired today, and you know about this?" Linny is a bit puzzled. "Who's got such a fast mouth? You really got fired?" Zhang Mengyu is gloating. "She got it right?" Linny smiled and nodded his head. Linny smiled and nodded. "Just find your manager for me. I'll talk to you when I have time," Zhang Mengyu said in an indifferent manner. "I remind you, don't expect me to give you a good word. Want to apply for a job here, all depends on the strength, don't think that if you are handsome, you have an advantage." Linny stroked his chin. "Not just rejected you, to be like this?" "Let me explain, even though I've been sacked, I'm not here to apply for a job." "Then what's it for?" Zhang Mengyu wrapped her hands around her chest with a haughty look. "Don't tell me that you're here to buy a house." Linny nodded. "Really here to buy a house, so I want to find your manager." "Linny, stop it, at least we have been colleagues for a few months, I still don't understand your situation," Zhang Mengyu said contemptuously. "You live in an old neighborhood, drive a broken Xiaoli, and actually want to buy a house in Kyushu Pavilion? Stop it, okay? Casually a set of more than 800 million, you can buy which set? You can't even afford a toilet if you were sold. If you don't believe me, I'll talk to your manager later." "Oh, you think our manager is busy? How would he have time to receive you?" Zhang Mengyu rolled her eyes and said, "Who do you think you are?" Just then, the sound of high heels came, and a woman in a gray workwear wrap dress walked over towards Linny. "Manager Wang." Seeing the uniformed woman, Zhang Mengyu said politely, "Go up to the side and stay there. I'll deal with you later." Being lectured for no reason, Zhang Mengyu was a bit flabbergasted. She hadn't done anything, why was she still being lectured? After lecturing Zhang Mengyu, the manageress immediately changed her face and looked at Linny with a big smile. "You're Linny, aren't you, Mr. Lin? Let me introduce myself first. I'm Wang Hui, the sales manager of the Jojo Pavilion. I went to the bathroom just now and didn't go out to greet you personally, so I hope you won't take offense." "It's okay, no need to be so formal. Shall I show you the property first? Or should I introduce you to the place first?" "First." Without waiting for Linny to finish, he was interrupted by Zhang Mengyu. "Manager Wang, you don't have to waste your time on him, he's my original colleague, he was fired today and is an orphan, he can't afford a villa in the Kyushu Pavilion, it's a complete waste of time to introduce him to the house." "What are you talking nonsense?" Wang Hui glared and said. "Go to the personnel department and report, don't do it here." Zhang Mengyu was even more baffled. She did nothing, just kindly said a few words of truth. How could she be dismissed? "Wang, Manager Wang, I'm not bullshitting, I really know him, I know all about him. I know everything about him." Wang Hui couldn't help but burst out. "Mr. Lin bought all the villas in Kyushu Pavilion in one go, and you say he's your colleague? Are you worthy? Bought all the villas?" Zhang Mengyu stared at Linny like he was an alien creature. It hadn't even been a month since he left his job, how did he become rich? Even if he won the first prize in the lottery, he wasn't that rich, right? Linny was also a bit stunned. It turned out that it wasn't one set of villas that had been given, but 9 whole sets. In other words, he would be the owner of the Kyushu Pavilion from now on, and it had become his own private territory. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry, I didn't manage my staff well and gave you a bad experience buying a house, it's my fault. It's okay. Linny said graciously. Now that I own Jojo Pavilion, I think I've completed all the formalities, can you give me the key? Can you give me the key? With that, Wang Hui jogged away, and when she came back, she had 9 more bags in her hand. Mr. Lin, here are all the titles and keys to the 9 villas, please take them. Holding 9 document bags is quite a weight. It turns out that having too many houses is also a worry. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Linny politely said. Greetings, Mr. Lin. There's no need, you guys are pretty busy too, go about your business. That was what she said, but Wang Hui still walked out, with Zhang Mingyu trailing behind. When she saw Linny putting all 9 documents into his Pagani, Zhang Mingyu felt bad. This was a super car. What kind of sin had she done, to actually scold a super rich man? Driving back to the Gulf Hotel, Linny was going to stay here for the night, pack up the things he'd moved over a bit more, and officially move into the Kyushu Pavilion tomorrow. Just then, Linny's phone rang, it was Wang Ying calling. Xiaoyi, do you know, I heard through the grapevine that the old hag and Li Jiangdong were fired. Chapter 013, How dare you threaten me? Wang Ying's words surprised Linny. How did they get expelled when they were fine? Isn't that a bit fast? Are you sure? It shouldn't be wrong. I have a friend in the HR department, and she's the one who told me. She's the one who told me. This kind of news doesn't usually come from nowhere, so they might have been fired. Linny said. Linny, this is too strange. Wang Ying said, you've just been fired, and Li Jiangdong and the old hag, who usually run you over, have also been fired, so could this have something to do with you? How could it be? Linny said in tears, I don't have that big of connections, otherwise I wouldn't have been fired. That's true. After a brief chat, Linny hung up the phone and sent Ji Qingyan a tweet. Linny, you fired Lily and Li Jiangdong? Ji Qingyan, you know all about it? I checked, they had some problems, so I just fired them, just as a way to take it out on you. Getting an affirmative answer, Linny smiled. Ji Qingyan's actions were quite fast. Linny, so, is there a suitable candidate for the position of Minister of Sales? Ji Qingyan, not for the time being, if you come back, it can be left to you. Linny, I'm not interested, I think Wang Ying from the sales department is quite good, you can check it out. Ji Qingyan, no problem. Ji Qingyan, my car hasn't been fixed yet, come pick me up tomorrow. Linny, ding dang driver, at your service. Picking you up is fine, but not paying is not an option. Running a bath comfortably, Linny slept until dawn. Driving to Cloudwater Villa, the security guard at the door saw that it was Linny's Pagani and opened the door without saying a word, not asking much for a word of nonsense. Who would dare stop a man who could conquer General Manager Ji? Arriving so early? Ji Qingyan, who was washing up in the bathroom, said unexpectedly. Once upon a time at work, I'll get up at 6 o'clock in the morning, has become a habit. Wait for me for a while, it will be ready soon. It's okay, there's no rush. Ji Qingyan's movements are very nimble, almost 30 minutes, completed the wash and makeup, and a series of other processes. Linny, take a look for me, which outfit looks good? Ji Qingyan stood on the first floor and took a one-step dress in her left hand and a floral dress in her right hand. It's better to go with the dress, it feels pretty good. Okay, let's wear this today. A few minutes later, Ji Qingyan walked down from the upper floor, this style of long skirt, only Ji Qingyan such a tall woman can handle. Although it was a very ladylike skirt, but wearing it on her body, it had a kind of Imperial Sisters flavor. This was interesting. Putting on her high heels, the two of them got on the car piece by piece, and Linny took out his mobile phone. Mr. Ji, please place an order. Don't worry, you won't get less. Ji Qingyan gave Linny a blank look, and in her heart, she slandered, what an uninteresting thing to say. Soon enough, Linny's mobile phone received Ji Qingyan's order, and grabbed it at the first opportunity. System mission, get 5 5-star reviews, reward 200,000 proficiency values 3/5. Seeing the numbers in brackets, Linny guessed that this should be his current task completion level. This was because from yesterday until now, he had completed 3 orders. 2 of them were from Ji Qingyan, and the remaining one was from Wang Ying. All of them were from his own people, and all of them gave 5-star reviews. And the 4th order was still Ji Qingyan's. The next 5-star review was also firmly in hand. Victory was beckoning to him. Stepping on the accelerator, Linny drove his car and took Ji Qingyan to the company's underground garage. Don't forget to give a 5-star review, Mr. Ji. Depends on my mood. Unlocking the security, Ji Qingyan got out of the car just in time to see a white speedster parked not far away. General Manager Ji, Linny? The person who spoke was Wang Ying, riding another female colleague's hitchhiker over, and I didn't expect to run into the president and Linny. As you know, I'm a ding-dong driver, and I happened to run into Mr. Ji taking a taxi. Linny explained. The 2 of them had a look of disbelief on their faces. It was clear that the president had been picked up, but he also said that he was a ding-dong driver, so who would believe him? Now Wang Ying knew that Yu Lily and Li Jiangdong had been fired because of Linny. People and the president of the openly repairing the darkness, they actually squeezed people, not fired is strange. Just then, the lift door to the underground garage opened, and Yu Lily and Li Jiangdong walked out of it, holding a cardboard box in their hands. Obviously they had come to pack up their things. Seeing Linny and the president here, the 2 of them had expressions that were as awkward as they could be, before leaving in disgrace. It's almost time to go to work, go up piece by piece. Facing Wang Ying and the others, Ji Qingyan resumed her high and cold image, unlike when she was with Linny when she was approachable. Knowing the president, Wang Ying and another colleague greeted Linny, then went upstairs with Ji Qingyan. Linny sat in the car, ready to go round the mall. The house was already there, so he had to buy some necessities, and he'd been wearing these clothes for 2 days, so they'd be smelly if he wore them again. Linny was about to drive away when a micromessage came on his mobile phone, from Ji Qingyan. Ji Qingyan, do you want a 5-star review? Linny, of course I do. Ji Qingyan, I still owe you 8 squats for a 5-star review, or else I'll give you a bad review. Linny, I don't want a 5-star review, but 8 squats, none less. Squat or whatever, Linny doesn't care, but you little bitch, actually threatening me? This won't do. Ji Qingyan, pervert. It didn't take long for the app to send a prompt for a 5-star review. It was definitely Ji Qingyan's. Linny smiled, quite the knife mouth and tofu heart. Looking at the system quests, it was already at April 5th, so Linny decided to go clothes shopping later. Strive to get another order and finish the mission before going to the mall. It wouldn't waste much time anyway. Opening the app, it would automatically broadcast information about recent orders, and Linny grabbed an order at random. The starting point was the nearby Tianyi home, not too far away, a few minutes away. Tianyi home, Building 4, Unit 1, Room 1302. The house is almost 60 square feet, standard 2 rooms and 1 living room for a family of 3. Dad, why did you bring me to your colleague's party? I'm not going. Speaking as a young woman, almost 25 or 26 years old, has a good-looking melon face, long hair shoulders, very durable. The girl's name is Xia Xinyu, is an outdoor anchor, and the platform is still a bit famous. No, you must go with us. Xia Xinyu's father, Xia Hanyuan said. I know what you all think, just want to introduce me to someone. We are not also for your own good, the oldest not small, not even a boyfriend, I am with you to worry about. When I was small, you did not always say that let me stay with you all my life. Xia Xinyu said, now how anxious to marry me off. I just casually said, who knows you so obedient. Xia Xinyu. Chapter 014, My car is a 2-seater. In any case, I have spoken to my colleagues, you and I go over, that young man is not bad, working in the institutions, usually a little bit of oil and water, the 2 of you in a piece, it is also appropriate. Xia Hanyuan said. I already have a boyfriend, do not need you to introduce. Xia Xinyu said. I have a boyfriend? Xia Hanyuan said unexpectedly. Where is the boyfriend? Where else can it come from? Xia Xinyu said, it's hard not to dig in the ground. Knowing that their daughter has a boyfriend, the old couple is very excited. So what are you waiting for? Call the family to take a look and we'll give you a check. What? Call home to see? Xia Xinyu was a bit confused, I just said it casually, why did you guys take it seriously? Yes, you have a boyfriend, we naturally have to see who he is, we can't just give you away. We can't just give you away. Let's just forget about meeting him, he's busy at work, let's talk about it some other day. Xia Xinyu got up. I have something to do later, so I'll leave first. Stop. Xia Hongyuan said, I think you are fooling me. No, I really have a boyfriend. You do not want to introduce me to the object of the matter. I have raised you for more than 20 years, what kind of you, I am still not clear. Xia Hongyuan said. If you don't bring your boyfriend today, you'll go to the party with me. Okay, I'll make a phone call to ask. Back in the house, Xia Xinyu anxious like a headless fly around. After so many years, I don't have many friends of the opposite sex, where can I find someone to pretend to be? Fierce moment, Xia Xinyu eyes bright, said to himself, find a takeaway boy to pretend? But very quickly, Xia Xinyu dismissed her idea. A takeaway boy would never work, the dress was inappropriate, mom and dad wouldn't believe it, and it would be too easy to be poked and prodded. Ding dang driver seems to be good. Xia Xinyu thought to herself. At least there is a car, at least the hardware conditions are there. The only thing left is to find a younger driver. Simply perfect. Because she usually took a taxi often, on Xia Xinyu's mobile phone, there were two taxi software. One was Ding Dang Taxi, and the other was Quick Drop Taxi. Whichever one had the best deals, that's which one to use. But this time, the situation was different, and given that Ding Dang was a bit bigger, in the end, Ding Dang was chosen. A random destination was chosen and the order started to be placed. Almost 5 seconds later, the order was picked up and hurriedly dialed the other party's number. Ring ring ring. Having just received the order, Lin Yi hadn't even driven the car out when his mobile phone rang. Hello, is this the owner of Ding Dang? Hearing the other party, Lin Yi already knew who it was the passenger who placed the order. It's me, what can I do for you? Lin Yi said. I wanted to ask, how old are you? What kind of question is that? Did it matter to the other party how old he was? Although he didn't know what the other party was up to, Lin Yi still truthfully told the other party his age. 24. Oh yeah. Xia Xinyu was a bit excited, actually running into someone of her own age. Soon, Xia Xinyu calmed down and asked in a small voice. I want to ask you for a favor, can I? No, I'm just a ding-dong driver, I don't offer any extra services. Lin Yi had seen too much of this kind of news. There are some perverted customers who always make it difficult for the ding-dong masters or outside boys. Either letting them buy cigarettes on the way, or throwing rubbish away, or even the odd operation of letting them buy aunties' napkins. This kind of thing doesn't interest Lin Yi. Don't get me wrong, my name is Xia Xinyu, I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend, deal with my parents, and give you 5 stars afterwards, what do you think? Lin Yi paused, this was fine. For the sake of a 5-star review, deal. It's a happy decision. What's your name? Lin Yi. Okay, my house is in Tianyi Home, Building 4, Unit 1, 1302, just come straight over. Okay. Because Tianyi Home was nearby, almost 10 minutes later, Lin Yi arrived in front of Xia Xinyu's house. Dang dang dang. Hearing the knock on the door, Xia Xinyu came over to open it. And prayed in her heart that this Master Ding Dang wouldn't be too ugly, or else she would arouse suspicion. There was a creak. The door was pulled open, and when she saw Lin Yi, Xia Xinyu was flabbergasted on the spot. What kind of divine face was this? Did she save the blue planet in her last life? Yo, it's Xiaoyu's boyfriend who's here, isn't it? Seeing Lin Yi standing in the doorway, Xia Xinyu's mother said with a smile on her face. This young man was really good looking, he was definitely more than enough for her daughter. Before Xia Xinyu could say anything, Lin Yi was pulled closer in. Your name is Lin Yi, right? How long have you been with my daughter? Xia's mother asked. We've been together for more than half a year. Xia Xinyu answered first. I didn't ask you, why are you interrupting? After admonishing Xia Xinyu, Xia's mother asked again. Young man, what kind of work do you do? Driver. Lin Yi replied. Driver? The old couple's faces changed, this didn't seem like a decent job. Is it flying an aeroplane? Then it should be called a captain. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh, the old couple's imagination was quite rich. I'm not an aeroplane pilot, I don't have that kind of skill. Hearing this answer, the old couple's expressions were no longer as enthusiastic as they were a moment ago. Is he driving for some leader? If it was driving for some big leader, the two could reluctantly accept it. After all, the face value was very pulling points. But this was already their bottom line. You guys have misunderstood, I'm driving a ding-dong driver. Ding-dang driver? Xia Hongyuan, how a change, even a little ugly. How much money can a ding-dong driver make? If you are together in the future, what will you take to support your daughter? Drink the northwest wind? That's right, it is ding-dong driver. Mom and Dad, in fact, driving a ding-dong is quite lucrative right now, and my cosmetics and jewelry and stuff are all bought for me by Linny. Xia Xinyu explained. Moreover, he still has a bit of money in his hand, and we still plan to start our own business in the future, so it's not possible to work as a ding-dong for the rest of our lives. Hearing this, the expressions of the two men eased, but it could be seen that they still weren't very happy. Let's talk about this later. Because Linny was here, there were a lot of things that Xia Hongyuan couldn't conveniently say, so he was going to talk about it at night when no one was around. Right, Mom and Dad, aren't you going to a colleague's party, so leave now, otherwise you'll be late in a while. Looking at the time, Xia Hongyuan said. That's fine, let him send us there, you don't go either, stay with us. Regarding Linny, the two of them hadn't thought about it yet. Although the job is not decent, but the looks are really good, now do both, and finally decide which one to choose. Going together seems unlikely. Linny said. How is it unlikely? How is it unlikely? My car is a two-seater, it can't seat 4 people. Chapter 015, is my car not a two-seater? What did you say? Your car is a two-seater? This time, not to mention Xia Hongyuan's old couple, even Xia Xinyu was a bit unable to accept it. Aren't all cars 4-seaters? How can there be a two-seater? Did Ding Dang even go into the motorbike business now? Before this, for the sake of Lin Yi's face value, even if he was driving a ding-dong, Xia Hongyuan had decided to give him a chance. But now, it was actually riding a motorbike. This left Xia Hongyuan with no way to accept it. His own daughter cannot be with such a person. In that case, let's take a taxi and go, we don't need your car. Okay. Linny doesn't care, anyway, Xia Xinyu has already placed the order, give a 5-star review later, and it's a done deal. Xia Xinyu wants to die of the heart have really lifted a stone to stone their own feet. When she came back at night, she would definitely be scolded. After leaving the house, Linny walked to the front and the 3 Xia family members walked to the back, ready to go out and take a taxi. You dead girl, are your eyes long on the back of your head, you actually found a motorbike rider as a boyfriend. Xia Hongyuan lectured. If not, call him to the house in advance, we are still in the dark, this if. Let others know, I found a son-in-law riding a motorbike, will not let people laugh at death. Okay, you guys just stop talking. Xia Xinyu was already in tears. She thought that with the arrival of a handsome man, she would be able to hide this from the world. I didn't realize that what goes around comes around. Although he's handsome, he's really a motorbike rider. It's only natural that my parents are against it. Your father is right, you quickly talk to him clearly, in short, I will not recognize such a son-in-law. Xia mother said angrily. Even if it's a domestic car, I won't say anything, with a motorbike rider, what future can you have in the future? Ding dang. As the words fell, the 3 members of the Xia family heard a honking sound. Looking up, they were instantly fixed in place. This should be a sports car. Xia Hongyuan stammered. This Pagani wind god. A super sports car worth more than 20 million, there were not many of them in the entire Yin country. Xia Xinyu was very surprised, Tianhome is just an ordinary district, or the first time to see such a good car parked here. Seeing the gullwing door of the Pagani open, Xia Xinyu had a feeling of being mesmerized. If she could sit in such a good car once in her life, how good it would be. Daughter, what's the situation? Isn't the one called Linny riding a motorbike, why is he walking towards that super car? Xia Hongyuan was surprised. Xia Xinyu was also very surprised, not only did Linny walk over and got into the car. Linny. Hearing someone call out to him, Linny, who was closing the door, looked at Xia Xinyu. What's going on? Something's wrong? The 3 Xia family members rushed over. This car is yours? Yeah, if it wasn't mine, I wouldn't be able to get on it. Don't you ride a motorbike? How did you get into a sports car? Xia Xinyu asked. Who said I was a motorbike rider? Riding a motorbike can be registered ding-dang? You said yourself that your car is a two-seater. Is my car not a two-seater? Xia Xinyu felt like a retard. Sports cars are all two-seaters, this is the most basic common sense, why did he not think of it? But who would have thought that you would drive a supercar to fuck ding-dang ah? If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Linny waved his hand, remember what we said on the phone? Give it 5 stars. I'm not going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do it, he said. Xia Hongyuan said with a smile. You have something to do, don't you? It's okay, it's just an ordinary colleagues' party, it's okay not to go. Then there is no way, I have other things, sorry. Nothing, something you first busy, if let busy over, let Xiaoyu help you. Said Xia Hongyuan also pushed Xia Xinyu a hand, do not always stay at home, help Xiaoyi busy. Xia Xinyu half pushed half on the car, after all, is their own call to the car, also have the right to sit. Seeing the luxurious interior of the Pagani, Xia Xinyu felt that the eyes are not enough to make, the seat below is a little hot buttocks. Where are you going? Follow the destination on the order? Linny asked. I'm not going anywhere, where do you want to go? I just want to experience it, I'll get off when I get there. I'm going to go to the mall to buy something, but you'll have to change the destination or the order won't be completed. Okay, which mall do you want to go to? Taiki Plaza, I think. Good. Soon, on Lin Yi's phone, he received a message to change the destination, and then drove towards Taiki Plaza. You're driving such an expensive car, surely you're not short of money, why are you still driving a ding-dong? In the car, Xia Xinyu took the initiative to ask. Experiencing life, what's the point of life if you only mingle and wait for death? Linny said in a very high-end way. You're great. Xia Xinyu said from the bottom of her heart, a lot of rich second generation, not as good as you, every day are drunken, and you can actually think of so much, it's not easy. People have their own aspirations, this cannot be forced. Well, that's right. Brother Yat, I have a small request, can you promise me? Xia Xinyu asked carefully. The two are the same age and don't know who is older and who is younger, but Xia Xinyu has already taken the initiative to call her brother. What request? I'm a female anchor, can I broadcast live in your car for a while? If I can broadcast live in such a good car, I can definitely raise the heat for my own live room. It doesn't matter. Linny said, just give me a 5-star review afterwards. I don't know, I don't have a problem. Xia Xinyu said cheerfully, as long as the order is completed, I'll give you a positive review first. It's a deal. Xia Xinyu took out her mobile phone, and then turned on the live broadcast. 10 minutes passed, and there were already dozens of people in the live broadcast room. Xiaoyu Yu, where are you? Is it the co-driver of the tycoon? Upstairs stop, Xiaoyu is the 10,000-year-old single dog, how can there be a tycoon to look at her? Maybe it's the passenger side of the Wuling Hongguang. Seeing the people in the live broadcast room, all of them are mocking themselves, Xia Xinyu doubly feels speechless. I'm in your heart, is it so bad? I tell you, I'm sitting in the car this time, not what Wuling Hongguang, is a real luxury car, you have never seen the kind of life. Don't blow it. Have the guts to show the car's logo. You're wrong. She's a woman. She has no balls. No, you're the one who's wrong. She's a woman. I saw her once on that dark and windy night. Che, don't you guys just want to see the car logo? It won't hurt to show you. Xia Xinyu slowly turned her mobile phone and aimed it at the steering wheel. Then the entire live broadcast room went quiet. Chapter 016, Anger and Dislike Seeking Tickets. Holy shit, it's actually a Pagani. Looking at the car's interior, it seems to be a Pagani Wind God. This car seems to be more than 20 million, the average rich second generation can't afford to drive it. And look, the driver is so handsome. The driver of the car is so handsome. Seeing the messages on the air, Xia Xinyu said with the corners of her mouth rising. Now you should believe it, know what is called luxury car. Xia Xinyu heart pleased, let you always look down on me, this time the old lady this time must make a turnaround battle. Toheo 666. I suspect that this is the anchor in order to increase the popularity of their own rental car, but also incidentally found a handsome driver, just to eyeballs, did not spend a lot of money it. The lemon essence in the live broadcast room said. Psychiatric bar, this is a Pagani wind god, more than 20 million the entire yen state are not a few, who would like to rent out? You think it is Mercedes-Benz BMW kind of rubbish car? How is it not possible? Maybe privately, there are unclean transactions. Seeing Lemon Essence's message, Xia Xinyu was almost furious. In this era of the internet, really fucking what retarded all have. I'm not the kind of model with a curvy front and back, how could I attract such a rich second generation? When you speak, why don't you think about it? This guy must be a loser who hates the rich and handsome. But even so, Xia Xian, you didn't kick them up, stay here and still contribute some popularity to herself. It was not too late to kick him out when he couldn't stand it anymore. The little anchor was just too humble. Brothery, there is a parking space in front of us, let's quickly park there. Xia Xinyu pointed to the empty space in front and said. See, don't be in a hurry. As one of the most luxurious shopping malls in Shanghai, there is an endless stream of people who come to Taimu Plaza to shop every day. There were a lot of people who, like Xia Xinyu, had their eyes on the only empty seat. But when they saw Lin Yi's car drive by, they all dared not move. If they were not careful and touched this kind of car, they wouldn't be able to pay for it even if they sold themselves. Hubby, there's an empty seat in front of you, get over there, if you're any slower, you'll be robbed. On a Primera, a woman wearing a low-cut skirt said. Go what to go? Next to the middle-aged man scolded, that is a supercar, who dares to rob with him? Supercar? Deputy driver woman froze, supercar how, we are also a sports car, why let him Shut up, they are Pagani wind god, priced at more than 20 million, my car is only more than 1 million, in front of others, not even rubbish, you let me and he grabbed the parking space? That car is actually more than 20 million. The woman in the passenger seat instantly extinguished the fire. Before coming to Shanghai, all said that there are many rich people in Shanghai, this time I counted to see. Thinking of this, the woman in the passenger car rolled her eyes, she still has to make an effort to find a richer one. Like this kind of driving Primera, is poor then, simply cannot match their own. After parking the car, Xia Xianyu was a bit frozen. The scene of parking the car just now was still fresh in her mind. When she saw Lin Yi's car drive over, all the other cars didn't dare to move. Could this be money power? Wait, don't go yet. Lin Yi said. What's going on? Good review. Oh, I remembered, I'll get it now. Xia Xinyu said with her hands full. Because Lin Yi had only said the words good reviews, the people in the livestream didn't understand what was going on and didn't picture him as a ding-dong opener. Soon, Lin Yi heard the system's beep. Mission completed, gained 200,000 points of proficiency value. Career completion, 35%, reward, 1 Shanghai International Circuit, master level driving skills. Shanghai International Circuit? Lin Yi had that little bit of an impression of the place the system was talking about. It seemed like it was the most luxurious racetrack with the most luxurious hardware facilities in Shanghai, and even the entire Yin country. There were even people saying that it was the best racing circuit besides the Center Island circuit. Lin Yi didn't know if the rumors were true or false, but in the whole of Yen State, it was definitely a number one level existence. Unexpectedly, today, it had actually become a property under his own banner. It's a bit unbelievable to think about. Ring ring ring. Lin Yi's mobile phone rang at this time, it was an unfamiliar number. Hello, Lin Yi said. Hello Mr. Lin, I'm Zhou Haitao, the person in charge of the Shanghai International Circuit. You've just acquired the shares of our circuit, so I've got some formalities I'd like to hand over to you. I don't have time at the moment, I'll go over in the afternoon, is it a convenient time on your side? Lin Yi said politely. Convenient, except for Sunday's public holiday, I'll be there anytime. I'll see you in the afternoon. Lin Yi calculated in his heart, he came here to buy some daily necessities, and it won't take long, I guess I can finish in the afternoon. And the system had rewarded him with master-level driving skills, so it would be a bit of a waste if he didn't go and take a look. Brother E? What are you thinking about? Seeing Lin Yi in a daze, Xia Xinyu asked tentatively. Nothing, let's go now. Brother E, what do you want to buy? After getting off the bus, Xia Xinyu asked. I'd like to buy some daily necessities, clothes, whatever I can find that's suitable. Oh. Xia Xianyu was a bit nervous, this was her first time coming to such a high-end shopping mall. The stuff was expensive, it wasn't a place for them to come to. Arriving inside the mall, Linny looked around and saw the fruit machine shop not far away and said, "Let's go there first, I want to change my mobile phone." Linny's mobile phone, just more than 1,000 domestic machine, has been a little card, now change a new mobile phone, but also convenient to their orders. Good. The two of them went to the fruit machine shop, a clean hall, bright lights, plus the counter, the display of a variety of new equipment, making the entire shop filled with a high-end feeling. "Sir, do you have a favorite product? I can help you introduce it," the shopgirl said politely. Linny pointed to the 11th generation mobile phone on the counter and said, "Help me load this up, it needs 512 memory." Xia Xinyu and the shopgirl both froze for a moment. A 10,000 plus mobile phone said, "Buy it, no longer look at it?" "Okay, you wait a moment." Alas, 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 and so on. Xia Xinyu stopped the clerk and pulled Linny to the side. "Brother Yat, it's not cost effective for you to buy here." "What's not cost effective?" "All the mobile phones in the shop are at original price without discount. If you buy online, it's at least 1,000 cheaper." "There's no need, I'm here now, I'm too lazy to buy online, I'll just buy early and enjoy it," said Linny, walked back again. "Help me load it up." "I'll be right back." Because of Linny Xiaoxinyu's live broadcast, the popularity has reached more than 5 million, 5 times more than usual. It was so nice to have money that saleswoman froze. I guess she wanted to give her body in return. As long as people have money, they are related to anyone. "You poorer than you, buying a 10,000 plus mobile phone is rich?" Lemon Essence said. "A few days ago, I have a friend's buddy, also bought the same type of mobile phone, also not as high profile as him, huh?" "Shit, it's not you who bought it, what are you pretending?" Chapter 017, God's Hero on the March, not an inch of grass begs for votes. At this time, the female shop assistant came over. "Hello sir, this is your mobile phone, do you want to choose a mobile phone case here?" "All of them are original and genuine, quality is guaranteed." Linny looked at the counter. "I don't really like to carry that thing, I feel uncomfortable." After all, it is a mobile phone of more than 10,000 yuan, which is not cheap, and if you do not bring a mobile phone case, if you bump it, it will affect the aesthetics, the female shop assistant suggested. Linny thought about it and said the same thing. Seeing Linny's willingness to buy a mobile phone case, the shopgirl smiled. "Sir, these phone cases in the counter, all new models, can give you a 20% discount, and if you buy 2 at once, you can also get a 30% discount." Seeing that Linny was going to buy a mobile phone case, the live broadcast room was talking again. All of them were Lemon Essence speeches. "Oh, I just saw a 1,000 plus phone case, if he buys it without blinking, I'll admit he's rich." "Bullshit, you're only rich if you buy the 5,000 plus one. You guys are too low," the king of lemons said. "The real rich people are mobile phone shells more expensive than mobile phones." A few days ago, a friend of my buddy bought a 20,000 plus mobile phone shells that is called rich people. See these Lemon Essence in the live room, Xia Xinyu doubly speechless, these people are really hopeless. "Sir, is there a style you like? I will take it out and show you." "I didn't say I wanted to buy a mobile phone case either," Linny said. "I didn't say I wanted to buy a case." "Didn't you just say?" "What I meant was to buy a few more mobile phones, and if they got bumped, I'd just get new ones," Linny said. "Take 5 of each color and pack them up in one piece." 5 of each color? Hearing this, the shopgirl almost didn't stand still. "Sir, Generation 11 mobile phones, we have a total of 4 colorways in the shop, take 5 of each, do you want 20? Linny nodded, then another top-of-the-line laptop, packaged in one piece. Good, you'll have to wait a bit." Seeing Linny buying nearly 300,000 in one go, Xia Xinyu's entire being was bad. This was too ostentatious. The live broadcast room exploded again, and the messages were already overwhelming. "You lemon elves, you should see it now, the real rich people, they don't buy mobile phone cases, they directly exchange the old for the new. This is the real trade-in. Awesome, God's hero is on the march, not an inch of grass will grow. We spent over $200,000 on this. What do you call it? Have you ever seen a rich man? I once saw a man who bought more than $500,000 in one go, this is nothing at all." Seeing these Lemon Essence messages, Xia Xinyu was unusually speechless. This kind of loser who couldn't afford a single one was actually mocking Linny, he was really drunk. Linny didn't care about that much. After swiping his card, he was waiting for the shopkeeper to stock up. At this moment, the people who were wandering around the shop were all looking at Linny intentionally or unintentionally. Especially those women who were slightly more attractive, all had, more or less, some other thoughts in their hearts. Soon, all the things Linny wanted were packed. 20 mobile phones, plus a laptop. It wasn't a small amount of stuff, so Linny put it back in the car and went back to Taimu Plaza again. Brothery, what else should we buy this time? Xia Xinyu felt that her little heart couldn't take it anymore. Would there be such a big difference between the spending styles of the second generation of the rich and the ordinary people? Buy a watch. A woman's diamond ring, a man's watch. Once upon a time, Linny had always dreamed of having a good mechanical watch, but due to his shyness, this wish never came true. But now, with tens of millions of cash in his pocket, if he doesn't buy a good watch, he's sorry for himself. Do you know anything about watches? Entering the shopping center again, Linny casually asked. What grade do you want to buy? As an anchor, you have to know a little bit about everything in order to be able to talk to your friends, and Xia Xinyu knows a little bit about it. High-end. Seeing that Linny had bought 20 mobile phones in one go, Xia Xinyu felt that if she recommended the usual brands, she probably wouldn't be able to get into his eyes. In the circle of watches, the highest-end brands were Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin. Linny nodded and went to these two first. Xia Xinyu secretly blew her tongue out. She was just talking casually, but she was really going. This was the luxury of watches. There's Vacheron Constantin up ahead, go over and take a look first. Okay, I'll be right there. Seeing Linny and Xia Xinyu come in, the female clerk looked up, ready to welcome customers. What's going on? The female shopkeeper said. Sisterly, there's a guest coming, I'll go over to receive him. A tall female clerk said. No need to receive, it's just a waste of time. How is it a waste of time? The woman named Sisterly said with an indifferent voice, You do not see that woman holding a mobile phone libet, probably to us for fun, this kind of people I have seen a lot, do not have to take care of. Not so, now do anchor, seems to be quite profitable. But this is the Vacheron Constantin, in addition to the super rich, the average person cannot afford to spend in this, go to busy other things, do not take it too seriously. Got it, Sisterly. The tall girl said. Entering the shop, Linny and Xia Xinyu wandered around. Seeing the prices above, Xia Xinyu felt as if she was living in a slum, a piece of unremarkable watch, all to several $100,000. Apart from those evil capitalists, who could afford such a thing? Although Linny liked watches, he didn't know much about them, so he picked and picked, but only to see how they looked. Can you take this watch out for a look? Linny said, pointing to a watch with a leather strap. I'm sorry, the watches in our shop are only displayed in the window, so if you fancy one, you can take it out and show it to you after you pay the bill. Sisterly, the female shop manager, said. What kind of logic is this? I can't even look at it, how can I buy it? Just then, a middle-aged couple walked in from outside and shopped up on the other side. The female shop manager came over, Madam Sir, is there anything I can't help you with? I'm looking at watches and want to choose a birthday present for my husband. You can pick any watch you want, these watches are all new this year. I think the one with the black dial is nice, can you take it out for a look? Sure, just a minute. The shopkeeper opened the window below, took out the watch the woman had her eye on, and handed it over to the other woman. Linny and Xia Xinyu, who were standing by the side, glanced at each other. What was this situation? You can't look at it when it comes to yourself, but you can look at it when it comes to other people. Is this looking down on people? Chapter 018, Where did the superiority complex come from? Xia Xinyu felt a little embarrassed. I had long heard that these luxury shopkeepers have a kind of arrogance about them, and don't even put the ordinary boss's surnames in their eyes. Now that I look at it, the rumors are indeed true. But it's fine for you to look down on yourself, you can't look down on brothery. Subconsciously, Xia Xinyu looked at the live broadcast. It was found that those lemon essences were being sour again. Being mocked, right? People are seeing that you can't afford it, that's why they don't show it to you. That middle-aged couple, at first glance, are rich people, people will naturally take the initiative to introduce them. Get out of here, that's Vacheron Constantin, it's not a normal brand, don't be ashamed. Linny looked at the shopkeeper, what do you mean? We're all customers, we should be treated equally, right? I'm sorry, we provide services according to customer level, I hope you can understand. The Female shop manager said. Customer rating? I have my own rating principles, I'll give different grades and then provide different services. He. To put it bluntly, you're just looking down on people, a dog's eye view, aren't you? Seeing Linny getting angry, Xia Xinu hurriedly pulled him back. Brother Yat, calm down, these luxury shop people are just like that, there's no need to get angry. Mister, please watch your language and attitude, or we'll have to call security. The shopkeeper rolled her eyes and said. It's just a couple of claptrap anchors, it's already an extra legal favor to let you take a look around the shop. If it was a luxury shop upstairs, I wouldn't even give you a chance to enter. A Vacheron Constantine, how dare you pretend to be so superior? Lin Yi exploded. But this is probably a brand you can't afford for the rest of your life. The female shop manager scoffed. Brother E, let's go. Xia Xinu knew that rich people like Lin Yi had bad tempers. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Xia Xinyu took Lin Yi's arm and dragged him out of the Vacheron Constantine boutique. There were other brands of expensive watches anyway, so it wasn't like they had to be bought here. Seeing Lin Yi and Xia Xinyu leave, the middle-aged couple shopping for watches on the side laughed and shook their heads. Young people nowadays were too hot-tempered, and without spending power, they were still so crazy. These young people are just too impetuous, relying on the fact that they have a bit of a following on the internet, they're just too crazy to do anything, and a high-end brand shop like Vacheron Constantine is not a place they can come to. What you two said is that times have changed, and claptrap has become a trend. The female shop manager said with a smile. I don't think so, the middle-aged man said with a smile. The middle-aged man said with a smile. But these two people are quite interesting, actually went to Patek Philippe, even if they are young, cannot be ignorant. Patek Philippe shop. Seeing Linny come in and Xia Xinu come in, the female clerk was polite and didn't show a bored look. Ladies and gentlemen, are you looking for a men's watch or a women's watch? I can introduce you to. The uniformed shopgirl said. Linny looked at Xia Xinu, any good suggestions? This is a bit high-end, I don't really know much about it, I'll just look at the look. Xia Xinu said sheepishly. Ask the people in your live room. Linny is fine when, also like to watch the live broadcast to kill time, knowing the masters and the folk truth, estimate will have to understand this aspect of the people. Xia Xinu looked at the situation in the live broadcast room and found that someone did give reasonable advice. The 001 of the timepiece series is good, in line with the temperament of the god Ho. 001 seems to be more than 2 million, the price is right, really good. Oh, a watch of more than 2 million is also called a watch? With a watch of more than 2 million, it can be called a god of the rich? Then this world, God is also too worthless. How can you look down on a 2 million watch after you've pretended to be a pussy? Come on. King of Lemons' words immediately caused the people in the live broadcast room to mob. But King of Lemons has been in the battlefield for so many years, and naturally will not be intimidated by such a battle. When they entered the shop just now, there was a Patek Philippe 175th anniversary commemorative model in the window, priced at 17.5 million, so if you really think you are a godly man, you should buy this watch. You are brain dead, aren't you? Even the bigwigs in Shanghai didn't say they'd buy this watch, and you're asking Lin to buy this one? You've been kicked in the head by a donkey. Oh, if you can't afford it, just say you can't afford it, why do you have to spray people? At this time, Lindy came to Xia Xinyu's side, looked at the screen and said, Live water friends give advice? Don't listen to him, this person is lemon fine, see you have money heart is not comfortable. Xia Xinyu said. Before there is a water friend, recommended that you buy 001, said the table is quite good. Lindy looked at the live broadcast and actually recommended that I buy the 175th anniversary model? Hearing this, the Patek Philippe shopgirls all secretly shook their heads, these keyboard warriors are really daring. The 175th anniversary model is limited to 6 pieces worldwide, priced at $17.5 million. Its actual significance lies not only in its fine workmanship and value. More than that, it represents the value of the craftsmanship of the centuries-old Patek Philippe brand. The people who recommended this watch, at first glance, know nothing but price talk, it's too low. Brother E, don't listen to them, that 001 is still very good. Xia Xinyu said. As the old saying goes, you get what you pay for, and this 175th anniversary watch, sold at such a high price, must have its own reasons. The words are right, but this watch costs 17.5 million. It was indeed a bit expensive. Seeing that Linny had conceded, the lemon elves in the live broadcast room rose up and attacked, coming out one after another to mock. Now you're a wimp. If you don't have any money, don't pretend to be a godly man, it's easy to get hit in the face. Bought hundreds of thousands of Apple mobile phones and computers, think you can show a sense of superiority? You are too simple. In the future, go out and keep a low profile. Don't think that just because you drive a Pagani wind god, you think the world is yours. In this world, there are still things you can't afford to buy. Brother, yet, don't be angry, I'll kick these people out of the live broadcast now. There's nothing to be angry about. Linny smiled and said, although the price is a bit expensive, I can still afford it. Said Linny walked to the front of the window and confidently examined it. It looks pretty good, and it should be able to fit on its own. Can you help me fit that 175th anniversary watch? When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. They all stared with their eyes and mouths open, a bit unable to believe their ears. What did you say, sir? You want to buy that 175th anniversary model? Linny nodded. Couldn't you? Chapter 019, Heartbreak. Dang, of course it's fine. Then help me load it up. Linny calculated that with his current assets, buying a $17.5 million watch was indeed a bit extravagant. But people were openly mocking themselves, so if they didn't show it, they'd really be looking down on them. Anyway, now that the Gulf Hotel and the Shanghai International Circuit were his own, he would have a steady stream of income in the future, so it didn't matter if he spent the money on a watch. Hearing that Linny was going to buy the 175th anniversary model, the people in the broadcast room instantly exploded. See? Great God, Lin was going to buy that 175th anniversary model. Now do you guys have anything else you want to say? Casually spending 17.5 million, you guys have never seen so much money in your lives. Facing the mass siege, the Lemon Goblins stopped talking. In fact, they also wanted to use the keyboards in their hands to mock a wave. But people casually bought a $17.5 million watch, so there was no room for mocking themselves at all. Sir, there is something that needs to be clarified with you. The female shop manager came over and said in the gentlest tone of her life. The watch displayed in the window is only a model. If you really want to buy it, we have to transfer the goods from the headquarters in Switzerland, and it will take at least 3 days. Okay, but I may not have time to come over. Do you offer home delivery? Sir, you are joking. If you buy this watch, even if we don't provide delivery service, we will still deliver it to your door, don't worry. That's fine, just swipe your card now. Linny handed over his bank card, password 000000. Trembling, he took the bank card from Linny's hand, then swiped away 17.5 million. Not to mention Xiaoxinyu, even the female shop assistants, who were used to seeing tycoons, found this breathtaking. To casually spend so much money on a watch. Normally rich people can't do this. Xiao Sun, go and remove the watch in the window. The female shop manager said. I know, Sister Lu, I will go now. Xiaoxinyu is a little curious. Why did you take it down? Is it not for sale? Madam is like this 175th anniversary model, there are only 6 pieces in the world. The Yinguo region was only allocated 1 piece. Mr. Lin bought this watch, then all the Patek Philippe shops in the country are no longer qualified to sell this watch, so we have to pull it down. So that's how it is. Seeing the shopgirl take down the model in the window, the people around all came over to watch the fun. This 175th anniversary model has been in the window for more than a year, and no one thought that it would be taken down on this ordinary day. Because it meant that someone had bought the watch. The staff of several nearby shops were curious, wanting to come out to see which tycoon it was who had bought this $10+ million watch. Little son? You sold this 175th anniversary model? Zhang Li, the shop manager of Vacheron Constantine, asked in surprise. Just sold it, a gentleman bought it. There are so many tycoons in Shanghai, they actually bought this watch? Let me see what it looks like. Zhang Li is a bit jealous. Vacheron Constantine is not a bad brand. Why the tycoon came to Patek Philippe? It's right here in the shop. Zhang Li inclined her head towards Patek Philippe's shop and glanced at it, and was suddenly dumbfounded. Wasn't this the young man and woman who had come to their shop just now? At precisely this time, Linny walked out of the boutique with the ticket and bumped into Zhangli. What a coincidence, actually arriving here. First, sir, the 175th anniversary watch was bought by you? Do you have a problem with it? No, how dare I have a problem with it? Zhangli wanted to die. If she hadn't been so dog-eyed just now, they would have spent money in her shop, right? My fucking mind is broken. Sir, we've got a lot of new models in our shop, why don't you take a look at ours? Forget it, your Vacheron Constantine is too high class, a poor slob like me can only afford a Patek Philippe. Patek Philippe's shopkeepers are all snickering, these rich kids are really good at hitting their faces. Sir, I'm just a small shopkeeper, why do you have to be so ignorant with me? Zhangli smiled awkwardly. The main reason is that your brand is too expensive, I really can't afford it. Linny pointed to the middle-aged couple not far away. You go to find them well, at first glance as the rich, I pocket these few coins, how can I compare with others? Seeing Zhangli and that middle-aged couple being disliked, the live broadcast was filled with mocking voices. Serves you right, actually looking down on Lin Dishenhao, looking for death. Noble Vacheron Constantine, you can't mess with it. Crap, even Patek Philippe is considered a hangman's brand? Linny looked around, found the lift and rushed to Xiaoxinyu. Let's go, take a look upstairs. Good. Seeing Linny disliking Zhangli, Xiaoxinyu was inexplicably soothed. Having money could be really good, if it was myself, after being irritated by Zhangli, I would definitely choose to leave silently. But Linny was different, backhandedly buying almost $17.5 million worth of watches to hit Zhangli in the face, and she didn't dare to say a word. It was good to have money power. Under the envy of countless people, the two of them arrived on the 6th floor together. This is where luxury goods are sold, as long as you can't think of it, there is nothing you can't buy here. Do you know anything about men's clothing? Linny asked. From the clothes he wore before, they were all Anta, Senma, and the like. For other brands of men's clothing, Linny didn't know much and wanted to consult Xiaoxinyu's opinion. I heard that Diaz and Armani's men's clothing was good, so I could go and take a look. Xiaoxinyu had only heard about it, and usually it was okay to blow off steam with. As for the specifics of these two brands, she didn't know much about them either. If it wasn't for Linny, she wouldn't have had the guts to come to this floor to shop. Let's go, Diaz seems to be right in front, go and take a look first. After walking forward a dozen meters, the two had just entered Diaz's shop when they were stopped by the female shop assistant. Sir, please stay. What's going on? The female shopkeeper didn't say anything, but pointed to a small sign next to her, and the two of them looked at it and found that it said, "Network anchors are not allowed to enter." Seeing such a sign, Xiaoxinyu immediately felt embarrassed and her face turned red. What kind of rule is this? Your shopping mall is too weird. Linny said. This isn't a mall rule, because the webcaster's reputation isn't very good. Not only do they point their fingers, but in the end, they don't buy anything, so we have no choice. The shopgirl's face, with a strong sense of superiority, was close to just calling Linny a poor man who was clamoring for attention. Chapter 020, Diamond Member. Brothery, why don't you go in, I'll just wait outside. Linny said, the customer is God. Linny said, the customer is God, there's no such thing as letting God wait outside. But let's go. If you can't buy from them, you can go to another place to take a look, but there's still Armani. Xiaoxinyu thanked Linny from the bottom of her heart and in a way, saved her face. Although she was a woman, she still wanted to save face. Without going too far, the two arrived at the Armani shop. The men's clothing inside were quite good, ready to buy a few pieces. Sir lady, sorry, the shop has a rule that prohibits webcasters from entering. Before entering the shop, the two were stopped again. What's wrong with webcasters? What's wrong with webcasters? Linny was a bit confused. They haven't broken any laws, so why can't they enter? We're a luxury shop here, for one thing, filming is prohibited. In fact, if webcasters come into our shop to film videos, it will affect our normal business. Linny shook his head. How is selling a luxury product still selling a sense of superiority? Then I'll put my mobile phone away, that should do it. Xiaoxinyu didn't want Linny to lose face and took the initiative to say, it's your freedom whether to take it or not. If you really want to come and spend money, we naturally welcome it, but if it's just to look around, I think it's better not to waste each other's time. Let's go to the other shops and take a look. Linny said, I don't believe that all the shops are like this. If he shook Xia Xinyu off, there would be no one stopping him. But she had been following her and had given quite a lot of pertinent advice, so naturally he couldn't leave her behind. Linny didn't feel like he was a gentleman, but there had to be a minimum of poise. Going to other shops is the same, unless it's a national brand, or else a big international brand like us. All of them don't allow webcasters to enter, you'll get shut out even if you go there, so it's better to take a look elsewhere. LV's shopgirl said. Seeing the people in other shops, all watching the fun, Xia Xinyu embarrassed. Is the network anchor so unpopular? I didn't do anything to hurt the world. Since I can't buy anything here, I'll just go somewhere else. Linny said lightly, not taking the situation at hand to heart. Xia Xinyu answered, and the two of them walked towards the lift, and coincidentally at that moment, the lift door opened. A young man in formal attire walked out of it and jogged all the way to Ling Yi's side. Egu, Mr. Lin, I've found you. Find me? Lin Yi was a bit puzzled. We don't seem to know each other, do we? Mr. Lin, let me introduce myself. I'm Li Shucheng, the manager of Taimu Plaza. What do you want from me? You bought a $17.5 million watch at the Patek Philippe boutique, and you're a diamond member of Taimu Plaza. I'm here to give you a card. Spent $17.5 million. Li Shucheng's words made the shopkeepers of the major boutiques, one by one, close their mouths in surprise. The whole person was bad. Himself just now, unexpectedly refused such a super tycoon? Who gave himself the courage? Saying that, Li Shucheng handed over a platinum-colored card that looked like it should be real gold dust. There's still such a rule. Linny smiled and said, I'll take it then. Yes, in our mall, if you spend more than 10 million cumulatively, you can get a diamond membership. Alright, I'll take the stuff, bye. Mr. Lin, aren't you going shopping anymore? Seeing Linny leaving empty-handed, Li Shucheng asked. They won't let me in, so what's the point of shopping? They won't let you in? Li Shucheng froze for a moment. How could that be? We're a high-end shopping mall here, we won't stop customers. My friend is an anchor, so these people stopped us outside. Linny said. Probably afraid that we can't afford the stuff here. No, don't get me wrong, sir. A few of LV's female shop assistants, all of them came out and stood in front of Linny apologizing repeatedly. We don't mean to offend you, I hope you don't want us to get into trouble with the general. A few female shop assistants were almost scared to death. People can afford to buy a $17.5 million watch, can't they afford to consume a few pieces of clothing? Moreover, the diamond members of Taimu Plaza have a lot of privileges. If they are complained about, there is not even room for discussion, they will be expelled directly. This time it was considered a kick in the hornet's nest. At the same time, Diaz and Armani's shop assistants stepped forward and apologized to Linny. Sir, I'm really sorry, we didn't mean it, I hope you can give me a chance. Seeing the female shop assistants of the major boutiques, all of them came forward to apologize. Xia Xinyu's live broadcast room immediately turned into a large carnival scene. I am most unaccustomed to these disgusting mouths of theirs, selling a luxury product, they feel superior, where is the sense of superiority? Hurry up and complain about them, fire all these people. How dare they look down on Lindish and how? Don't even look at their own virtues. Why don't you let webcasters in? They're digging up your family's ancestral graves. Li Shucheng didn't know that there would be such a big commotion in the live broadcast room. But just look at his expression and you can tell that he's already going to be pissed off. You people, how are you all screwed up? How many times have I told you, do not look at people with colored glasses, all do not want to do it is not it. Just now, Li Shucheng quietly checked Lin Yi's spending records. He found out that he not only bought a $17.5 million watch, but also 20 mobile phones and a computer of the latest model. A tycoon who bought things like this without looking at the price, if something like this hadn't happened, he would have spent hundreds of thousands at the very least. This was good, it was all spoiled by these people guys. The female shop assistants all drooped their heads, their high and mighty looks swept away. In order to keep their jobs, some of them were apologizing. Apologizing isn't necessary, all go back to your business. Linny waved his hand in a cloudy manner and took Xia Xinyu downstairs piece by piece. Li Shucheng lectured the others a few more times, and then went downstairs with Linny in a hurry. When they reached the 5th floor, they were basically all second-tier light luxury brands, with domestic and foreign brands accounting for half each, and the styles were all good. Buying 5 sets of clothes in one go, Li Shuqing arranged for someone to help Linny take them out. Mr. Lin, there is a Primera not far away, is that your car? The car was sold for over 2 million, it's likely to be Lin Yi's. With his worth, a regular car, it no longer matched his temperament. Linny shook his head, my car is on the other side. Li Shuqing turned around, and immediately drew a breath of cold air. Pagani wind god. This car seems to cost over 20 million. Chapter 021, 3 cups of wine for 10,000 fathoms of red dust, 1 tea for 1,000 years of greatness. Linny nodded, it's just a substitute, don't make a fuss. Generation. Lin Yi's words made Li Shuqing feel deeply the malice from the rich. He said that the 20 million wind god is a car for traveling. Big brother, are you kidding me? Patting Li Shuqing's shoulder, I'll go first. Well, I hope that today's events will not bring trouble to Mr. Lin. On behalf of all the staff of Taiki Plaza, I look forward to your return. Under the gaze of countless people, Linny and Xia Xian Yu got into the car. Where are you going? I'll send you home. Just send me home. Xia Xinyu said contentedly. She was satisfied to be able to sit in a supercar today, and to follow Linny to Taimu Plaza for a spin. Good. This time, Linny didn't ask Xia Xinyu to place an order. After all, he had given himself a lot of advice, so he couldn't charge her anymore. It was just one order, no big deal. Driving the car to Tianyi home, Linny casually took a mobile phone over and handed it over to Xia Xinyu. Sent to you, thanks for the help. Sent to me? Seeing the mobile phone Linny handed over, Xia Xian was taken aback. This was a 10000 plus fruit top of the range phone. What else? It's no good, I'm quite content to make me a supercar. Take it, it's not much money. Thank you, brother Yat. After getting out of the car, Xia Xian held her mobile phone and watched Linny leave. Today's events were just too dreamy for her. She had casually made a ding-dong and disguised herself as her boyfriend, but she had met a rich second generation who was experiencing life. Life was full of surprises. After sending Xia Xinyu home, Linny didn't take any more orders and drove to the Zhonghai International Circuit as instructed by the navigation. Seeing the racing circuit, which covered an area of 5.3 square kilometers, Linny felt very dreamy. This would be his own territory from now on. Arriving at the office building in front of the gate, Linny walked straight in. The construction was similar to other companies. There was a large bar at the entrance, in which 2 young women were sitting, chattering away as if they were chatting about gossip. You know, it is said that Qingyan is coming to our racetrack. One of the long-haired women said. Who is Qingyan? Long-haired woman asked curiously, obviously do not know this person. You're too out of date, don't you read micro-research? You don't even know the famous big brother Qingyan, out you. I really don't know this person. The long-haired woman said a bit dully. It is said that this Qin Gongzi is a particularly rich second generation, and the identity is extremely mysterious. Until now, no one knows what their family is doing. The short-haired woman said in a heartfelt manner. All opinions differ, in short, very rich is it. Such a person, it should not be we can provoke it. That's for sure. If a moment lucky, and each other to take a picture, today we'll earn big. As for this look, well hey, seems to be someone came. Seeing someone come in, the 2 quickly stopped talking, and got up and said. Sir, we are not open for business today. I am here to find your manager, his name is Zhou Haitao, right? What are you looking for our manager for? Linny thought about it. If he said that he had acquired their racetrack, I guess these 2 people would look at themselves as if they were retarded. After all, he didn't look like a rich man. Just say that my name is Linny, and that you'll just have to notify me. Oh, good, wait a minute. Trouble. Just as the short-haired woman was about to leave, she noticed that the door was pushed open and 4 people walked in from outside. They were all young, almost in their 20s, and several notches above Linny in terms of dress. Seeing the man in the lead, Linny felt a little familiar. It seemed to be the Qingyan they had talked about earlier. Although he wasn't as high-profile as Principal Wang, his picture could often be seen on micro-research. Seeing Linny, Qingyan's face wasn't very nice, and he was even a bit serious. Didn't I inform you all before that we're clearing out today? Why are there still outsiders coming in? Hearing Qingyan questioning, the short-haired woman was taken aback. Xin Xiao, I'm really sorry, this gentleman is looking for our manager Zhou. Hurry up and let Fatty Joe come down to deal with it. We are going to practice today and we don't want anyone to disturb the sneak peeks here. I'm sorry, Xiao Qin, I'll go and arrange it. The short-haired woman walked out from the front desk and pulled Linny to the side in a hurry. Hurry up, follow me to the first floor, don't upset young Qin. Linny laughed, is that so? He doesn't seem to be your leader. Although he is not our leader, but he is the famous Qin Han, not many people in Zhanghai to mess with. If it is not you, I guess Qin Xiao cannot be angry. The short-haired woman sighed in her heart, if it is not the cause of this person, perhaps also can ask for a group photo. All in good, all fizzled out. The two went to the first floor, and the short-haired woman knocked on the door. A thick voice came from inside. Come in. Linny pushed the door and entered. Inside there was a mahogany desk, behind which sat a middle-aged man with a blonde figure, almost in his 40s, looking at the statements in his hands. Manager Zhou, there's a guest. Seeing the person who came in, Zhou Haitao quickly stood up. Hello Mr. Lin, why did you come by yourself? Call me in advance so that I can go and pick you up. Lin, General Manager Lin? The short-haired woman froze and looked at Linny incredulously. Which company's boss was this? What company's boss is this? There's no need to get all worked up, it's just as well to come yourself. Zhou Haitao welcomed Linny to the sofa and commanded. Xiao Zhao, go and get Mr. Lin a glass of water. Why are you still standing there? Mr. Lin? The Zhanghai International Circuit has been acquired by Mr. Lin, call Mr. Lin. Acquired. The short-haired woman named Zhao is dumbfounded. The person she's been spitting on is actually her own boss? What kind of wealth does he have? He's actually so trenchant? No, I'll go now. Taking advantage of the short-haired woman pouring water, Zhou Haitao handed all the documents he had organized beforehand to Linny. Mr. Lin, this is the company's flow in business for the past 6 months, please take a look. I won't look at these professional things, everything will be done the way it was before. If there is something that can't be solved, just report back to me. I know Mr. Lin, if you have any instructions on your side, you can also give them at any time. We, as subordinates, will fully cooperate. Linny got up and said. I came here, not to give you guys a downward spiral. From now on this place will be my property, take me down to see it. 3 cups of wine for 10,000 feet of red dust, 1 tea for 1,000 autumns. Owning this top racing circuit. One's first step is considered a step forward. Chapter 022, Lin is the boss here. Well, please follow me, Mr. Lin. Led by Zhou Haitao, the two of them went to the viewing platform of the racing circuit. The winding racetrack was as grand as it could be, making Linny's hands itch a little. Mr. Lin, if you can buy this place, you must be a racing enthusiast. Do you want to drive a couple of laps? Zhou Haitao suggested. That's fine. When I got this racing track, I also acquired master driving skills at the same time. Now that I have the opportunity, I naturally want to experience it. My car is parked at Gate C. Ask someone to drive it over for me. Seeing the car keys in Linny's hand, Zhou Haitao was in a cold sweat. Other people's rich second generation are all Lamborghinis, Porsches and other cars, but his own boss is so arrogant that he even got a Pagani. This brand of car, the cheapest, are nearly 10 million. It's just like a trenchless car. Okay, I'll go and arrange it. Receiving the keys to the Pagani, Zhou Haitao called a staff member. Go and bring Mr. Lin's car over. Be careful when you're driving, don't touch it. Manager, don't worry, Lamborghini, Ferrari and so on, I often drive, surely won't make a mistake. That multi-million-dollar car is nothing. Mr. Lin, this is a Pagani Wind God, nearly 30 million, not like other sports cars. It's a Pagani. Knowing that Linny's car is a Pagani Wind God, the staff felt that the car keys in their hands had sunk a lot. Got it, manager, I'll be careful for sure. Well, go ahead. After saying that, Zhou Haitao looked at Linny. Mr. Lin, let's go down and take a look. If there's anything unsatisfactory, we can rectify it in the near future. Let's go, it's good to be idle. The two of them walked down the steps and into the arena. Precisely here, a roaring wave of sound came from far and near. Only 2 Porsches, a Tanma, and a Lamborghini were seen driving over from the other side of the bend. And stopped in front of Linny and Zhou Haitao. All 4 were luxury cars, but compared to the Tanma and the Lamborghini, the 2 Porsches paled in comparison. The Lamborghini, in particular, had a maximum domestic price of over 9 million, which definitely made it into the top luxury cars. Seeing a few cars, Joe Hito immediately stood up straight, looking particularly respectful. The car doors opened one after another. Qingyan and his friends came down from the car, their faces were not very good. Fatty Joe, what's the matter with you? Taking my words as if they fell on deaf ears. What did you say, young Qin? As early as 3 days ago, I informed you that this place I wrapped up, and actually brought people in. Qingyan said. Don't you understand the 4 words idle people? Qingyan, you may have misunderstood. Standing beside me is Linny. Mr. Lin, as early as in the morning, the full-funded enough our Shanghai International Circuit, now here, is his property. Joe Hito secretly shook his head, although Yu Qingyan's name is loud. But really Count, you are the idle ones. You say he is the boss here? Qingyan and his friends all froze. Unexpectedly, this casually dressed guy had wholly acquired the Shanghai International Circuit. To acquire this racetrack, you'd need billions of dollars at the very least. He was young, so he must have spent his family's money to buy it. But to use billions of dollars casually, his identity, I'm afraid it's not simple. Manager Zhou, in a moment I'm going to run a few laps here, clear the people. If it involves the issue of liquidated damages, just accompany the payment as usual. This. Joe Hito a little difficult, standing in front of himself, but the famous Qin Prince. He is a man of few words, how dare he say such words? Qingyan laughed and pulled out a packet of unwrapped cigarettes from his pocket, handing one over to Linny. Buddy, I've just offended you, have one. Stretching his hand, Linny took the cigarette, and Qingyan took the initiative to light it for him. Do you want to run a lap? Linny shook his head, forget it. It's fine, I'll let you have 10 seconds, it's all entertainment anyway, hit or miss, consider it making friends. I mean, you're no match for me, so it's better to forget it. You're kidding. Qingyan clamped his cigarette, pointed to his Lamborghini, and said. When I bought this car, I spent more than 9 million, and after the modification, I spent more than 3 million. Do you think I am not your opponent? Performance is only one aspect, the most important thing is to look at the person driving the car. If you say that, I'm not convinced. Qingyan said. I have been in this circle since I was 18 years old, and I have won a lot of big and small awards, and with professional racers, there is definitely still a gap, but in this circle of amateurs, I really haven't convinced anyone. Then let's run 2 laps. Anyway, I have itchy hands and want to try what it feels like here. Where is your car? Qingyan looked around. If you think my car is too good and takes advantage of you, I can change to something else. No need. It's just a Lamborghini. Qingyan and his friend are full of black lines. This pussy is pretending, and a Lamborghini is just a Lamborghini? Buzzing. A roaring sound came at this time. Looking at the sound, Qingyan saw a silver-colored behemoth that drove in from the entrance. My God! What's that? Pagani Wind God. I've only seen this car before coming over to Jinshan, and there's actually another one in Shanghai. Qingyan looked at Linny unexpectedly. This car is yours? Well, it's not expensive, but it should be better than your car. Qingyan. It's more than better, even if I add the modification fee, it's not worth half as much as yours. It's so loaded. The Pagani stopped in front of the crowd and Linny said. I'm driving this car, isn't it a bit of a bully? Not really. Qingyan said. Your car is really not cheap, but look at the appearance, it should not have been modified, while my Lamborghini, but spent more than 3 million in modification fees, in terms of performance by no means lose you, and even a little bit of the lead, is that I took advantage of the cheap. Then try it. Qingyan waved his hand towards his friend, move the car, give the field, I and this buddy to run 2 laps. No problem. The remaining 3 cars were put in the public area, and both Lin Yi's Wind God and Qin Yi's were parked on the track. The owner of the Porsche said, who do you think has a better chance of winning? This still need to say it, his Wind God even more expensive, but also the original car, old Qin's, but spent more than 3 million of the modification fee, even a screw, can be called the top, in the performance than the Wind God than strong, coupled with his own driving skills, the game, certainly is the crushing game, there is no suspense. The owner of the Tanma said. Chapter 023, Taking a sports car, driving a dropper, whoever sees it is blindsided. Buzzing. The roar came again. Joe Hito stood in the middle and said loudly. 3, 2, 1. Start. At The word of command, the two supercars leapt out like beasts. Just a few dozen meters out, Linny is a length ahead of Qingyan. How is this possible? The Porsche's owner was horrified. This car of young Qin's, its strongest point is its start, and now it's actually losing? Such a situation left a few of Qingyan's friends dumbfounded. No one expected, just at the beginning, is such a situation. Don't panic first, the old Qin's bending technology, but second to none, the back are continuous curves, there is when he shows the real technology. The owner of the Tanma said. A few minutes later, halfway through the race, a few of Qingyan's friends, their hearts were hanging in the air, behind them were continuous curves. The time to test the skills had arrived. What's this? Qin Xiao had already slowed down in advance and prepared to enter the corner. Why didn't that wind god react at all? Does he want to rush through at this speed? The Porsche owner said. Bullshit, even if a professional racer comes, he wouldn't dare to use this speed to enter the corner. A little carelessness, the car will be destroyed. That kid is absolutely crazy. A few seconds later, a few of Qingyan's friends, once again dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they saw in front of them. 2 turns in a row? If I'm not mistaken, he was going 130 miles per hour when he entered the corner. This guy is absolutely crazy. His car's performance is not as good as old Qin's, and he's still able to take corners at such a speed, it's picturesque. After a few consecutive turns, Lin Yi's car stopped in front of the crowd. At the very least, he was more than 10 seconds ahead of Qingyan. When Qingyan got out of the car, the way he looked at Lin Yi had changed to admiration. The loss was convincing. Said Qingyan. But I want to know, when you started, how could you be faster than me? Because you didn't start the right way, naturally you're not as good as me. Not as good as you? Before starting, step on the clutch in place, put it in first gear, then step on the RPM to 4000, and control the speed of lifting the clutch and cooperate with the throttle, and then accelerate with the floor oil, and then change the gear after squeezing the engine power cleanly. This is the best way to start. Qingyan and other people listened to a blank stare. After playing with cars for so many years, this was the first time they had heard of such a starting method. This was too unconventional. What about super high-speed cornering? How did you do that? Linny shrugged and said easily, practice makes perfect, this is a technical problem. If it wasn't the first time I drove on this track, it might have been faster. Bullish. Qingyan gave a thumbs up and said, today I've met a master. Said, Qingyan took out his mobile phone, buddy, add a micro message? We'll be in touch later. I'll be in touch later. Linny took out his mobile phone and added Qingyan's micro message. I'll find a place tonight, let's go have a good time, have a drink, and make friends. Before Linny could answer, his phone rang. It was Ji Qingyan. Come to the company to pick me up, I'm going to call a car, let me know when you arrive. I'll call a car, let me know when you get there. Ji Qingyan also knew that Linny was experiencing life, didn't say that he should send him for nothing, and was ready to call him over before placing an order. I'm afraid I can't today, come to live. Hanging up the phone, Linny said, let's make an appointment for another day. A job? Someone called for a car. I have to go over there. What? A car? A job? Well, I'm a ding-dong driver, so if someone wants to place an order, I can't say no. Qingyan and the others are full of black lines, don't tell me you're going to drive a Pagani to drive a ding-dong. What's wrong? What's wrong with that? It's as if you're teasing me, you can't even earn back the money for the fuel if you pull a trip to ding-dong, right? Qingyan said breathlessly. I can still make a small profit, otherwise how else can I support my family? Qingyan bought this racetrack in one breath, and even said that you rely on running ding-dong to support your family. I believe you a ghost. I'll leave now, you guys keep playing. Linny waved his hand, then got into his car and drove towards the Chaoyang group. Zhou Haitao didn't know how to describe his complicated feelings. He had thought that a rich young master like Qingyan would already be very good at playing. But he didn't expect his own boss to be even more playful than imagined. Taking a sports car and driving a ding-dong, whoever saw it was blindsided. Almost 30 minutes later, Linny drove to the underground car park of the Sunrise Group and sent a micromessage to Ji Qingyan. Then he waited in the car for her to come out. Linny looked around and found his old broken charade, still parked alone. He had to take the time to drive it to the Kyushu Pavilion. It was the first car in his life, and even though he had retired to the second line now, it had to be handled properly. Not long after, Ji Qingyan carried her own bag and walked down from the lift. Your speed is fast enough, I thought it would take a while to come over. I'm going to place an order, quickly watch the mobile phone, so as not to let others snatch away. Don't worry, I'm watching. The order was successful. Linny drove towards Ji Qingyan's Yunshui villa. By the way, I'm having a reunion tonight. You'll have to pick me up. Why are you so polite? I'm just a manual laborer. If there's business coming my way, there's no reason not to do it. I don't believe you're a manual laborer. Ji Qingyan looked at Linny blankly. At least I haven't driven a Pagani yet. Linny smiled. Aren't you going to the reunion? Why are you going home? What a hassle. I've been wearing these clothes all day, so I need to go back and change them, and clean up a bit. It just so happens that there are still 8 squats left to do. Linny said. Che, you stinking men, always thinking about these things in your head. Originally I wanted to forget about it, it was you who said you wanted to keep your promise, I was just reminding you of it, can you blame me for that? Of course, I can't even think of this kind of action, you're all big pigs. Linny was speechless. Ji Qingyan was really simple. A squatting S is not simple? Soon after, Linny drove the car to Yunshui villa. The two of them entered the house one after another. Ji Qingyan put down her handbag and then said, There are drinks and coffee in the fridge, take whatever you want yourself. Then I won't be polite to you. Ji Qingyan went upstairs. Linny went to the fridge, took a bottle of iced coffee, but unexpectedly found that there were a dozen pairs of stockings in the fridge. Instantly, the iced coffee in his hand just didn't smell as good. Chapter 024, Honoring the Promise. Why did you even put the coffee back? Standing upstairs, Ji Qingyan said. Seeing your stockings and coffee together instantly made me not want to drink it. I don't think you've ever been to another woman's house, right? Ji Qingyan spat. How do you know? Women's stockings are kept in the fridge, so that they are more wearable. Ji Qingyan said. Besides, those stockings are all unopened, all new. What are you afraid of? The innuendo is too strong. Forget it, I'll just have a glass of plain water. Seeing that Linny really didn't drink the coffee in the fridge, Ji Qingyan couldn't help but smile. It's kinda cute. Okay, make yourself something to drink, I'm going to take a shower later, so I might be delayed, and my laptop is on the dining table, so feel free to play with it. I'm going to take a shower later, it might take a while. Soon, the sound of running water came from upstairs. Linny was bored and got up to take a turn outside the villa. The air was fresh and the scenery was pleasant. When he came here yesterday, Linny was still envious of Ji Qingyan's villa. But now, there was no such feeling. The entire Jojo pavilion was his own, there was nothing to envy anymore. Linny had nothing to do, so he took Ji Qingyan's laptop and found a film to kill time. Almost 20 minutes later, the sound of running water ended, and then the sound of the door opening was heard. There's a new email for you on the computer. Linny said. Ji Qingyan's voice, coming from upstairs, should be a business document, don't worry about it, just keep playing with yours. It doesn't seem to be a business email from your company. It's not a company email? It seems to be a shipping notification from a certain treasure, it's the one you bought what's shipped. For the next 10 seconds or so, there was silence. No, don't bother. Ji Qingyan felt like she was going crazy. Shipping is shipping, what are you doing reminding me with an email? Moreover, you didn't send it earlier, you didn't send it later, and you sent it at this time. Do you want to kill me? In fact, every time Ji Qingyan buys something, she gets this kind of reminder, but she just doesn't take it seriously. Mr. Ji, there's another email on your computer. Before Linny could finish his sentence, he heard stomping footsteps, coming from the first floor. Ji Qingyan, wrapped in a bath towel, jogged over to Linny, snatched the laptop over, and quietly looked at it before realizing. It was actually a spam email. It's a spam email, what are you shouting at me for? This can't be blamed on me. Linny innocently said, I was about to tell you that it was spam, and then you ran down. Linny looked up and down at Ji Qingyan. You didn't buy something so shameful that you're afraid I'll see it, did you? Nonsense, I'm not the kind of person you think I am. Ji Qingyan's cheeks turned red and she returned upstairs, holding her laptop. When she was coming down, she had already finished tidying up. A beige wrap dress, slim and decent, her good figure all highlighted. Her hair was coiled up in a bun, and there was a diamond brooch in front of her body. At a glance, she knew it was worth a lot of money. How about this outfit? Give me some advice. I don't feel like you're attending a reunion, but more like you're going to a beauty pageant. To be this effect, a number of female classmates are going, cannot let others than down. Linny thought about it. Ji Qingyan has a point. Nowadays, people are very realistic and judge people by their appearance, so it's reasonable for her to dress up like this. I feel pretty good. If you're ready, let's go now. If I remember correctly, you still seem to owe me 8 squats, right? Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. Ji Qingyan's face was a little red and said, Isn't it just 8 squats? I'll pay it back now, so that you don't have to take this up again in the future. You have said so, then I will not be polite. Linny leaned on the sofa like a grandpa. Please start your performance. Ji Qingyan pulled over the stool and was just about to start when she suddenly stopped moving her hands. You go close the curtains, and then see if there's anyone outside. Linny was speechless. You're just doing an S-squat, it's not that bad, right? Did you forget about last time, being bumped into by my dad? My mom called me several times afterwards. I'm losing face. Ji Qingyan said. In case someone with a heart sees it again, I won't have to be a human being anymore. Alright, if you say so, I'll work hard and close the curtains. You're just being cheap, you're the one enjoying it, right? Don't say that. As the president of a company, keeping your promise is your most basic character. Che, you know how to make excuses. Linny pulled the curtains of the floor-to-ceiling windows on both sides, and the brightly lit villa was dimmed in an instant. Ji Qingyan held onto the chair, her face a little red, then twisted her plump waist and did 8 squats. Compared to the first time, Ji Qingyan's movements had improved tremendously and were more attractive than those female anchors. I've honored my promise, 2 clearances between us. Okay. Let's go. This is a 5-star restaurant, specializing in seafood. The flavor and the prices are top-notch. Before leaving, Linny pointed out the curtains. No, it'll be dark by the time I get back, so I'll save myself the trouble. Linny nodded and took the lead. But just as he stepped out of the house, he stopped in his tracks. Why aren't you walking? Ji Qingyan asked from behind. I met someone I know. You still have a friend you know here? I just met him yesterday, but you and him are probably more familiar. Ji Qingyan looked up, and suddenly found that his dad and mom were standing in the courtyard. Chapter 025, Mysterious Landlord. You two are done? Seeing Linny, Ji and Tai couldn't stop smiling. You see, I was right, isn't this young man a handsome man? It's true, he's taller than Qingyan by half a head, and he looks good together. Ji Qingyan's mother, Song Minghui, said with a smile. Ji Qingyan froze. When did you come? Come 10 minutes. Ji and Tai said, look at the house with curtains drawn, we are afraid of delaying your business, we did not dare to go on outside. Ji Qingyan hated to find a crack in the ground, really afraid of what will come. Dad, Mom, listen to my explanation, I was just changing clothes, that's why I closed the curtains, it's not what you think. There is no need to explain, we are also people who have been there, and you are also a big girl, like this kind of thing, it is very normal, we all understand. Song Minghui said. From her kind eyes, Linny could tell, as if to say again, her daughter has finally grown up. Mom, what are you guys thinking? It's really not what you think, I'm just changing my clothes. I'm just changing my clothes. Okay. Ji Qingyan is helpless, today this thing, I can't even wash myself by jumping into the Mu water. Well, put on that expression for what? I know you have a thin skin, so do not say this. Song Minghui said. Also adult, pay attention to safety on the line, we will not follow the involvement. At this time, Ji Antai interjected, wife, they seem to be going out, let's not stay here, what's the matter, we can talk about it later. Song Minghui nodded and looked at Linny kindly, Xiaolin you and our family Qingyan are together, we won't treat you as an outsider, the day after tomorrow when her grandfather celebrates his birthday, you must come. Okay. In front of his elders, Linny couldn't refuse, so he nodded his head and agreed. As for going or not, we'll talk about it afterwards. Alright then, we'll leave you guys alone, go out and play. With a word of advice, Ji Antai and Song Minghui got into the Audi outside piece by piece and sailed away. Ji Qingyan was speechless and wanted to die. Did you two come all the way here just to humiliate me? Mr. Ji, are you still leaving? Of course I'm leaving. Ji Qingyan doesn't want to stay here any longer. Please place your order. Ji Qingyan, what? At this time, you still think about placing an order? Can't you act like a scumbag and comfort me a little bit? Angry to angry, in the end Ji Qingyan still placed an order. Some things were a matter of principle. Linny didn't want to be exempted from the order, and he couldn't force himself on people. The order was successful, and Linny sent Ji Qingyan to the place. Wait for my call tonight. Okay, on call. Linny was about to turn around and leave when a push message came from the software, a 5-star review from Ji Qingyan. Not bad at all. At this exact moment, the system's beep sounded. Congratulations to the host, safe driving for 100 kilometers, rewarding 200,000 proficiency. Career completion, 55%, rewarded with 21% equity in Dingdang Company. Seeing the reward in his mind, Linny realized that he hadn't misread it. It really was 21% equity. It's only been running for too long. You've become Ding Dong's boss? 21% equity shouldn't be the most, but it wasn't too little either. Excitement. Fanzhou City, Dingdang Company Headquarters, President's Office. Ring ring ring. President Cheng Shuang's phone is ringing. Okay, I know, I respect your choices, and I hope there will be opportunities to be colleagues in the future. I need the other party's contact information, just send it to me via private email. After a brief conversation, Cheng Shuang hung up the phone and called his secretary in. Cheng Shuang, you're looking for me? Notified the executives above the general manager to come to the conference room for a meeting. Got it, Chief Chang, I will go and notify now. 10 minutes later, all the executives of Dingdang Company, all of them came to the conference room. Cheng Shuang looked at everyone and said, I've just received a call. The two shareholders of our company have sold their hands, a combined 21% of the shares, all to a person named Linny. Now I need to send someone to contact him. It's best to invite him to the company as a guest. I can't believe I acquired 21% of the shares in one go. Upon hearing this news, a group of executives, all of them were a bit in disbelief. With Ding Dong's current size, acquiring 21% of the shares would require over $10 billion at the very least. What was the origin of this mysterious tycoon named Linny? How could he have acquired so many shares without saying a word, and become Ding Dong's second largest director? That's right, this news is true. Cheng Shuang said. But the information I have on hand is not much, because all the transactions of the other party were done over the phone. No way, such a big deal was done over the phone? Isn't it a bit too hasty? It's highly likely that some hidden consortium made a move, but that's all just my guess. Cheng Shuang said. Now I know that the name of the other party is Linny, a person from Zhonghai. Contact information, 152 asterisk 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 asterisk. I need someone to take over. Is there anyone who volunteered? Cheng, this task to me, my family is in Zhonghai, more familiar with the environment there. The person who spoke is a woman in her 30s, with a big wavy hairstyle, wearing a white lady's formal dress. There is a kind of style of a big woman in the workplace. The woman's name was Tian Yan, a vice president of Dingdang, deeply valued by Cheng Shuang. Okay, this task will be given to you, as much as possible to understand his side of the situation. If you can be invited to the city of Fanzhou, it is the best. I'll do my best. Linny wasn't in a hurry to leave, but on his mobile phone, he checked about Dingdang Travel. It was headquartered in Fanzhou City, with a market capitalization of almost 50 billion. If he sold his shares, he could at least cash out 10 billion. Linny thought about it. In his current situation, it seemed like there was no need to cash out. He's not short of money, so he's treating them like a chicken that lays eggs. Wouldn't it be nice to get a few $100 million in dividends every year? Seeing the attribute panel and realizing that career completion had reached 55%, Linny was doubly pleased. As long as he completed another 45%, he would be able to start a new profession. But the system had clearly stated that there would be a generous reward when the career completion reached 100%. So it was better to wait until 100% before opening the new profession. After making his plans, Linny was ready to drive back to the pavilion of the 9 states. It was already his home, so he had to go over there anyways. Getting ready to take orders from Greenlink's shop along the river to the villa area of the Kyushu Pavilion. Chapter 026, You Think I'm That Bad? Linny, who was about to pause to take the order, heard the alert on his mobile phone and realized that the person who placed the order was going to the same place as himself. Without even thinking about it, Linny chose to take the order. System tasks and occupational proficiency were dispensed by taking orders, so he couldn't be too lazy, and anyway, it was on the way, so it was a waste of time not to take the order. After receiving the order, Linny looked at the map. Green Union wasn't far from here, almost 200 meters away, and it was just around the corner. At this time, in front of the door of the Green Union, stood a tall woman, hand holding a cup of coffee, is constantly selfie. The angle of this one is not good, delete it. This one doesn't have the Green Union's plaque in it, also no good. This one is good, you're it. After the selfie was finished, the woman deleted, and finally left a few of the most satisfactory ones and sent them to her friend's circle. After drinking so many coffees, the favorite is still Green Union. Why are all other coffees as bad as foot washing water? After sending the friend's circle, there were soon a few dog licking likes and points, making the woman very satisfied. What the hell, is not said that the distance of 200 meters it, have passed several minutes actually still not arrived. The car she called hasn't come yet, the woman can't help but complain. Just at this moment, the street came from a small boom. Look, it's the Pagani Ventura. The shape of this car is too exaggerated, it's much more flamboyant than a Lamborghini. Compared to Lamborghini, this car is his ancestor. Seeing the Pagani drive over, many people took out their mobile phones to take pictures. This kind of nice car is not common, it has to be photographed as a souvenir. With all the people watching, Linny's Pagani stopped in front of the woman. Are you Ms. Sue, tail number 0389? Because the order does not show the user's name, Linny can only address her this way. Yes, it's me. Seeing the Pagani stop in front of her, Su Yang had been baffled, not knowing what was going on. Could it be that Peach Blossom luck had come because she had dressed up carefully? Get in the car. Get on, get on. Su Yang is a bit unbelievable, did he really let himself guess? Peach Blossom luck from heaven, got the favor of the rich second generation? Oh, good. Opening the car door, amidst the envy of the crowd, Su Yang got into Lin Yi's car. Hello. When he got into Lin Yi's car, Su Yang was very formal. After more than 20 years of living, this was the first time he'd been in a supercar. Everything he saw was new to him, but he didn't take any pictures to save face. There's a handsome man around, so I have to be a bit more reserved. Hello. Lin Yi responded. My name is Su Yang, nice to meet you. Well, it's nice to meet you too. After a brief response, Lin Yi continued to drive. I wanted to ask, why did you choose to do this for me? Also, where are you taking me? As she spoke, Su Yang was very careful. Sitting beside herself was a rich second generation driving a Pagani. The first time he came into contact with such a person, he couldn't afford to upset him. Now that he has taken the initiative to throw out the olive branch, perhaps his own life will be changed. I picked you? Lin Yi looked at Su Yang. Weren't you the one who called Ding Dang? You're the one who chose me, right? And why are you asking me where I'm going when you've already written down your address and said you're going to the Pavilion of the 9 States? Huh? Su Yang's head was confused. What did you say? You're a ding-dong driver? Yes, why? Which one drives a sports car out to do ding-dong? Su Yang said. News service. So that's it. Su Yang disgusted, white happy one, get half a day, is a open ding-dong. Lin Yi is speechless, this face change can be really fast. When he learnt of Lin Yi's identity, Su Yang took out his mobile phone and took hundreds of photos. He stopped only when he had nowhere else to shoot. Your company is quite interesting, actually came out with the luxury car business, is it to create a topic? Su Yang said with a big grin. Who said the car belongs to the company? Lin Yi said, this car is mine. Don't pretend, you think you can get me just by saying that? Dream on? Lin Yi was speechless. Do I look like I'm pretending? Brother, do you think I don't have a brain? Su Yang said. I've been alive for so many years, I've never heard of any rich second generation will come out to run Ding Dang. You're just a stinky part-time job, convenient to do publicity for the enterprise, so don't blow it, can't fool me. What do you mean by stinky? Lin Yi said, Aren't you a part-time worker? Although I am also a part-time worker, my career is much more high-end than yours. Su Yang said. So people like you should go cheat on those ignorant girls. You're not my type and you're not qualified to pick me up yet. Squeak. Linny slammed his foot on the brake and almost threw Su Yang out. Are you sick? What are you doing stepping on the emergency brake? Su Yang cursed. If you're really good, you should buy your own car and drive it. Why call Ding Dang? Linny said, see you this plastic face, all disgusting stomach, do not affect my appetite for dinner, get off. You stinking driving Ding Dang, how dare you scold me, who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? I'm a consumer, I'm God, believe it or not, I'll give you a bad review. Doesn't matter. Linny felt his hand owed. I thought the road, just casually take the order, I did not expect to meet such a green tea. Didn't you tell me to roll? I won't roll. Su Yang arrogantly said, I not only want to give you a bad review today, but also call to complain about you. Report all you want, but if you don't go down, I'm going to kick you down. Seeing Lin Yi's cold face, Su Yang was also a bit flustered. If there was a clash and he got his clothes dirty, he wouldn't be able to apply for a job at the JoJo Pavilion later. Okay, you wait for me, I won't let you go. I'll just wait. Su Yang got out of the car, and Linny took the car perfume and sprayed it for a while. Only then did he barely manage to cover up the bimbo flavor. The car did not drive out far. The mobile phone received a system alert, is a bad review. It must have been made by Su Yang, but Linny didn't care, he had a system on his body, so he was still afraid of this? Lin Yi's mobile phone rang when he was almost at the JoJo Pavilion. It was an unfamiliar number. It was an unfamiliar number. A middle-aged man's voice came from the other side. It's me. What's wrong with you? Actually dare to scold the passengers. People complained about the phone call to the headquarters to go, even dragged me to be scolded by the bloody head. If there is a next time, we'll have to deduct money from your margins. Listening to the other party's tone of voice, Linny already guessed who it was. It's probably Ding Dang's regional agent, otherwise it wouldn't be possible to talk to him in such a tone. Deduct whatever you want, you think I'm short of that kind of money? YOLO kid, you've grown capable, believe it or not I'll suspend your operating qualifications. Linny laughed. If it was before, such a threat would still be somewhat useful to himself. But now, he was Ding Dong's major shareholder, so he was still afraid of this? If you dare to stop, you must think of the consequences. Linny narrowed his eyes and said indifferently. Chapter 027, he's the brain-dead driver. Replying, Linny hung up the phone and drove his car to the JoJo Pavilion, where the security guards guarding the entrance were the first to welcome him in. Good day, Mr. Lin. Thanks for your hard work. When Linny drove up to Villa 1, he found a middle-aged fat man, panting and jogging over. Mr. Lin, let me introduce myself, I'm Zhou Xian, the property manager of the JoJo Pavilion. Hello. Linny stretched out his hand. Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian was flattered and shook Linny's hand. I didn't expect this tycoon who had bought 9 villas in one go to be so easygoing. Mr. Lin, amongst our property services, we will be providing a personal butler service. We're arranging for someone to be sent to you as soon as possible. Zhou Xian said. Today, I will first take you to familiarize yourself with the environment here. There's no hurry, I'll take my time to look at it later. Linny said, let's go to the house first. Mr. Lin, come with me. Pushing the door in, the modern and simple design style was extremely in line with Lin Yi's aesthetics, and by and large, he was very satisfied. Mr. Lin, in the 9 villas, all the stone comes from the Abyssinian mountain surface mines, the Right Bank Palace, the said palace and the Notre Dame of the City of Lights, with this material. For the home furnishings, mahogany, a rare species of wood, is used, and none of these things can leave the customs without private connections. There is also the chandelier overhead, which is made of natural crystal, and the gold threads on the stair railings, which are all painted with pure gold dust. And Zhou Xian spoke in great detail, summarized in one, expensive. All the objects in the villa were of the highest specification in the world, even a tiny screw was no exception. Only then did Linny truly appreciate what it meant to be trenchant. Under Zhou Xian's leadership, Linny found that the developer was really very considerate. Not only had they prepared living supplies, but even the kitchen tea, rice, oil, salt, vinegar, and tea were all prepared in great detail. This wasn't something that a normal high-end neighborhood could provide. In fact, it wasn't something that was there from the start. Rather, when they learnt that Lin Yi had bought a house here, the property had specifically gone out to purchase it. Ring ring ring. Zhou Xian's mobile phone rang at this time. Fine, I know, I have to ask Mr. Lin's opinion first. Looking for me? Zhou Xian hung up and Lin Yi asked. Mr. Lin, it's like this, on our property side, we've expedited the screening of a few private housekeepers for you, and now that they've passed the interviews, it's up to you to decide who to leave behind. What about now? What do you need me to do? After today's final round of interviews, the 6 people we shortlisted are in the property office. If you have time now, let's go over and take a look. Zhou Xian said with a smile. Zhou Xian smiled and said, if Mr. Lin doesn't have enough time, we can do it some other time. It doesn't matter, I'm free right now, so I'll go over and take a look. Good, then thank you Mr. Lin, this way please. The property of the Jojo Pavilion was a small 2-story building, set up on the opposite side of the road in order not to affect the view of the entire villa area, and the sales office was right next to it. At this moment, in the conference room on the first floor of the property, there were 5 young women with very different styles. The overall ages were all between 25 and 30 years old. There were cute girls with double ponytails, cold imperial sisters, quiet and virtuous young women, youthful and slim female college students, and so on. In short, any style of woman could be seen here, with the aim of maximizing Lin Yi's preferences. On the inner side of the first floor, in the deputy general manager's office, there was a man and a woman sitting in front of him. The man was in his 40s, with a lean figure, and was none other than Pei Hao, the deputy general manager of the Jojo Pavilion property. Next to him, there was a young woman, none other than Su Yang, who Lin Yi had met earlier. What's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you to come over earlier? You're actually late for such a big event. If Zhou Xian was here, you'd have been sentenced directly out of the game. Pei Hao said. Don't mention it brother Hao, I met a brain-dead ding-dang driver on the road. The 2 of us quarreled halfway, and also drove me off the bus in the middle of the road, otherwise I would have arrived long ago. Once upon a time, Su Yang worked at a KTV, and Pei Hao was a regular there. Because of the generous 1-to-2 on the acquaintance, and even added a micro-message. And this job is Su Yang trust Pei Hao help to contact. Okay, this matter will not be mentioned, but I remind you, if the application for a private butler is successful, absolutely do not allow such a fault to occur again. Don't worry, brother Hao, as long as you can help me get this job, I definitely won't let you suffer. The final decision on this matter doesn't lie with me, I can only put in a good word for you and give some advice, in the end it's up to Mr. Lin. Pei Hao leered and glanced around Su Yang. But I think that the conditions of the others should not be as good as yours, and the chances of you staying are still great. I feel the same way, which of those demonic bitches outside can compare to me? Su Yang puffed out her chest, very confident. As long as he could take this job, he would have a chance to get close to the water. In this way, one would have a chance to rise to the top. Thinking of this, Su Yang smiled from ear to ear. A beautiful life was embarking towards himself, it was too much to think about. Ring ring ring. Pei Hao's mobile phone rang at this time. Okay. Simply answering, Pei Hao hung up the phone, then got up and patted Su Yang's bum. Let's go, Zhou Xian has already brought Mr. Lin over, let's go to the conference room first. Well, don't worry brother Hao, I definitely won't fail you. Don't just say it with your mouth, show it with real actions. I know. The 2 left the office together and went to the conference room next door. Seeing the other 5 women, Su Yang's expression was contemptuous, not putting these people in his eyes at all. With you guys, you still want to compete with my mother? Don't even look at your own virtues. Within a few minutes, the door to the conference room was pushed open, and Lin Yi and Zhou Xian walked in one after the other. I can't believe it's you. Seeing Lin Yi, Su Yang's fire leapt up. When he thought about what had just happened, he was furious. A stinking open ding-dong had come here. What qualifications does he have? Pei Hao panicked, is this idiot crazy, how dare he talk to Mr. Lin like that? Su Yang, what are you doing? As a qualified personal butler, it's a minimum guideline not to show your joy and anger. How dare Su Yang yell and scream here? What's the fashion? Brother Ho, he's the brain-dead ding-dong driver I met on the road. Chapter 028, Ji Qingyan's suitor. What's wrong with this woman, why is she here? Lin Yi also kind of didn't expect to meet Su Yang here. Seeing her stance, it seems like she's here to apply for a job as a private butler. Does where I am have anything to do with you, a hangman who runs a ding-dong? How dare you come here, do you know what kind of place this is? Su Yang wrapped his hands around his chest and looked at Linny condescendingly. When he thought of just now, being scolded by him for getting off the bus, he was furious. Snap. Pei Hao couldn't hold back and slapped Su Yang in the face. Are you fucking sick? How dare you talk to Mr. Lin like that? Su Yang was slapped blind. What are you hitting me for? Mr. Lin is the master of the Kyushu Pavilion, what do you think I'm hitting you for? He's actually the master of the Kyushu Pavilion. Su Yang was dumbfounded, his eyes almost didn't fall out. He is just a ding-dong driver, how can he be the master of the Pavilion of the 9 states? Su Yang said, when I came in his car, and there is still an order on my mobile phone. Is it possible that if you drive a ding-dong, you can't buy a villa in the Jojo Pavilion? Linny asked rhetorically. Suddenly, Su Yang had a feeling of realization. Perhaps from the beginning, he had misunderstood. That Pagani wind god, it was likely that it was really his car, and that he drove a ding-dong, perhaps it was really to experience life. Mr. Lin, I know I'm wrong, I hope you won't take it personally, please give me another chance. Zhou Xian, clear this person out, the conference room is full of green tea smell, a little choking the nose. The other women couldn't help but snicker, Mr. Lin is so funny. If you can work for such a rich man, it's okay to get paid less. Miss Su, you are not welcome here, please leave quickly or I will have to call security. Su Yang turned back and looked at Pei Hao, this was her last straw. What are you looking at me for, get lost. Pei Hao cursed, if he let Mr. Lin know that he knew her, he might be implicated. Without saying a word, Pei Hao directly pulled Su Yang away, saving himself from being implicated. The conference room was quiet, and the few women who had come to apply for the job were all fidgeting. Must give Mr. Lin a good impression, so their chances will be better. Mr. Lin, these remaining 5 are the private housekeepers we've screened for you, Zhou Xian said. Linny looked round at the 5, their looks were all passable, but in terms of temperament, they seemed to fall short. None of them were too satisfied. Linny shook his head and said, let them all go back, each person will be paid 5,000 yuan, don't let them make a trip for nothing, I'll reimburse you afterwards. Zhou Xian secretly shook his head, the 5 people who stayed behind were all carefully selected by himself, Mr. Lin was actually not satisfied with any of them, rich people's tastes are really tricky. The 5 women were all very disappointed that they weren't chosen by Linny. Although they were able to get a compensation of 5,000 yuan, it was still a pity that they didn't get to stay. Returning home alone, Linny took another stroll and then took a comfortable bath, enjoying himself immensely. Buzzing. After 9 p.m., Ji Qingyan sent a tweet. Come pick me up, I'll be done soon. Good. Hanging up the phone, Linny went out with the car keys and drove the car to the hotel car park. When are you coming out? Linny tweeted. Immediately, wait for me for a few minutes, there's a resting place in the lobby, you can go sit for a while. Ji Qingyan said thoughtfully. Good. Idle and bored, Linny went to the lobby, ordered a cup of coffee, turned on his mobile phone live, and started killing time. Not many minutes later, he saw the lift doors open and a dozen people came down from inside. Yen, we haven't had a party for a long time, let's find a place to play a second game. The woman who spoke was half a head shorter than Ji Qingyan, her face was slightly red, and she had obviously drunk a lot. It's getting late, I have to go back. What are you afraid of? There is our escort dinging in, after the game, we'll definitely be able to send you back safely, don't worry. The man named Ding Yi, dressed in a casual suit, with a Cartier wristwatch on his hand, said with a smile. Yen, our classmates, have not seen for several years, it is not easy to get together once, how to have fun, maybe later there will be no opportunity. I still have work to do, and I've already called a car. Called a car? Is it Ding Dong? Well. Ji Qingyan nodded and said. Yen, ding-dongs are not safe nowadays, said the short woman, the news has reported several times that when they meet good-looking girls, the drivers will plot against them. The news I also watched. Another girl said, leaning in, on your body and face, even if there is no idea of the driver, are seduced by you to commit a crime, I think it is better to let Dingy send you. When they went to school, the 2 of them were golden boys and girls, and now they are doing their best to set them up. It's okay, Ding Dang driver is my friend, don't worry. Ji Qingyan explained. Yen, you are really awesome, you actually even know friends at this level. Ji Qingyan's classmates, completely unable to understand her behavior. Graduating from a prestigious school, with a solid family background, and a smooth road to entrepreneurship, how could she actually know friends who drive ding-dang? That kind of low-level person, and Ji Qingyan is not in the same world at all. Ji Qingyan smiled and nodded her head, not saying anything else, but looking towards the surroundings. Then on the sofa in the lobby, she saw Lin Yi. Lin Yi. Seeing Ji Qingyan walking towards him, Lin Yi got up and went. Yen, is he your friend? Seeing Lin Yi, several of Ji Qingyan's female classmates froze. This was too handsome, it could be C-listed. No wonder Yen had made such a friend, it was because his face value was high enough. That's not true, if it was me, I wouldn't mind making this friend either. Seeing the girls whispering, a few boys couldn't stand to watch. At least you are all graduates of famous schools, but also too nymphomaniac. The person who spoke was called Wu Yongbua. During his college days, he was Ding Yi's roommate and had a very good relationship. We are appreciating this. What's the use of being handsome? Wu Yongbua said, if you're handsome, you're still a ding-dong driver. What's wrong with driving a ding-dong? Lin Yi asked. What's wrong with that? Wu Yongbua laughed playfully and said, I just think that you are quite lucky to be able to know a friend like Qingyan. What's wrong with being friends with her? I'm not a dog licker, I don't feel honored. Qingyan, this friend of yours, his ability is not good, but his temper is not small. Wu Yongbua laughed, open a ding-dong, but also open a sense of superiority. Chapter 029, Driving a ding-dong is just entertainment. Ji Qingyan's face changed slightly. He does have this capital. Qingyan, don't joke, what capital can a driver of a ding-dong have? Wu Yongbua said. With Brother Yi's level, it should be enough to crush him. What are you talking about? Ding Yi said, at least it is also Qingyan's friend, we have to speak politely, 360 rows and rows, occupations are not divided into noble and lowly, cannot look down on people. Ha, this is right, although the occupation is not divided into noble and low, but the salary is divided into noble and low. Wu Yongbua said. You are Foley's doctor, after returning to China, took 60 million risk investment, the other day also full payment to mention a top-match Mercedes-Benz, it is estimated that he drove ding-dang, cannot afford to buy this kind of car for the rest of his life. A group of women have nodded, the words are not very good, but very reasonable. Ding Yi just came back, the venture capital took the initiative to find the door, moved his lips, and got 60 million. Although he was handsome, he probably wouldn't be able to earn this much money in his entire life. So his words were indeed a bit arrogant. Ji Qingyan was speechless and even felt a bit humiliated. If I had known they would be like this, I wouldn't have come to this reunion. It's getting late, let's go back. Ji Qingyan said. The two of them walked out together, and Ding Yi and the others also followed. Ding-dang. A group of people had just walked out when they saw a white Mercedes-Benz with its lights on. This car is so pretty. A few women couldn't help but exclaim, my husband loves this car, but he was so shy that he ended up buying the Baidao. It is said that having a Mercedes-Benz is the ultimate dream of every man. Ding Yi, it seems that you are also a person with feelings. I also bought it blindly. Ding Yi said, mainly this car is not expensive, only more than 2 million, within my budget. Ha, Brother Yi, you say this is very pretentious, more than 2 million car, but also said not expensive? You are not angry. Wu Yongbua said. To be honest, when I'm working for a few years, I'll buy a sports car to drive, that's the ultimate dream of a man. I remember going to college that, you seem to say, the favorite car is the Pagani Wind God, and so you buy, can let us experience what it is like. Wu Yongbua said. Wind God even if it. Ding Yi regretted, now the price of the Wind God, domestic up to more than 28 million, even if I work hard all my life, may not be able to open it, hold up to buy a Lamborghini, the Wind God of that car, I do not dare to think. Ding Yi, look, there seems to be a Wind God parked over there. Hearing another boy's words, Ding Yi and the others all looked over. It immediately caused a burst of gasps. Oh my god, it's really a Wind God. Ding Yi and the others all walked over, wanting to take a closer look at the supercar that was priced at a whopping 28 million. Ding Yi, is this your ultimate dream? A girl asked. That's right. Ding Yi said enviously, this car is 6.0L double supercharged V12 engine, maximum power of more than 700 horsepower, 100 acceleration of 3.2 seconds, the entire Yen state are not a few, I did not expect to meet in the middle sea. There are too many rich people in Shanghai. Wu Yangbo said, although we are now all career success, but in the eyes of the top tycoons, it is estimated that even a fart is not. But that's not true. Ding Yi laughed, or honestly make money, cannot afford to buy the wind god, how to buy a Lamborghini to play. Cough cough. Standing behind a few people, Linny coughed a few times. After watching this for half a day, should we be done? Can you give way? What, you want to see it too? Wu Yangbo teased, look, but don't touch it, in case it wears out, it's easy to involve Qingyan. Linny pressed the car keys in his pocket. The Pagani's xenon headlights lit up, and the gullwing doors slowly opened like wings. This action took Ding Yi and the others' breath away. Holy shit, what's going on here? The owner is here? Ding Yi's eyebrows are slightly wrinkled, maybe the owner is not happy to see us standing here, let's stand back. There is a possibility that this car is almost 30 million, in case of damage, not only the owner of the heartache, we cannot afford to pay. That's true. Ding Yi and the others have backed up, in case the owner is not happy, and then get a lecture, then it's not worth it. Kid, the owner of the car has come, you are still there for what, quickly get out of the way, don't disgrace yourself there. Ji Qingyan was embarrassed to death, how could she have such a group of snobbish classmates? Let's go. Let's go. Lin Yi and Ji Qingyan got into the car, making Ding Yi and the others look stupid. Kid, what are you doing? If the owner of the car sees you, you won't even know how to die. Halfway through his sentence, Wu Yongbo's words came to an abrupt end. Because they saw the car keys in Lin Yi's hand. They were suddenly stumped in place like a thunderbolt. This car is yours? Can't it be? Lin Yi said. Aren't you a ding-dong? How can this car be yours? Who says you can't run a Pagani? Lin Yi laughed and said, don't let poverty limit your imagination. As soon as these words came out, Ding Yi and the others were all petrified in place. Embarrassment was written all over their faces, and they couldn't wait to find a place to drill in. Taking a Pagani to drive ding-dang, you rich second-generation people, you really know how to play ah. Seeing the distant headlights of the Pagani. As expected, those who can pick up Qingyan are not ordinary people. That's what I'm talking about. With Qingyan's status, how could she be in an ordinary ding-dong? So it turns out that her boyfriend is a top-ranking second-generation tycoon, and driving a ding-dong is just entertainment. Lin Yi is sorry, I didn't know that they would be so snobbish. Ji Qingyan apologized. It doesn't matter. Lin Yi said indifferently, is not home? Ji Qingyan thought about it, just drank a cup of red wine, a little dizzy, go out for a walk, just sober up. It's okay, I'll go out to get some fresh air and get rid of the alcohol. Ji Qingyan fiddled with her mobile phone, I have finished the order, hurry up and grab. I'm sorry. Originally, Lin Yi didn't intend to collect the money, but people have taken the initiative to place an order, so he's not polite. On the mobile phone, Ji Qingyan's order was quickly displayed, and was grabbed by Lin Yi with a steady hand. System task, get 10 5-star reviews, reward 100,000 proficiency values 6/10. Seeing the system prompts, Lin Yi realized that he had already gained 6 5-star reviews since opening Ding-Dang. And the one he was taking now was the 7th, so if there were no surprises, he would be able to complete the mission tomorrow. A proficiency value of 100,000 meant a 10% career completion. It was exciting to think about it. Chapter 030, Do They Dare Stop My Car? Humming a little song, Lin Yi took Ji Qingyan and went to the beach. At night, there weren't many people on the beach, and under the illumination of the distant lights, the white waves were very conspicuous. Lin Yi glanced towards his right-hand side and unexpectedly saw his own Jojo pavilion. Other people who wanted to see the sea had to drive over specially, but if they wanted to see it themselves, all they had to do was open the window. The life of a rich person was just so boring and dull. Turn your head away. Just park the car, Ji Qingyan said. You want to change your swimming costume? I didn't even bring a swimming costume, so what am I going to change into? Ji Qingyan said, I want to walk on the beach and take off my stockings. Just take off the stockings, make it seem like you're changing clothes. I'm wearing a skirt, of course you have to turn your head around. It's not like you're in a vacuum inside, so what are you afraid of? Ji Qingyan pinched Lin Yi's waist, what kind of person do you think I am? You women are really strange creatures, letting other people see you in your underwear. You'll scream and shout molestation when you're on the beach, wearing a bikini lets other people look at you casually. Weird or not? That can be the same. Ji Qingyan said, people on the beach are so dressed, besides, I have never worn a bikini. If I don't take it off now, we'll be even, and you can change it. Hooligans. Ji Qingyan said, if you don't turn around, I'll go down and change. Don't, you'd better stay in the car. Linny inclined his head to save Ji Qingyan from saying he was a hooligan. Let's go, let's walk on the beach. No problem. To the beach, Ji Qingyan took off her high heels, the sea breeze blew up her long hair. For a time, let a person cannot distinguish between her and the sea, in the end, which is more beautiful. By the way, there is something I want to say to you. After walking for a while, Ji Qingyan said. What is it? Just now during dinner, my dad called and said that when Grandpa celebrates his birthday, he must bring you there. So what did you think? I know you don't want to go, and I helped you reject it, but they didn't agree and had to let me bring you there, so Ji Qingyan said with embarrassment. When the time comes, do you have to pretend to be your boyfriend? Linny said. Ji Qingyan nodded in embarrassment. I'm at a bit of a disadvantage. I didn't say I'm at a disadvantage, but you're the first to complain. Fine, since you're doing your S-squats so hard, I'll go with you and help you deal with them. Count yourself as having a conscience. After walking for a while, Ji Qingyan felt a lot more comfortable. The sea breeze at night is a bit cool, let's go back first. No problem. Ji Qingyan took her mobile phone, I'll place an order first. No need, this trip is free to send you, I took the order in the past few days, all from you, wool gathering cannot pick a hand. Cut, you are the sheep. The two returned to the car and drove towards Ji Qingyan's Yunshui villa. Hey, how come all the lights in the pavilion of Kyushu are on? Ji Qingyan said curiously. Isn't that normal? Linny said, otherwise it would be creepy if it was dark. This is something you don't know. Ji Qingyan said. Jizhou Pavilion is the most luxurious villa in Shanghai. There are 9 different styles of villas, the cheapest are more than 800 million, built more than half a year, because of the high price, has not been sold, so at night, Jizhou Pavilion's lights, almost all are turned off. I'm still the first time to see Jizhou Pavilion's night view. Then I'll drive a little closer and take you there to see it. That's fine, it's just killing time anyway. Linny took Ji Qingyan and went to the front door of the Jizhou Pavilion. When this piece of land was put up for bidding, our company also participated, but the budget wasn't enough, so it was brushed off in the first round, and I didn't expect that in the end, it would be made into such a mansion. At least you are a female president, not so envious. I am not envious of the house here, but the scenery inside is said to be very beautiful, and the plants planted are all rare species. Ji Qingyan gathered her hair, and I heard that the swimming pool inside, using the water that was flown in, I don't know if it's true or not. What is this? I will take you to swim round to know. Stop, stop, stop. Ji Qingyan quickly stopped Linny. This is a private area, you think it's an ordinary neighborhood, you can't just go in. Linny laughed, I'm driving a Pagani wind god, do they dare to stop my car? Don't say you're driving a Pagani, even if you're driving an aeroplane, as long as you're not the owner of Jizhou Pavilion, they'd dare to stop you. I don't believe it. I think you're just overconfident. Ji Qingyan blanched at Linny and said, just take a look outside, don't have those unrealistic ideas. Don't say that either. What if I can really get in? If you can really get in, I'll go for a swim and let you feast your eyes on it. Ji Qingyan said with a smile. He simply went in, not to mention swimming round, naked/swimming himself is not afraid. Then I really have to try. He said. Linny started the car and drove towards the gate. You're crazy, you really want to go in? Ji Qingyan exclaimed. At least you're a second-generation rich guy, it's not embarrassing to be kicked out. It's okay, I'm thick-skinned, I'm not afraid of losing face. But I'm afraid of losing face. Ji Qingyan said, go, I'm just kidding, why do you still take it seriously? You have said that let me feast my eyes, if I don't take it seriously, it will be Lu Xiaohui. Pervert. Ji Qingyan spat, but you have to measure your strength, right, they can't let you in. I don't know how to know unless I try. Ji Qingyan was speechless, she couldn't persuade him. Linny, this person, isn't he a little too conceited? He'll suffer if he's like this. Linny drove the car and arrived at the entrance of the Jizhou Pavilion. Ji Qingyan was apprehensive. She didn't know what would happen next, but it certainly wasn't good. Just then, Ji Qingyan saw that, from the duty room at the entrance, a dozen or so people ran out with a huff and a puff, all wearing security uniforms and serious expressions. Ji Qingyan's little heart thumped. The management of the Pavilion of the 9 States was too strict, just to stop Lin Yi, but to send out such a big battle? What if Lin Yi got into a fight with someone else? At that exact moment, Ji Qingyan saw a dozen security guards, standing in 2 rows, saluting towards the car. The most surprising thing was that the gate opened automatically. No one came over to block it. Chapter 031, I've bought the whole of the Jojo Pavilion. Ji Qingyan froze. This was completely different from the sight she had expected. How did the gate open? And these people, why are they saluting towards you? Maybe it's because I drove a Pagani. Ji Qingyan? Isn't the Jojo Pavilion known as the villa with the highest security level? Just because Lin Yi drove a Pagani, they let him in? Wasn't that a little too hasty? Driving the car to the villa area, Lin Yi found a place to park the car and prepared to take Ji Qingyan down for a spin. Although it was already dark, the villa area was brightly lit, not affecting the view at all, but rather having another quiet flavor. Let's go down and take a look around. Ji Qingyan calmed down for a while before accepting this fact. After getting off the bus, Ji Qingyan's gaze was attracted by the scenery in the villa. Standing in the villa area, it was like being in a tropical rainforest. Lin Yi, look, there are actually fruits on the trees. Seeing the fruits on the trees, Ji Qingyan said excitedly. This was the first time she, within the villa area, had seen a fruit tree. Don't make a fuss, if you want to eat, I'll pick a few for you. Ji Qingyan shook her head, eat even if, just look at it. The two walked a little further and saw an artificial river almost 5 meters wide. Wooden bridges were built over it, and colorful koi carp were in groups, a great natural beauty. Lin Yi was still quite knowledgeable about fish, and this kind of koi, at a glance, knew that they were imported from the Sakura country. If they were a little bigger, they would sell for more than 100,000 each. This pond of fish, without a few million, would definitely not be able to come down. Crossing the artificial river, there is a swimming pool of about 300 square meters in front, which is the largest outdoor swimming pool in Shanghai. Cough cough cough, Ji Total, you just seem to say, if I can bring you in, I have to let me feast my eyes on the good times in beautiful swimming pool, is not it time to honor the promise? Air. Ji Qingyan was embarrassed to death, feeling that this world was full of deep malice towards her. The last time I went to the Gulf Hotel was like this, and now it's like this again. What the hell? Even though I'm a woman, I also want to save face. There's no swimming costume here either, how can I swim? Let's talk about it some other time. Ji Qingyan said with a smile that had the suspicion of being cute. Seeing the clear pool water, Ji Qingyan really had the urge to try it out. It has been a long time since she swam, and her skills are a bit rusty. It's just that the conditions aren't quite right. Okay, I'll write this down in my book and talk about it later. Don't worry, Ji Qingyan said to do, actually have to take the book on, you stinking men, one by one are all perverts. Alas, 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 don't kill a boatload of people, I'm just urging you to be a man of honor. Cut. Ji Qingyan said, here is too big, I guess a moment and a half will not finish, let's go back. This is leaving? You're not going to take a look inside the villa? Lin Yi said. We're at home now, so Lin Yi doesn't want to go. It would take an hour to go back and forth from the pavilion to the Cloudwater Villa. He might as well enjoy himself for a while. Going to the villa to have a look around? Ji Qingyan said unexpectedly. Quickly put away this kind of unrealistic ideas, we can come to the yard to see, it is already a big luck, if you dare to go to the villa inside, that is trespassing, be careful to catch up. The villa has no one inside, what are you afraid of? Lin Yi said, more than 20 years old, but also too wimpy. Ji Qingyan was speechless, it has nothing to do with the goat, it's against the law. Didn't you say that the Jojo Pavilion is the most luxurious villa in Shanghai, don't you want to go in and take a look? Of course. Ji Qingyan joked, but this is a matter of principle, I do not do bad things, but when you are arrested, I can help you find a lawyer. What a wimp. Saying that, Lin Yi walked towards villa number 1. Ji Qingyan looked dumbfounded. Was he crazy? He's really going in? Seeing that the situation wasn't right, Ji Qingyan stepped on her high heels and jogged over to keep up with Lin Yi, pulling his arm back. You're going to die, go. Linny didn't move, putting his hand on the fingerprint door lock. Drip. Welcome home. For a moment, it was as if the world had gone quiet. Ji Qingyan looked at Linny incredulously. What's going on here? What else could be going on? It's just welcome home. Is this your house? I just bought it yesterday. Ji Qingyan realized, no wonder the security guards came out to salute Linny's car when he came in. After half a day, it wasn't because he drove a nice car, but because he was the owner of this place. With a pinch on the soft flesh of Linny's waist, Ji Qingyan huffed, you actually fooled me. The main thing is that you didn't ask me either. Linny smiled and said, let's go in and take a look. I think you're just setting me up, said Linny and Ji Qingyan, walking in together. In the past few years, Ji Qingyan had been to a lot of villas, and had always thought that her own Yunshui villa was not bad. Even if there were some villas that were more advanced than the Cloudwater villa, the degree of advancedness was very limited. But compared to the Kyushu Pavilion, there was no comparison between her own Cloudwater villa and the Kyushu Pavilion. It was worthy of the name of the #1 mansion. Linny, you should have spent quite a lot of money to buy this villa. Ji Qingyan asked curiously. I don't know exactly, almost a few billion. The house was given by the system, so Linny couldn't say he didn't spend any money, so he just gave a random figure. You're fooling me again. Which fooled you, is not the villa in Kyushu Pavilion, is not worth billions. I'm in real estate, you can't fool me. Ji Qingyan said. The most expensive villa here, the external price is almost 1.2 billion, how can spend billions of dollars, there is so much money, are enough to buy the whole of the pavilion of Kyushu. That's right, I have bought the whole of the Kyushu Pavilion. Ji Qingyan was dumbfounded, her smart brain, a little bit insufficient. What did you say? You've bought the whole of Kyushu Pavilion? The house was built, isn't it just for selling? I bought it all, there shouldn't be anything surprising about it. Did you get your money from the wind? It's easier than blowing it with the wind. Ji Qingyan wasn't retorting because she couldn't find a reason to do so. No wonder he wants to come out to open Dingdang to experience life, it is estimated that he is idle. I won't send you off at night, stay here and pick which room you want to sleep in. Then fine, I will not be polite with you, just send me to work tomorrow. Ji Qingyan said, but do you have any pajamas? I live alone, where there are ladies' pajamas, I do not peek at you, naked to sleep. Chapter 032, Go and call Wang Tianlong here. There is no such thing as sleeping naked. Ji Qingyan said with embarrassment. You rich people, there are so many things. Ji Qingyan was speechless, you are richer than me, okay. After arriving at the fitting room on the first floor, Linny found Ji Qingyan a set of her own pajamas. You can wear this, it's all new. For pajamas, Ji Qingyan didn't mind the male and female styles too much, but she could wear them anyway. Taking the pajamas, Ji Qingyan went to the bathroom, ready to take a bath and go to bed. Linny didn't care about Ji Qingyan and returned to the master bedroom to sleep. After her bath, Ji Qingyan lay in her bedroom, tossing and turning. What was Linny's deal? How could he be so rich? How come I've never heard of him before? The next morning, Linny got up early. After the two of them had washed up, Linny sent Ji Qingyan to the office, and soon received a 5-star review from her. Seeing the mission prompt in his head, the progress was already at August 10th. As long as he picked up 2 more orders today, the mission would be complete. There was no telling what kind of explosive rewards the system would give this time. After sending Ji Qingyan off, Linny drove to the Gulf Hotel. After working all morning, he hadn't eaten yet, so he'd eat something first. Just as he drove the car to the car park, he happened to see Wang Tianlong. Mr. Lin, you're here. Linny nodded and came over to have something to eat. I'll have the back kitchen prepare it now. No, I'm just here for breakfast, no need to make a big deal out of it, go about your business, I'll go there myself. The hotel is already there. The middle and senior leaders already know their existence, the following ordinary staff may not know who they are. I can take this opportunity to see their working condition. Good, I know. Wang Tianlong continued to busy himself with his own things, and Linny went straight up to the first floor. On the first floor of the hotel was the restaurant, helmed by a 3-star chef, and with the size of the Gulf Hotel, it was large enough to be worthy of such specifications. In the morning, there weren't too many people coming here for breakfast, only a small half of the tables were filled. Linny found an empty seat and took a look at the menu, while ordering a few signature dishes, ready to taste the flavors. Look, that guy is so handsome. Seeing Linny, a few girls at the neighboring table discussed. Indeed, he's handsome enough, I want to ask for a tweet. Then go, as long as you take the initiative, between you, there could be a story. Lin Yi's arrival instantly became the focal point of the women in the restaurant, their eyes would flick towards him from time to time. What are you looking at? A man said at his girlfriend. Hey, I just took a look, that guy's pretty handsome. Che, maybe a white boy may also say, clubhouse ducks are so handsome. What are you talking about? See the long handsome, say they are a white boy, what mentality? I'm just saying. I think you're just jealous. After ordering, Linny handed over the menu to the waiter. Linny? Just as Linny was waiting for his food, he heard someone call his name. Seeing the person who spoke, Linny instantly felt that the world was too small. Yesterday, Ji Qingyan had just fired Yu Lily, and he didn't expect that today he'd meet her at his own hotel. What a coincidence, I didn't think you'd come here to apply for a job. Indeed, quite a coincidence. Yu Lily wrapped her hands around her chest and looked down on Linny. Linny, I really underestimated you, I didn't expect you to quietly, but actually embraced the thighs of General Manager Ji. I fired you on the front foot, and on the back foot, you went to sue her, so she fired me, it's really something Do you think it's appropriate to say this to me now? At least I'm a guest of the Bay Hotel, isn't it a bit inappropriate to treat God like this? With you, you are also worthy to say that you are the god of the Gulf Hotel? Yu Lily said contemptuously. Why can't I? You'd better take a piss and look at yourself, you're just a little white boy with a rich woman, you really think you're a superior person? Seeing Yu Lily and Linny arguing, the waiter jogged over and whispered in his ear. Manager Yu, this guest seems to be quite extraordinary, you'd better say less. What is so unusual? I know his situation. Yu Lily despised. He was my man, on the basis of their own good looks, on the thighs of the group president, in fact, is a small white man. If there is no rich woman to support, this life cannot afford to come to the Bay Hotel to eat. Hearing Yu Lily's words, the other people in the restaurant, their faces showed contempt. Fortunately, I just did not go to ask for the microblogging, so he is a rich woman's white boy, think of all disgusting. Really know the face of the people, do not know the heart, look quite temperament, I did not think it was such a person, I also look away from the eyes. This time we have to remember, do not see the handsome man to jump on, so as to save like this time. The couple sitting at the other table had different expressions when they learnt about Lin Yi's identity. You see what I said, is a white boy, now you should believe me. The man said smugly and contemptuously. This thing you say right, I hate those evening rich women's man, do not rely on their own hands to work hard, just no speculation, think of all disgusting. That's right, in addition to his face value than me a little higher, other aspects and I cannot be compared, my life, even if it is to go to the begging, will not be a rich woman. Hearing others pointing, Linny said with a smile. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you, go and call Wang Tianlong here. Yoho, not bad, you actually know our manager's name, but let me tell you, even if you get manager Wang here, it won't help, there's still some relationship between us, and he's not going to do anything to me just because of a low-end customer like you. Then you can call him in and let me know his attitude as well. Fine, for the sake of once being a colleague, I'll let you die a little bit more understandably, letting you know the cruelty of this society. Saying that, Yu Lily looked at the waiter next to her. Go and call manager Wang. No need to call, I'm already here. Wang Tianlong snorted coldly and walked over from not far away. Yu Lily greeted him, Brother Long, I suspect that this person has indiscreet behavior, I suggest that the hotel's security guards remove him so as not to affect the dining environment of other guests. Wang Tianlong was furious, pointing at Yu Lily's nose and cursing. You fucking blind is not it, sitting in front of you this, is the owner of the Gulf Hotel, you say he has indiscreet behavior? Do not want to do it here. Quickly pack up and roll. Chapter 033, I'm really a shareholder of DDT. Yu Lily froze, feeling like her ears were hallucinating. Manager Wang, what did you say? He's the owner of the Gulf Hotel? That's right, just the day before yesterday, Mr. Lin wholly acquired the Gulf Hotel. How dare you talk to Mr. Lin like that? I don't think you should do it here anymore, pack up and leave. The heads of those present buzzed when they learnt of Lin Yi's identity. My God, that big handsome guy was the owner of the Gulf Hotel? He's too young and promising. We've all misunderstood people. How could such a handsome and gold-rich little brother be a gigolo? It's true that every handsome person's identity is not ordinary. We are all treating the gentleman's heart as a small man's heart. The couple sitting at the other table, their expressions were also embarrassed. This time you hit your face, right? He is a handsome man, but he said that he is a little white boy. You have a problem with your mentality. It seems that I have to reconsider the relationship between the two of us. Lily looked at Lin Yi incredulously. Lin Yi, are you really the owner of the Gulf Hotel? As she spoke, Lily's voice trembled, clearly terrified. Didn't Wang Tianlong tell you all about my identity? Do you think he would lie? If you really have such a background, why did you go to work for the Qingyan Group before? I'm experiencing life, can't I? Okay, cut the crap. Wang Tianlong picked up on it. Hurry up and pack up and get lost, don't embarrass yourself here. Linny, listen to me, I know I've done something wrong. I used to target you in the Qingyan Group. I've realized my mistake. Please give me another chance. I can give you a chance, but it depends on whether Wang Tianlong dares to keep you. Wang Tianlong shivered. He was able to be sure that if he dared to give you Lily a chance, he would also roll away. Hurry up and cut the crap, don't get in the way of Mr. Lin's dinner. In the end, Wang Tianlong got the security guards and drove Lily out. Save him from talking nonsense here and getting himself involved. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry to have disturbed your dinner. It's okay, tell them to serve the food quickly, I'm starving. Fine, I'll order the back kitchen to serve the food quickly. After finishing his meal, Linny stretched his back and prepared to go open Ding Dang. There were still 2 orders left, so I'd be able to get the system's rewards after completing them. Hippie. Ring. Before Linny could start taking orders, his mobile phone rang, an unfamiliar number. Hello? Hello Mr. Lin, let me introduce myself first. I'm Tianyan, the Senior Vice President of Ding Dang Travel. And then? What's the matter with me? It's like this, you acquired 21% of our shares yesterday. As the second largest shareholder of the group, I, as a representative of the company, would like to have a chat with you. I don't know if you have the time now? Linny wasn't surprised to receive a call from Ding Dang Corporation. The system had helped acquire 21% of their shareholding, so in all reason, they had to contact them. But right now, it wasn't the time to meet with them. There were still 2 more missions to go, so let's get them done first. There's something going on right now, let's wait for a while. Okay, I will call you later. Tianyan was polite and didn't bullshit. As an elite in the workplace, she knew that people like Linny had precious time. Wasting even a second of someone's time would most likely make the other party resentful, which was why she hung up in time. After hanging up, Tianyan's phone rang again. It was President Cheng Xuan calling. How is the situation? Did Lin Dong agree to meet with you? Not really, he said he had something to be busy with, so I hung up the phone and prepared to call him again in a while. Cheng Shuang on the other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds. Then do you have other arrangements? I intend to go to Jelix to take a look. He is our Ding Dang company, the largest agent in the coastal area, to see what the problem, by the way to deal with it, anyway, now is also idle. This is something you arrange, everything is Lin Dong's priority, do not delay the business. Don't worry, I know in my heart. Coming out of the Gulf Hotel, Tianyan took her mobile phone and prepared to call a car. As an executive of Ding Dang, Tianyan has developed the habit of calling a car at any time, which can help himself better understand the specific operation situation. Not far from the car park, Linny, who had just opened the Ding Dang software, found the right order. Ready to take the order, from the Gulf Hotel to the Jerex Limited. Linny didn't say a word and directly grabbed the order. How could he let someone else steal the business at his doorstep? The order was successful, and Linny drove the car to the hotel's entrance. Seeing the silver Pagani drive towards her side, Tianyan sighed in her heart. Although the economic situation in Fanzhou City was also very developed, a car of the level of the Pagani Wind God wasn't something you could easily see. Zhonghai was really extraordinary. And the driver who drove the car was also a bit handsome. Are you Miss Tian, tail number 6888? Yes, it's me. Tianyan froze for a moment. Are you? Didn't you just call a car? Yes, but I called Ding Dong. I'm the one who drives the Ding Dong, get in. Tianyan reacted for a while. You, what did you say? You're the one who drives Ding Dong? Doesn't it look like it? It doesn't look like it. Tianyan was a bit messy. Her own company, when did it become so powerful? The drivers under their company, all of them are driving Paganis now? But I do drive a ding-dong. Hurry up and get in the car. Good. No matter what, Tianyan was an elite in the workplace and quickly adapted to Lin Yi's status. Although she had achieved wealth freedom a long time ago, it was her first time in a car of this level. It was so much more advanced than his own BMW, so much more advanced. You drive ding-dong with a Pagani, are you here to experience life? You could say so. Linny said with a smile. This passenger was quite normal, and it wouldn't be much of a problem to fulfill this order. Nowadays, the rich second generation can really play, even I'll use this way to tease girls, I guess a lot of girls, on your car, will say hot. Linny found that Tianyan's temperament was a bit like Ji Qingyan's, both had the aura of a big woman in the workplace. But in comparison, Ji Qingyan is a bit more simple than her. Listening to you say this, make it seem like I'm a scumbag. Linny said, can't you run a ding-dong if you drive a supercar? Ken is able, but I can remind you, must pay attention to their words and deeds, if make things to smear ding-dang company, careful you are suspended. Tianyan said with a smile. You say suspension of transport is suspension of transport? Of course. Tianyan smiled and looked at Linny. I'm the senior vice president of Ding-Dang Company, do you think I have the right to suspend you? Che, opening a mouth, the content is all made up. Linny said. You say you are the senior vice president of Ding-Dang, I also say I am a shareholder of Ding-Dang. Tianyan laughed his head off. Then she took out the work permit in her bag and waved it in front of Linny. This is our work permit, I'm really Ding-Dong's vice president, Joe. I didn't lie to you either, I'm really a shareholder of Ding-Dang. Linny said. Yesterday I acquired 21% of your shares, and you just called me to ask me to meet you. Chapter 034, Suspended. Tianyan froze. It felt like her brain was a little lacking in oxygen. The matter of the equity being acquired was only known to a few executives of the company, and it hadn't yet been explained to the public. Without any accidents, it was impossible for any outsiders to know about this matter. Moreover, he had just said that he had called him. Then this person sitting in front of him was most likely the new shareholder of the company. You're Lin Yi, Mr. Lin. That's right, it's me. Tianyan's chest rose and fell, not having thought that such a coincidence would be met by herself. Lin Dong, I'm really sorry, I've just taken much offense, I hope you won't take it personally. It's okay, just give a 5-star review later. Certainly. Tianyan respectfully said, but I still want to ask, you come to open Ding-Dang, is it serious? Of course it is serious. But you are so rich, how do you still experience life? I also did sales in a real estate company before. Tianyan let out a deep breath, it seems that the world of the rich is really not something that a little commoner like yourself can figure out. Mr. Lin, after this order, can you give me a chance to sit down and have a chat? It depends. I'm a bit busy today. Yes, we can talk when you're done. Okay. Soon, Linny drove his car to the entrance of Jerick's. Here we are. Thank you, Dong Lin, for driving me here. Tianyan was a little apprehensive. It's amazing that she's traveling in the second largest shareholder's car. What's the situation? Why can't I pay? Can't be. Linny said suspiciously. If he couldn't pay, there was no way for this order to be completed, and it wouldn't count towards the system mission. Buzz buzz buzz. Just then, a push message came from his mobile phone. Hello esteemed Ding-Dang driver, due to your violation of the platform's relevant regulations, it has now been decided to suspend you. Suspension of transport? Seeing the push message on his mobile phone, Linny and Tianyan were both a bit puzzled. Why was it suspended when it was fine? Linny glanced down and realized that it wasn't the Ding-Dang company that had sent the announcement to him. It was a company called Jerick's. Linny looked up and realized that the company in front of him was none other than Jelick's. What a coincidence. What was the relationship between this Jelick's company and your Ding-Dang? Linny asked. This company, it's our operator in the coastal region, all the activities over here are under the control of this company. Tianyan had the feeling of being exasperated. What the hell is this Jerick's up to? I candy at a critical moment. Linny rubbed his chin and seemed to understand what was going on. Yesterday in the car, he had scolded the woman called Su Yang, and then she had complained about him to the platform. There was also that phone call after that to warn himself. However, the other party had also let herself dislike her, so it was probably because of this that her operating qualifications were blocked today. Lin Dong, don't worry, I'll definitely take care of this matter. This Jerex really doesn't want to be nice, even dares to steal Lin Dong's car. He's really drifting. Take it easy, at least I'm the victim, see how angry you are. The main thing is that these people are too lawless, there is really no law at all. Tianyan said. I now let the company check their responsible person's phone, the first time to cancel their agent qualification. This kind of thing is better to convince people with reason. Linny said. I have call records here, first give them a call to see what's going on. Then I'll trouble Donglin. Linny took his phone and found yesterday's call records. I'm Linny, you're the one who blocked my operating qualifications, right? The other party obviously froze for a moment, but soon realized who Linny was. That's right, it's me. Aren't you a bully? Not only did you scold the passenger, but you also dared to dislike me. I'll block you today, let's see what you'll do. It's the passenger that scolded me first, alright. What's wrong with cursing you? The other party asked, don't you know your own status? The customer is God, you have to suffer even if you were scolded. Do you still think you are a person? Get lost, don't open Dingtang again. You'd better watch what you say. The vice president of Dingdang is beside me. Stop bragging. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? I'm Tianyan, I'm downstairs at Jerex. I'll give you 3 seconds to come down, or else I won't blame you for being rude. Tianyan? The other party paused for a moment, then laughed out loud. Bullshit, actually dare to find someone to pretend to be Tian, I'm damn convinced. Linny hung up the phone speechless. How did you ding-dang choose your agents? Did you find a bunch of retards? Lin Dong, calm down, I'm going to take care of this. Let's go. If the two of us don't go up there, I don't think we'll be able to solve this. Lin Dong, don't worry, I will definitely give you a perfect answer. Saying that, the two of them got off the car together and walked in towards Jelix Corporation. Inside the conference room, a few executives from Jelix Corporation were having a meeting. What's the situation? Why are they still arguing? The one who spoke was a middle-aged man named LV Wenda, who was the general manager of Jelix Corporation. Slightly chubby with eyes, he sat on the main seat of the conference room. Yesterday there was a ding-dong driver who scolded the passenger. The other party called the head office to complain. I blocked the operating qualification of that boy today. The person who spoke was named Luo Yuanfa, and was the head of the operations department of Jellyfish. Apart from that, other executives of the company are also here. The other party called and theorized? Yes. Luo Yuanfa said with a smile, and that kid also said that he got Ding Dong's vice president here, thinking that he could bluff me, and after being scolded by me, he took the initiative to hang up the phone. Alright, a little Yakuza, no need to take care of him. Lu Wenda said. In the future, if there is such a thing again, there is no need to talk nonsense, directly blocked, it is not worth wasting time on them. I know, Mr. Lu. Lu Wenda corrected his expression and said. Let's continue the meeting. I just inquired about a little news. There is an unknown tycoon, acquired 21% of the shares of Dingdang. As the saying goes, the new official is 3 fires. The platform is likely to make the relevant rectification. Everyone is good to prepare. Got it, Mr. Lu. Xiao Luo, especially your operation department, you must be in high spirits. We are Dingdong's largest operator in the coast. During this period of time, absolutely no mistakes. Don't worry, General Manager Lu, I will definitely take the drivers below and manage them in a clear way. Luo Yuanfa said with a smile. Just then, the door to the conference room was pushed open, and Linny and Tianyan walked in. What kind of people are you, actually trespassing into our conference room? Linny smiled. Didn't you guys block my operating qualifications? I came to talk to you. Chapter 035, Seamlessness. Lu Wenda looked at Luo Yuanfa. Xiao Luo, this is a matter for your operations department, go deal with it. Luo Yuanfa turned around and looked at Lin Yi. Kid, you've got some balls, you even found your way to our company, but let me tell you, even if you find your way here, it's useless, I'll just block you, you'll have to put up with it even if you don't. Get lost, or I'll call security. Linny shrugged his shoulders and sat his arse down on the sofa next to him. Tianyan, it's better if you handle it. Tianyan coldly looked at Lu Wenda and Luo Yuanfa and the others. I am now, in my capacity as Vice President Ding Dang, exempting your Jelix Corporation from operating. You are the Ding Dang Vice President? Tianyan snorted coldly and threw her work permit onto the table. Seeing Tianyan's work permit, Luwenda and Luo Yuanfa and the others all stared with their eyes and mouths open. One by one, they were shocked. What the hell is going on here? Just sealing a person's operating qualifications, how come even the vice president is alarmed? General Manager Tian, listen to my explanation. Luo Yuanfa said. This person is suspected of abusing the passengers to our company's reputation, caused a bad impact, otherwise we would not have done so. Even if the passengers are abusive, so what? Tianyan coldly said. I tell you, the one standing in front of you just yesterday acquired 21% of Ding Dang's shares, is the company's second largest shareholder, the rest still need us to say more? These words came out like a thunderbolt and landed on the heads of several people. The matter of someone acquiring the company's equity, they were aware of it. Never would they have thought that it would be this man in front of them. Tian, Chief Tian, you are not joking with us. Lu Wenda said with trepidation. He is just a ding-dong driver, how can he be a shareholder of the group? Then I will say that Lin Dong is a Pagani driver, what else do you want to say? Tianyan questioned. Lin Dong's heart is high and far-reaching, do not care to mix with those playboys, drive out to experience life, but also buy you people, without asking to seal, from today onwards, your operator qualification is cancelled, pack up and leave. Luo Yuanfa, look what you've done. Lu Wenda cursed, go and apologize to Lin Dong, or I'll get you killed. Luo Yuanfa's head buzzed and he rolled and crawled to Linny. Mr. Lin, please don't get on my bad side, just let me go like a fart. Weren't you quite powerful just now, why are you wimping out now? Linny said. I'm still talking about customers being God, what? What? If you're a dingtoist, you deserve to die? You're just like that. There must be a lot of people who have been bullied by you guys over the years. Luo Yuanfa stopped talking because there was no room for defense. As a shareholder of Ding Dang, it was better to deal with this matter seriously. Linny said indifferently, just like Tianyan said, all pack up and leave. Ring ring ring. At this time, Linny's phone rang. Seeing the incoming caller, Linny didn't hang up and said. Tianyan, you handle the rest, I'll go down first. Got it, Dong Lin. Coming out of the conference room, Linny picked the phone up. Wang Ma, you're looking for me. The person who was called Wang Ma was called Wang Suaping, and was the director of the orphanage. Linny had been brought up under her care, and the children at the orphanage all called her that. In other words, if it wasn't for Wang Suaping, Linny might have died young. Xiaoyi, are you busy with work right now? Wang Suaping said with a smile. It's all good. You and Uncle Zhao are doing well, aren't you? We are all fine, you don't have to think about me outside, said Wang Suaping. Wang Suaping said, I want to ask you something, there is a girl called Lu Cici, you should know it. Lu Cici? What's wrong with her? Linny was a bit puzzled. Wang Ma shouldn't know about herself and Lu Cici, why did she ask about her? A few days ago, this girl called me and said that you guys broke up and wanted me to talk to you. Now Linny understood what was going on. About herself, Lu Cici knew. She should have known that there was no hope of finding herself back together, so she called Wang Ma and wanted her to talk. I'm the one you watched grow up, you know my character, the grass that turns back, I don't eat it. You kid, still so stubborn. Obviously, Wang Suaping also expected this result. I know I can't persuade you, and I can't get involved in your young people's affairs, but you're not too young anymore, you need to think about your own life's work. Linny smiled, Wang Ma, I'm guessing you called me today for more than just this. Wang Suaping understood Linny, and how could Linny not understand her? If it was purely because of what happened to Lu Cici, there was no way she would have made this call to herself. There might be something else. Actually, there's nothing. Wang Suaping said smilingly. I have a good friend, her daughter's age is about the same as yours, and is also single, I would like to set up a match between you, take the time to meet you? No way, this is a seamless transition. The main thing is that my friend has a crush on you, and I've been talking about it for a long time, so I'm dragging my feet until now to give you a call. Wang Suiping said with a smile, I have no choice but to give you a call. It's not just a meeting, what's the big deal? Lin Yi said. A word from Wang Ma, even if the front is a fire pit, will not be ambiguous. You brat, what are you talking about? Wang Suiping said, I'll send the other party's contact information to your mobile phone, so take the time to meet. I know you're busy now. I know you're busy at work now, when you're free, come back to see, Mom misses you. Lin Yi's nose was sore, I know, I'll go back to see you in a few days. You don't have to make a special trip, just come back when you're not working, and don't delay your work. I know. Okay then, that's it for now, I won't bother you with your work. Lin Yi hung up the phone and shook his head helplessly, this Lu Cece, she's really a thief. Soon, on Lin Yi's mobile phone, he received a micro-message from Wang Suiping. It was the specific information of the blind date. The name was Song Yunhui, she worked at a bank, and there was a photo behind her, and under the 10 levels of beauty, her real face was already indistinguishable. Wang Ma has personally said this, face still has to be given, take the time to meet. Ring ring ring. At this time, Lin Yi's mobile phone rang again, Ji Qingyan was calling. Is she busy? How's business? Ji Qingyan asked with a smile. Business is slow, I haven't even finished a single order yet. The important thing is the experience, it doesn't matter if you make money or not. Lin Yi nodded, calling me at this time, there must be something going on. It's not a big deal, my grandpa's birthday tomorrow, we'll go shopping at night, I'd like to buy some clothes, and by the way, I'll buy a few for you too. Chapter 036, Your Porsche is in the way. Okay, I'll pick you up at night, just as I also want to buy some clothes. Although I bought several sets before, but quantity is still not enough. Then it's a deal. It's a deal. Hanging up the phone, Lin Yi leaned on the back of his chair, although he was a fake boyfriend, it wasn't good to go over there empty-handed, so he had to bring some gifts anyways. What would the old man like? Antiques and paintings? That would be a good choice. At the same time, Tianyan curled out of the Xerox company. Dong Lin, I've taken care of everything. All my permissions have been restored, right? Well, and I've also notified the company that I've opened your permissions to the highest. What's the use of the highest permissions? It's just some auxiliary functions, but one of them, which is very practical, allows users to search for your license plate number, specify the order to be placed, and then it's up to you to decide whether to take it or not. This function is quite practical. It's our honor to receive a compliment from Dong Lin. Tianyan said politely. If Lin Dong has any other aspects of the problem, you can also consult with me, I will make every effort to deal with you. Then I really have a thing here. Lin Yi said, do you know anything about antiques and paintings? Antiques and paintings, is Lin Dong going to give a gift? Well, an elder is going to have a birthday, ready to get some of these things, as a congratulatory gift to send over. Tianyan's eyes turned and said. Lin Dong, you wait a moment, I make a phone call to ask. Said Tianyan unbuckled her seatbelt and went outside the car to make a phone call, only to return a few minutes later. Lin Dong, is Zhang Lao's painting okay? Lin Yi wasn't a literati, but he knew Zhang Lao's great name. A painting by such a master would cost more than $10 million for just a single one. It's more than okay, it's too okay. You can get old Zhang's paintings? Our Mr. Chang, at Sosby's auction house, he got a pair of Mr. Shang's peach, if Director Lin has his eye on it, I'll have them send someone over. Okay, how much is it? I'll call you with the money. Lin Yi said. Lin Dong, you are joking, how dare I ask for your money, as long as you like it? No, one size fits all. Lin Yi said. But I give you money, I do not think you will want, tell you Chang, I take 1% of the equity in exchange for his painting, no matter who loses and who gains, this account is even too clear. With 1% of the equity for. Tianyan has been blinded, with Ding Dang's current market value, 1% equity, at the very least, must be worth 500 million Yenhua currency. Even if this peach is more expensive, it can't be worth 500 million. This handsome and compelling Lin Dong is also too generous. Well, notify your Mr. Chang, I want to use this painting tomorrow, Fanzhou City to Shanghai is not too far, before noon tomorrow, it should be able to be delivered. No problem, we'll arrange for someone to deliver it. Just tell someone to send it to the Gulf Hotel and give it to one of Wang Tianlong's men. Linny stretched his back and said, "If you're not doing anything, go home. We don't have much to talk about. You guys can just stick to your old ways, I won't intervene too much." Seeing Linny being so nice, Tianyan couldn't believe it. "I can't believe that a new official doesn't have 3 fires, which is very rare in the workplace. Dong Lin, our president would like to invite you to be our guest in Fanzhou City, so I'm." Panzhou City. Linny muttered, "I will make a trip there recently, but it's not certain when I will go, so go back and wait for news from me. I'm just an ordinary person, so I don't need to be surrounded by me all the time." The orphanage where he used to live was in Fanzhou City, so Linny really had to go back. It's been more than half a year since he graduated, and he hasn't been back, so it's indeed a bit wrong. "Then I'll go back first, I won't delay Lindong's precious time," Tianyan said with a smile. "Good." Watching Linny drive away, Tianyan felt more and more that this Lindong was not ordinary. Unlike the other rich second generation, there was a distinctive air about him. Suddenly, Tianyan felt her face burning and was startled. "How could I possibly have a feeling? It can't be possible." Ring ring ring. Just as Tianyan was getting nervous, the mobile phone in her bag rang. Unexpectedly, it was Linny calling. Instantly, Tianyan's heart thumped. After all the business had been said and done, Lindong even called himself. Could it be that it was something else? Thinking of this, Tianyan became even more nervous. "Lindong, you are looking for me? Settle the fare just now and remember to give a 5-star review." Tianyan was a bit messy. "Okay, I'll settle the bill now." Soon, on Lin Yi's mobile phone, he received a 5-star review from Tianyan. Looking at the system's mission layout again, he found that the mission progress was already 9/10. One more order and a 5-star review, and the mission would be complete. Looking at the time, he realized that it was already noon, so Lin Yi was too lazy to go back to the Gulf Hotel, and casually ate a meal by the roadside, ready to take the order. In fact, the rest of this single, Lin Yi to take or not to take can, anyway, the night to find Ji Qingyan, continue to wool gathering on the line. However, as they were also quite familiar with each other, Lin Yi felt that it was better to stop at the right moment. Just use Ji Qingyan as an insurance card. Ready to take the order, from Tongda Plaza to the Gulf Hotel. What a coincidence, they're actually going to their own place. Lin Yi didn't think about it and grabbed it in seconds. He followed the location on the map and drove towards Tongda Plaza. Tongda Plaza was bustling, with endless streams of people coming in and out of it every day. At this moment, a pair of young men and women walked out from the mall. "Brother Fei, didn't you buy a Porsche? Why didn't I see it?" The woman held the man's arm and said, "This is too many people, I did not stop here." The man named Brother Fei said, "If this group of poor then see Porsche such a luxury car, will certainly surround the photo, in case my car to touch, I have to die of heartache." That's right, like this kind of millions of luxury cars, parked in public places will certainly cause onlookers. Let's go, I hope that when we leave in a while, do not cause onlookers. Fei said. "You did not come to me before, I just parked the car, there is a group of hangers over to take pictures, there are not a girl, want to find me to ask for a microphone, if not I scolded, I guess it will be pestering me not to let go. Because you drive a Porsche, those hangers on women want to evening you, but also very normal." Talking kung fu, the two have walked to the car park, found his car in front of, stood a number of people in the photo. "Really annoying I have parked the car so far, but there are still so many people taking pictures, really a group of poor people who have never seen the world. Let's go, don't bother with them, let's get in the car, let's gorge ourselves on these poor bastards." "Yes, I'll listen to you." The two of them walked towards the Primera. "What are you filming? Stay away from my car. Can you afford to pay for it if it gets damaged? What are you yelling about? It's just a Porsche, what's so cool about it?" Someone retorted. "Oh, I'm not a Porsche, is a Primera, all down more than 1.6 million. Estimated that you people do not eat and drink a lifetime cannot afford to buy, quickly away from my car away." Brother Fei shouted and cursed. "Hey, the front of the mate, your Porsche blocked the road, can let it." Lin Yi said. Chapter 037, so anxious to do a few hair? Grass, call what call, this is Panamera, block you for a while how? This is a Pagani. When he saw Lin Yi's car, Fei immediately stopped talking and apologized. "Sorry, I'll get out of the way. Brother Fei, this guy in a sports car is so arrogant." The woman said. Ken not arrogant, that is the Pagani win son, the price of more than 20 million it. I can't believe it's so expensive. The woman's eyes were glowing. Such an expensive car, by 10 Panamera are more than enough. Ha, someone's finally come to clean up this pretender. Driving a broken Panamera, you have to be bull to the sky, compared with other people's Pagani, is a pile of rubbish. I just despise this kind of small-minded guy, a little bit of money to drag to the sky, to a, really fucking disgusting. Amidst the scorn of others, Faye and his girlfriend drove over to the side, making way for the car. Seeing Lin Yi's car drive over, many people took out their mobile phones to take pictures. You guys, don't just look at the car, look at the driver, he's so handsome. Handsome and rich, God is so biased. I'd love to ride in a sports car like that. I have no regrets. After the road gave way, Lin Yi drove a few dozen meters further to the designated spot. At this time, a woman with a slim figure was holding a mobile phone and making a call. You've arrived so soon. Don't worry, baby, I just finished shopping, I'll be there soon. Don't worry, I didn't drive the family car, I called a drop, I'll be right there, wait for me at the hotel, I bought a lot of new underwear, if you behave well, I'll wear it for you to see. Hang up the phone, the woman looked around, waiting for several minutes, how the car did not arrive. At this time, Lin Yi drove a Pagani and arrived in front of the woman. Are you Ms. Yang, tail number 3838? How did you know? I'm the drop driver you called, get in the car. Yang Tianqin was a bit messed up, is the dropship company so awesome now? It's actually launching a luxury car business? And this driver is quite handsome. It's just that his status is a little low, otherwise it's still possible to talk to him. Sitting on the passenger side, Yang Tianqin smiled, your dropship company is quite good, actually able to come up with this kind of original marketing tactic. Lin Yi smiled and shook his head, I guess this woman is just like Su Yang before. She thought that this car was the dropship company's car. Why can't this car be mine? Yours? Yang Tianqin smiled disdainfully, little brother don't joke, who is a rich second generation that comes back to drive a dropship? Do you think I'm one of those unseen schoolgirls? Had ha. Lin Yi laughed and didn't say anything else. He was still concentrating on driving, as long as he got another 5-star review, he'd be able to claim his mission. When I thought about it, this all-professional experience system was quite good. So far, he had completed 10 orders. Because of Su Yang's order, he gave a bad review and didn't count it in the mission. As for the remaining 9 orders with 5-star reviews, 6 of them, Ji Qingyan contributed, then Wang Ying contributed 1, Tianyan contributed 1, and the remaining one was Xiaoxinyu. In other words, 8 of the 5-star reviews were taken care of by acquaintances, and he himself received the 5-star review of Xiaoxinyu's single based on his strength alone. And it was also because she had approached herself to disguise her boyfriend. As for the other orders, the guests encountered are very bad to get along with. It seems that this society is still very hostile. Living at the bottom of the drop driver, it is indeed very hard. After all, not everyone can be like yourself, do not look at others' facework. Alas, 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 what are you doing, how to give me to spare the road? Is not want to charge me more money, do not know that I am in a hurry. No detour, I took the shortcut, the address on the map is far away. The Peninsula Hotel is his own territory, Lin Yi knows the shortcut, so he didn't follow the navigation. I didn't expect to be misunderstood. Bullshit. Yang Tianqin said, I think you're just giving me a detour. Lin Yi was speechless, he was really treating his good intentions like a donkey's liver and lungs. Okay, I'll follow the original route, now it's okay. I'm going to follow the original route, is that okay? Okay, my arse. Yang Tianqin said, do you think I'm so easy to cheat? You'll have to believe it or not. Lin Yi said, what's the hurry, and said in his heart. Inadvertently, Lin Yi saw Yang Tianqin's pocket, as if printed with a certain sex/sexy underwear brand logo, before Lu Sisi has worn such a brand of underwear. It didn't seem to be cheap. Lin Yi thought about it, after buying underwear and now going to a hotel, it couldn't really be for something, could it? Thinking about this, Lin Yi had a chill. This kind of dried up body was boring to think about. Compared to Ji Qingyan's kind of fleshy body, it was far, far worse. Okay, no need to drive forward, just park at the side door. This is for fear of people seeing it. Lin Yi thought to himself. The gullwing door opened and Yang Tianqin got out. Linny sat in the car and thought about it, feeling that this single 5-star review seemed to be over again. These people were also too hard to serve. Soon, a prompt came on his mobile phone, suggesting that he had received a 5-star review. Seeing this 5-star review, Linny was very surprised. After all this unpleasantness, how could he still get a 5-star review? This woman surnamed Yang, although she wasn't very good looking, she still had some redeeming qualities. But soon, Linny realized something was wrong. He had received a 5-star review, so the system mission should have been completed, so why was there no response at all? Looking at the system task, he found that it was still September 10th, with no change from before he took the order. System, are you having problems? Linny said, I've already completed 10 5-star reviews, why haven't I completed the task yet? That passenger before gave the host 1 star, not 5. Bullshit, I'm getting 5-star positive feedback on my phone. The host's order-taking software has been tampered with, everything is based on the system. Tampered with? Linny's eyes rolled as if he understood what was going on. Then he picked up his mobile phone and dialed Tianyan's number. Receiving Linny's call again, Tianyan said. Lin Dong, you're looking for me? I haven't left at the station yet, I can go back anytime. There's no need to come back, I just want to ask, did you change the evaluation system? Linny asked, is it true that any evaluation by a passenger is 5 stars with me? Did you know about this, Lin Dong? There's no need for that, you guys might as well change the permissions back to the same as before. Linny said. I want to experience the life of an ordinary person, not privileges. Chapter 038, Bikinis are better for you. I know, I'll notify the technical department and adjust your privileges. Tianyan said. Okay, tell the people below to do it. After explaining his business, Linny hung up the phone and got ready to work. In 2 hours, Linny took 4 orders, and received 3 4-stars, and 1 3-star. And this 4 people, all coincidentally, thought that the car belonged to Ding Dong's company, and didn't think it was theirs. The rich second-generation's persona didn't hold up, and he was only treated as a driver, and didn't receive any bonus. Linny sighed and muttered to himself. It seemed that driving a Ding Dong wasn't a good job, and it was quite difficult to get a 5-star review. Looking at the time, he realized that it was already more than 4 o'clock in the evening. Ji Qingyan seemed to be getting off work soon, so he had to go over and pick her up. It seems that we can only continue to wool-gather on her. Ring ring ring. The mobile phone rang and found that it was Wang Ying calling. Sister Ring, looking for me? Xiaoyi, be honest with sis, are you and the president related? Linny thought about it, sort of a friend, why? I heard from the HR department that the CEO is interested in promoting me to the position of sales director. Did you put in a good word with the CEO? I just mentioned it in passing. Linny said with a smile, Ying's strength, want to become the sales minister, or more than enough. It seems that sister did not hurt you in vain, when there is time, sister invited you to dinner. I'm afraid I can't do it these days, I have a lot of things to do, wait until you are officially on the job, then we can celebrate it is not too late. Minister of Sales is a very important position in the Sunrise Group. Whether Wang Ying can become the minister or not depends on what the other senior leaders want. But with Ji Qingyan here, it shouldn't be a big problem. That's fine, this matter is finalized. Wang Ying said with a smile. Well, it's a deal. Hanging up the phone, Linny looked at the time and realized that it was almost time, so he drove slowly towards the Chaoyang Group. Parking next to his little broken charade, Linny wiped the dust off of it. It was a bit broken, but it was the one that had accompanied him during his toughest times. It must be treated well. It didn't take long for Ji Qingyan to walk out of the lift, blue swallowtail skirt coupled with a ransom-style white shirt, smart and competent. The following suddenly sent up a document, came out a little late, waiting in a hurry. It's okay, I've just arrived too. Are you hungry? If you are hungry, you should eat first, if you are not hungry, you should go shopping first. Ji Qingyan said. What about you? I am casual, listen to you. Women cannot say casually, how easy to make people misunderstand. Cut. Ji Qingyan said, then go shopping first, finish a piece of food, I have ordered, go grab. When the words fell, Ji Qingyan's order popped up in the app. Linny was quick on his feet and grabbed the order. At this moment, Linny felt that the 5-star praise was already beckoning to him again. Looking at the address of the order, he realized it was Taimu Plaza, and Linny drove off in his car. Soon, the two of them arrived at Taimu Plaza, and Ji Qingyan carried her own bag, ready to get out of the car. Hey, you haven't given a 5-star review yet. Linny said. Ji Qingyan smiled proudly. You can give a 5-star review if you want to, just look at your performance today. I can see that you're just asking me to carry the bag. Smart. Linny is not in a hurry. With Ji Qingyan's character, the 5-star praise will definitely not run away. Ji Qingyan was not as purposeful as Linny when she went shopping. Although she said she wanted to buy clothes, she also wanted to shop in other places. Before she could buy clothes, she bought a lot of cosmetics. There seems to be a swimming costume seller up ahead. Linny muttered. You want to buy a swimming costume? We have a big swimming pool at home, so we have to enjoy it. That's true, go over and take a look. Ji Qingyan said with a bit of envy. Even though where she lived was also a villa, it wasn't even close to Linny's Jojo Pavilion. At the very least, there was no outdoor swimming pool. Could it be that you're going to choose my swimming trunks for me? Seeing Ji Qingyan come in as well, Linny asked. I'm not going to buy them for you. Ji Qingyan said, there are also women's clothes for sale here, so it's not okay for me to take a look. Linny rubbed his chin and said. You're right, you said before that you'd let me feast my eyes on it, and after you buy the swimsuit, it looks like you can make good on your promise. Ji Qingyan's face was a little red. You were just setting me up. If I had known that the Jojo Pavilion was yours, I wouldn't have said that. But you can say something else. I did not force you. Che, just know the strong words. Ji Qingyan said, hurry up and go in, don't talk about this kind of topic in public. Seeing Ji Qingyan's shyness, Linny smiled and said, okay, let's talk about it in a place where no one else is around. Sir, madam, how can I help you? Entering the shopgirl said enthusiastically. We'll take a look for ourselves first, and call you when we need help. Linny said. Okay. Linny bought things very quickly, picking out a few pieces of the right size and getting ready to pay. After all, it was his own pool, and no one was looking at it, so the style was less important. If he wasn't afraid of being indecent, Linny felt that it wouldn't be a big problem even if he didn't wear it. Linny quickly chose his swim trunks, but it was Ji Qingyan who was surprisingly slow and kept picking and choosing, and after 10 minutes, she didn't even find a suitable one. Let's go, don't buy it. Ji Qingyan said. How not to buy? There is no suitable one. Not so many styles, but also said there is no suitable? The look is fine, but the size is not complete. Then let's go to another house to take a look. After paying, the two of them walked out of the shop and went to the swimwear shop next door to have a look. They have more styles in their house, it seems, than the one just now. Wait for me outside, I'll try to come out quickly. Linny nodded and said, Gee, I think that with your figure, a bikini is still more suitable for you. Then I won't buy a bikini. Ji Qingyan said arrogantly, then walked into the swimwear shop. Almost 2 minutes later, Ji Qingyan carried a white handbag and walked out from inside. From the looks of it, she should have bought the swimsuit of her choice. Let's go to the 4th floor. 4th floor? Linny thought about it. I seem to remember that the 6th floor is where the big international brands are sold. I'm not going to buy ordinary clothes, I'm going to buy a dress. There are a lot of people coming tomorrow, so I'm not going to wear a formal dress, Ji Qingyan said. Ji Qingyan said. Setting their goal, the two of them went to the 4th floor together. Linny found that not only did they sell ladies' dresses here, there were also many niche brands. Although the brands weren't exactly loud, the styles were all quite pretty. After walking for a few minutes, the two stood in front of a shop. Linny, what do you think of that gradient-colored gown? Chapter 039, Who said not to buy it? It has to be bought. It's okay, go try it on. The two of them arrived at the shop piece by piece. Ji Qingyan pointed at the evening gown on the model and said, This set of clothes, I want to try it on. Okay, please wait a moment. Looking at the dress of the two people, they know that they are rich people, and the shopkeeper is also happy to serve such customers. If they were ordinary people, they might be reluctant. Soon, the gown was taken down. Ji Qingyan took it and went to the fitting room, while Linny waited outside boredly. Linny, come here for a moment. In the fitting room, Ji Qingyan said. You're changing, it's not right for me to go in. I'm not afraid, what are you afraid of? Linny thought about it and said it was right. She's not afraid of a woman, so what's she afraid of if she's a big man? In the fitting room, Ji Qingyan had her back to Linny, her hands covering her chest. Help me tie the zip at the back, I can't get it on myself. The dress Ji Qingyan chose was a backless model, and the zip could only be fastened to a position above the buttocks. The white back was glistening with a jade-like luster. Aren't you exposing a little too much? Ji Qingyan snorted and pointed to the chair next to her. There was also a shawl that could block her back. Linny looked and found that on the chair, there was indeed a light-colored shawl. Ji Qingyan had a free hand, and took her own underwear over. When she was changing, how could she have forgotten about it? Linny didn't care, he helped Ji Qingyan to fasten the zip. It's done. Coming out of the fitting room, Ji Qingyan was in front of the large mirror, lifting the hem of her skirt and turning slightly sideways. How is it? Does it look good? Very good. Ji Qingyan was amused. Which teacher taught you this? Too bad. Just be able to express my meaning, don't care about so many details. Ji Qingyan smiled and nodded. Since you said it looks good, then I'll choose this one. No problem. The female shop assistants were also amazed by Ji Qingyan. If they wore it on themselves, it definitely wouldn't look this good. Madam, I feel that this evening gown is tailor-made for you, it simply fits too well. Thanks a lot, I'll go change first, please help me load it up later. Okay, no problem. Hubby, this evening dress is really beautiful, I also want a set of it, so that I can wear it when your company opens the day after tomorrow. The speaker is a young woman, wearing a black wrap dress, next to a 40-something pot-bellied man, with a high and mighty stance. Trivia. The middle-aged man looked at the shopgirl and brought me a set of the same dress. I'm really sorry, this set of gifts is our shop's customized model. If you want it, you have to book it first, it will be made in almost a month. You have to wait for a month? The middle-aged man is not happy. Can't it be faster? We want to wear it the day after tomorrow. I'm really sorry, this is really not possible. Under the premise of guaranteeing the quality, the earliest can be made in a month. You don't have to play this kind of strategy with me, it's just money. I'll take 10,000 yuan more. Tell your designer to make a set for me quickly. The shopgirl is about to cry. Sir, this set of evening dress is the designer of Daily Country, pure handmade. It is impossible to send it to you the day after tomorrow. The middle-aged man skimmed his mouth. The words have been said to this point. The other party has not given in. It is estimated that it really cannot be done. You have also heard, the day after tomorrow really cannot be done, or change other styles. No, I have my eye on this set. The young woman walked over and said, this set of dress seems to sell more than 80,000 yuan. Yes. The shopkeeper said. Look at the two of them, probably cannot afford to buy, let them take off, give me to put up. Who said I can't afford it? Ji Qingyan said with a cold face. It costs more than 80,000, you can indeed afford it? The woman wrapped her hands around her chest, her expression unimpressed. Of course. Ji Qingyan said, and I can buy it by myself. The woman was on fire. What do you mean? Do you mean that I am a big money? What's going on with you, you know yourself? In the face of Ji Qingyan's powerful aura, the woman was scared back half a step. Hubby, this woman is bullying people, you quickly help people out. The middle-aged man looked at Ji Qingyan with a teasing look. I know that you are not poor master, but I tell you, as long as I say a word, this set of evening dress is still mine. On what grounds? The middle-aged man felt in his own pocket, then took out a golden card. See, I'm a gold member of Taimu Plaza, with the right of compulsory purchase, now you should understand. Seeing the golden card in the middle-aged man's hand, the female shop assistant was surprised. According to the membership system of Taimu Plaza, one has to spend a full 5 million here to become a gold member. Not only were there discounts when buying things, but there was also the right of first refusal. So this gown, even if the lady in front of her could afford it, it still had to be sold to the other party on a priority basis. Ji Qingyan stopped talking. She was a regular customer of Taimu Plaza and knew about the membership system here. Even though she was the one who saw this evening gown first, but the person was a gold member, she couldn't buy it even if she wanted to. Oh, what are you waiting for? Why don't you quickly take off your clothes? The young woman said smugly. Ji Qingyan cold face, carrying the hem of the skirt towards the fitting room. Wait, what are you doing? Linny said. I'm going to change out of my clothes, so you can help me unzip my zip. Good. The two of them went to the fitting room, and after helping Ji Qingyan unzip the zip, Linny walked out. Seeing that Linny and Ji Qingyan were both abashed, the middle-aged man and the woman beside him were all exceptionally high-strung. The middle-aged man and the woman beside him were all very high-strung. To be a human being, you have to understand that there are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky. Even though your conditions aren't bad, you're not at the same level as us. When you go out in the future, your eyes have to be brightened up so that you can save yourself from being embarrassed. Linny smiled and didn't say anything, standing aside and waiting for Ji Qingyan to come out. In a few minutes, Ji Qingyan changed her clothes, handed the dress over to the clerk, and was ready to leave. "What's the point of leaving?" Linny said. "What are you still doing here if you're not buying the dress?" "Who said not to buy it?" "It has to be bought." Ji Qingyan pulled Linny. "They are the gold members of Taimu Plaza, they have the right of first refusal, even if it's me who has a crush on them, it's useless." "It's just a gold member, what's the big deal?" "Oh, it's true that gold members are nothing great, but they can buy the dress you're holding." Linny, from his pocket, touched out a platinum-colored card. "You're gold member, you have the right of first refusal, so my diamond member, it's even more of a problem, isn't it?" Chapter 040, It's Going to Spurt Blood. Seeing the card that was shining brightly, the shop was quiet to the extreme. They all clearly knew that to become a diamond member of Taimu Plaza, the minimum spending had to be above 10 million. It was said that in the whole of Shanghai, there were not a few diamond memberships issued, and I never thought that today, it would be encountered by myself. "Let's load up the clothes." Linny said, "Such good-looking clothes naturally have to be worn by good-looking people. Certain people's face value is too low, exuding an urban and rural atmosphere. It would be a complete waste if they wore these clothes." Ji Qingyan was a little embarrassed. There were so many people, how embarrassing. The female shop assistant looked at the middle-aged man. "Sir, I'm really sorry, this gentleman holds a diamond membership, so this evening dress can't be sold to you." Yes, we won't buy it." The two men were embarrassed to death, originally thought that with a gold membership, they would be able to run amok here, but did not expect to run into a tough guy. This face slapped. Soon, the female shop assistant loaded up Ji Qingyan's evening dress. Because it was a diamond member, it ended up with a 70% discount. Very good value. "Linny, thanks to you for this today," Ji Qingyan said. "Little thing, originally I didn't want to take it out, but the other party is a bit pretentious." Ji Qingyan looked at Linny with a smile and whispered, "Seeing as you stood up for yourself, I'll honor my promise tonight and let you have your fill." "Then I will not be polite." After buying the dress, the two of them went to a formal wear shop. Ji Qingyan said, "Go and look at formal wear, I'm spending today. Buying me clothes again and letting me feast my eyes, I'm a little embarrassed." "Che, go and look at the clothes first." Ji Qingyan said, "Don't forget, you still have a task on you, tomorrow's play, you must act well." "Don't worry, I know in my heart." A little later, the two of them went to a niche men's clothing shop. Ji Qingyan not only chose a formal dress for Linny, but even leather shoes, shirt and tie, she also chose a set. When Linny came out of the fitting room, Ji Qingyan's eyes lit up with amazement. How the hell did this guy grow? Putting on formal wear, it was like he was a different person. The female shop assistant on the side was so dazzled that her entire body was about to pounce on Linny's. Simply a walking clothes rack. He could even make a debut. To be so handsome, it's hard for God to condone it. Linny looked in the mirror, impressed that this was the first time he wore formal clothes, and felt pretty good. But just then, Linny saw that Ji Qingyan squatted at his feet, helping himself to straighten his trouser legs. Such an image gave Linny a strange feeling. How did it feel? Straightening out her trouser legs, Ji Qingyan inquired, "I think it's not bad." "You said it looks good, so it can't be wrong, let's go with this set." Ji Qingyan put her bank card on the table. Ji Qingyan handed over her bank card. "Swipe it." Linny changed his clothes, carrying a big bag. A piece of it went to the food area of Taimu Plaza, ate something, ready to go home. At the car park, a large group of people were gathering around Linny's to take pictures. This car was so handsome, it was estimated that there weren't many of them in the entire Yin state. It's still a local car from Shanghai, so it's only young Qin and young Wang who can have this. "Oh, don't even take pictures, I know the owner of this Pagani." A man wearing shorts with tattoos on his arm said. This statement immediately attracted the envious gazes of many young women. He can know the person who drives a Pagani. I think his own conditions will not be bad. Handsome man, can you add a Weibo chat? A long-haired girl said. No problem. At the same time, there are a few bold girls up to ask for a microphone. Tattooed men do not refuse, all added. The heart has been happy flowers. Really fucking exciting, blew a bull. There are so many girls to add microphone. Cough cough cough, buddy, I don't seem to know you. Looking at Linny, the tattooed man said, who are you? Who am I to know you? Didn't you say you know the owner? This Pagani is mine. The tattooed man was flabbergasted. You're the owner? Linny pressed the car key in his pocket, the Pagani's xenon headlights came on, and the gullwing doors opened, causing a gasp. It was really the owner of the car. Splat. The long-haired girl slapped the tattooed man in the face, dead liar. Slap. Another series of slaps rang out. The girls who had added the tattooed man's WeChat, one of them rewarded him with a slap on the face, living to turn his face into a pig's head. Serves him right. After getting into the car, Ji Qingyan said silently. Linny smiled. As a female, Ji Qingyan also abhorred scum. This time, Ji Qingyan didn't place an order because she didn't know where to locate it. If it was positioned at her home, the swimming costume she had just bought would be useless. If it was positioned at Linyi's Kyushu pavilion, it would appear as if she wanted to go there. Ji Qingyan held her mobile phone, so she just didn't place an order and took herself wherever she wanted. Linny didn't think about that much, pulled Ji Qingyan and returned to the pavilion of the 9 states. Inside the Jojo pavilion, the decorative colored lights were all lit up like it was daytime. When they got to the pool, Linny changed into his swimming trunks and prepared to go down and swim for a while. However, Linyi's swimming skills were rather crummy, all learnt during his university days, in physical education classes, and only stayed at the stage of being able to swim. Seeing Linny beside her, Ji Qingyan couldn't help but look sideways. This guy's body was too good. Abdominal muscles, mermaid lines, how did they all grow on his body? If you want to see it, you can see it openly, why sneak around? Linny said, I don't think I'm the one who's going to have a good time today, but you are. Who's looking at you? Ji Qingyan inclined her head and said. I'm going to go down first, make yourself at home. Said Linny, I'll go down first, you can help yourself, said Linny, I'll go down first, you can help yourself, said Linny. Linny, I think you did it on purpose. Ji Qingyan stomped her feet in anger. How did I do it on purpose? Linny was puzzled. How can I wear a swimsuit after splashing all over me? I bought a swimming costume, so I'll just change into it, and tomorrow it will be dry, so I can still wear it. Ji Qingyan didn't say anything, because such a small episode, by mistake, gave her a step. Although she promised Linny that she would honor her promise, it was still a bit embarrassing to let her change her swimming costume now. Now it was fine, the clothes were all wet, so it was impossible not to change. Ji Qingyan carried her own clothes and returned to Villa 1. In the meantime, Linny was at the pool, holding his mobile phone and ordering the people from the property to bring in fruits and other snacks to eat later. When he changed into his swimming costume and walked out, Linny couldn't take his eyes off her. This damn, it's going to be a nosebleed.